button. Hit the button, show. Hit the button, yo. Chasing pseudo, yo. There they go. We killing pseudo though. Hit the button, show. Where them niggas go? They running, yo. It's the hit the button show. Where the pseudo go? They running, yo. Just hit the button, yo. Where the pseudos go? They thought the killers putting on a show, though. That's how it goes. It about what you know, and that'll show. But where they go? Pseudos running, yo. Pseudo killers in this bitch. Hit the button. Hit the button, show. Hit the button, yo. Chasing pseudo, yo. There they go. We killing pseudo though. Hit the button, show. Where them niggas go? They running, yo. It's the hit the button show. Where the pseudo go? They running, yo. Just hit the button, yo. Where the pseudos go? They thought the killers putting on a show, though. That's how it goes. It about what you know, and that'll show. But where they go? Pseudos running, yo. Pseudo killers in this bitch. Hit the button. Hit the button, show. Hit the button, yo. Chasing pseudo, yo. There they go. We killing pseudo though. Hit the button, show. Where them niggas go? They running, yo. It's the hit the button show. Where the pseudo go? They running, yo. Just hit the button, yo. Where the pseudos go? They thought the killers putting on a show, though. That's how it goes. It about what you know, and that'll show. But where they go? Pseudos running, yo. Pseudo killers in this bitch. Hit the button. Hit the button, show. Hit the button, yo. Chasing pseudo, yo. There they go. We killing pseudo though. Hit the button, show. Where them niggas go? They running, yo. It's the hit the button show. Where the pseudo go? They running, yo. Just hit the button, yo. Where the pseudos go? They thought the killers putting on a show, though. That's how it goes. It about what you know, and that'll show. But where they go? Pseudos running, yo. Pseudo killers in this bitch. Hit the button. Hit the button, show. Hit the button, yo. Chasing pseudo, yo. There they go. We killing pseudo though. Hit the button, show. Where them niggas go? They running, yo. It's the hit the button show. Where the pseudo go? They running, yo. Just hit the button, yo. Where the pseudos go? They thought the killers putting on a show, though. That's how it goes. It about what you know, and that'll show. But where they go? Pseudos running, yo. Pseudo killers in this bitch.
Black African power. What's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie. Defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo-wee, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. It's the Hitting But the Show, man. Hit the button show, man. Ain't nothing hitting but the damn show. Y'all know what it is, man. Look, man, I'm your host, Bobby Banger, man. Man, like and subscribe to the channels, man. We double streaming. That's how we do it when I hit the damn button. Hopefully the rest of the Pseudo Killers will figure out when they want to hit the damn button. You know how we do it around here. We keep it going nice and flowy like. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Everybody got their own style for doing what they doing, and that's what makes us who we are, man. I like to say big up to the chat, man. You know what I'm saying? Know what it is. I see you. What's going on, Black Sun, man? What it do? What it do? What it do? I see you. What's going on with you, Alex? P. Keaton. You know what it is, man. What's up, Rep? Yeah, I'm gonna put that thing together, yo. I'm gonna get that. I got you. Got the Patreon. I got you. Don't worry about it, man. Let me drop this link in the daggone Discord. If y'all not in the Discord, man, that's where it's happening at, man. Y'all gotta get in there, man. It's always good conversation there, yo. I see you, the brother. What's good with you, man? What it do? Appreciate you, man. Man, I hope y'all enjoying these holidays. Man, I hope you enjoy church. If you enjoy church, then you enjoy church. Well, whenever I go to church, you know, grandmother, aunts, and them, I can't get out my own way. I be like, man, god damn. Boy, I know they ain't believing that. Most people be asleep. Some people be up and at it. It be very, very mixture of crowds in there. Preacher get the going, get everybody hyped up, and then they hit you with the plate. And you be saying, damn, do God need money? No, I'm playing. But the humans do need money to pay the damn bills. That's for sure. And God just ain't making no cash deposits in your account. Not at all. It's not happening. Now, there may be a deposit in your account, but damn sure no is a mistake and it came from somebody else's account. God just don't put the money in there. Just like when you find money on the street, that shit fell out somebody else's pocket, yo. That's for sure. Give me 1 second. Hold on, y'all.
Hit the button. Hit the button, show. Hit the button, yo. Chasing pseudo, yo. There they go. We killing pseudo, though. Hit the button.
Hit the button, show. What was that? When somebody dropped some money, it fell out somebody's pocket. When somebody dropped a wallet, it fell out somebody's pocket. All right. Damn, did I drop the daggone link? Let me drop the link, man. Man, we got 22,000 billion. That ain't enough to do nothing. Shoot. Can't even start a coherent conversation with that. Now, I know y'all went to church. Act like you was in church. Well, wake up. Sure as hell ain't gonna get woke up in church. You ain't gonna get woke up in the conscious community. You're gonna get put back to sleep. That's funny. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So, all right, we can talk about whatever the hell we want to talk about. Because it's a damn hit the button shirt, y'all. Y'all know what it is, man. It's just a hit the button show. We talk what the hell we want to talk about. There's some Stephen A. Smith thing going on. I like Stephen A. Smith. I like the fact that he was able to take the media space to another level. I like the fact that, you know, he was a beat reporter. He came up the long way. I like all that about him. He don't say stuff that y'all like half the time. He's a very successful person. I also like the fact that the athletes got a voice. They always had a damn voice, but they chose not to voice their opinion at times, like Michael Jordan. That's one thing about athletes. You have all the influence in the world and you can decide not to say nothing. But that's a beat reporter's job, though. Oh my God, what is they doing? Give me 1 second. It's my last call. We got. All right. So where we at? Oh, we talking. This a good one. We talking about Stephen A. Smith. Let's add in the new media. I call it the damn pseudo media for reasons obvious, where everybody's a goddamn reporter and everybody's on YouTube reporting shit, the pseudos and all that. And there's no rules and regulations. See, this kind of help us understand general conversations, period, when we be having our scientific conversations and saying why there is a need for organization and why there's a need for a set standard. Because if you don't have these things, when talking about knowledge, a person will make knowledge anything they so choose. And that's where it's at right now. Now, I advocate athletes to have their own voices, right? They don't got to be a role model. They just got to be good athletes. See? The new media. Everybody got a voice now, right? Everybody got a damn voice. Chatty and the Patty got a voice with the Twitter type fingers, right? Your neighbor down the street got a voice. Everybody got a YouTube channel, and everybody sure as hell got a TikTok channel from 5 years old to older. And they all talking. They all over the place. They like Donald Trump. This nigga is the president and will say anything out of his mouth. So we know it's okay goddamn corral. And when you're in the middle of the okay corral where there's lawlessness and no rules and regulations, everybody getting shot, the one with the rules at the end of the day might just get shot first. Because you trying to follow the rules. These niggas ain't got no rules. Pseudos don't got no rules. So I'm never listening to people say, yo, why you just shoot him early? I shot him early because I smelled like he was going to say something. So I shoot first and ask questions later. That's like being in a game. There's rules and regulations, but somebody always willing to break them. So let's make this conversation clear. There's a Stephen A. Smith. He's a beat reporter, right? Great reporter. Was with a team, I believe, the Philadelphia 76ers. He reported on them. He did all that. He moved into the space. ESPN worked at top #1 rated, right? Personality. He ended up getting 100 million, right? For talking and being a good reporter. People forgot that. People just look at him as being a personality, but he's actually a trained reporter, right? A beat writer. He also writes columns. He did all that. So he's qualified to report. There's a certain standard that reporters have. Y'all didn't know that. Then there's you too. When niggas say anything, ain't no standard. You can say what you want to say. I seen Ali Baba Muhammad report on the sister, I think it was from Chicago, that was drinking at a party at a hotel and went there and got drunk, stumbled out the party, ended up downstairs and got stuck in the freezer and died. This nigga from the camera footage, fake reporting, act like it was a conspiracy. And they did all that. The family had to contact the nigga and say, what are you doing? Different things happen to certain people. Was it Tasha K? She got sued. By goodness gracious, she got sued for talking that by Cardi B. With a fake reporting. So although we got this open space of talking that talk, right? And there's no rules and regulations, you can actually get sued for saying something wild and wrong. And now we got to find a way to determine on whether you're telling the truth or that person telling the truth. What the hell does it got to do with the athletes? Everything. Because now the athletes who've always had a voice, Jim Brown used his voice. They hate him for it. Brown, from the guy there going Boston Celtics, is it Jaylen Brown? He's using his voice. He barely saying now he's using his voice against Stephen A. Smith. Here's something for you. What's more important? The athlete running his mouth, the reporter running his mouth, or accuracy? And both of them running their damn mouth. Have a symbiotic relationship, those two. The reporters and the athletes. What's more important out of the reporters or the athlete? I tell you what, the athlete is more famous. Sports are entertaining. I think the reporters are very important. They have an interlocking relationship, none being more important than the other, right? Because reporters report on the athletes. If you ain't got no goddamn reporters reporting on a daggone thing, then what the hell? If you ain't got no announcers calling the games and you just got a bunch of people playing outside. That's how it is outside. You ain't got no announcers report. The report ain't coming in, getting it out in the newspapers. We don't use newspaper no more, but you know what I'm saying, right? So the reporters are super important to the sport, any sport we talking about, but the athletes think different because they're more popular. Now they kind of hating on Stephen A. Smith because he's very popular. Now he's not more popular than a star athlete, but he's definitely one of the most famous reporters ever. He's definitely going into the Hall of Fame of reporting. So they have a relationship, right, that's supposed to work. The athletes always had a voice. Always did. They always had a voice. They just could pick and choose. What politics? I'm gonna stay out of it. I don't mess up my bread. You know, like LeBron said something about China and backstepped it right because it was his bread. See what I'm saying? But now they got the podcast. I'm gonna be honest with you. I hate to say it. God damn it. If I'm cheering and spending my damn money on the Baltimore Ravens, I don't want the whole goddamn team having a goddamn voice doing a fucking podcast. Now, does having a podcast affect the way you play? No. I don't know. I don't know. No. I don't know. Wearing my favorite shirt underneath my jersey when they went 13-3. I'm not sure if I stop wearing that shirt that they might not go 13-3 again. I don't know. We kind of superstitious when we come out sports. So is that just superstition that your favorite athlete got a podcast and talking shit right after they lose? It almost seems like, nigga, you should be sitting down thinking about what the hell you dropped that ball, don't it? Am I tripping? It kind of seemed like you, though, right? I'm not sure. Where's Sosa at? Sosa, and then people be gambling. If you gambling on a certain team and y'all in the final in the playoff and this nigga got a podcast after every game, is he focused? I'm not sure. I just bet $5. I ain't betting no damn money because I'm hot. If I'm betting money and nigga, you just lost and you on a podcast talking about, well, you know, I just got it. I'm not sure. I don't want my daggone athletes podcasting in the middle of the season. I feel like you can podcast almost. Because I'm thinking you should be working out, right? Shit, if you got free time, I don't want to see it. I want to think you always, you get it? I want to think you always working. We heard it. How about your quarterback? I'm getting a little bit off trail. You want your quarterback coming to organize workouts? Yeah, all that shit. I want my quarterback to have an apartment at the facility. If you like a Lamar Jackson, a Brady, and all them, yo, I feel like you should have an apartment at the damn facility, yo. It's to take minimum time away when you make it 300 million. Yeah, you should have minimal time away from that damn facility, right? And I don't want to see it. The only shit I want to see is you throwing that motherfucking football there. You going Vegas? I don't want to see you. I don't want to see all that. I know you're going to do it. But dog, I'm thinking you should be in that facility specifically when you to face the damn franchise. And let me get back on track again. I don't want my damn athletes that I'm gambling on fucking podcasts. And it seems to be a distraction, a mental distraction. I don't mind the athletes having a voice, right? But watch this. When athletes got a voice, now you can't talk shit about the reporter. That's what the reporter do. He reports on what you're doing. Oh, Stephen A. Smith is doing too much. He's simply reporting something. He's saying that Jalen, bro, I mean, y'all got knocked out in the first round. Yo, you shouldn't be talking. You shouldn't be saying certain things after that because it looked a little bad. I enjoyed it. This is my best season ever. Nigga, it wasn't your best season ever. Y'all got knocked out in the first round. That shit make me mad. If I was gambling on the Boston Celtics, this nigga saying it's the best season ever. It may have been his best season statistically, but God damn it, it wasn't the best season. I just lost my money because I done spent $50,000. Think y'all gonna get out the first round? You tell us your best season. Yeah, man. See, reporters are trained to ask questions and athletes supposed to be trained in media. But when they getting their own private shit that they got now, yo, the shit go out the water. They're not doing that. They're talking shit. How important is it? Let me drop this link, man. Because I don't like I don't like it by myself. Somebody got something different to say. This what we doing. I see you, Fly Logic. What it do? Make sure you go right to that man channel, support him, man. All right. I'm fucking with him. Free your mind. What's going on, man? I see we got a lot of comments in the chat, man. I don't do no free comments no more. You put it in the super chat. $2.99, $1.90. Put it in the super chat. I'm ignoring it like it didn't even happen. Some good questions, though. Damn, it's a good question. Let me see. I'm gonna read. If y'all gonna have to lip read. Ha! I don't agree to that. I don't agree to that at all. No, I don't. I don't agree to that. If you ain't got nobody, no, I'm gonna wait a minute because y'all might guess what the question was. We're trying to develop good habits here. We're trying to develop support habits here. That's what we want to do. We want to develop good, healthy support. Y'all so used to everything just coming free. We're developing good habits here. Okay. In today's society, what's the most important thing that happens once a week in everybody's household in North America? Why is it that teachers make 30, 40,000, but an athlete make 300,000? Is the teacher more important than an athlete? I would say yes, your literacy level, right? Being able to, the capacity to take care of yourself and make money is based off your literacy level at times. Most of the time, anytime we were selling dope, even that, you got to be literate in something. The ignorant dope dealers don't make it, they be locked up day two. Why don't the teachers make more money? How important are they? I got something for you. The damn trash collector. The person take your trash once a week is one of the most important persons in America. Because if that trash was not collected, you be in a situation like yours was. Trash up to their damn knees. Filth, disease is spread the trash. Did you know a person that on the back of the garbage shop, on the back of the garbage truck, he's literally riding on the back of a biohazard. He ain't got on the ASVAB suit. He don't got on the damn protective gear at all. Got on his jumper, his boots, and that's it, and some gloves. He's riding behind biohazards, pathogens. He certainly is. We got our first caller. Let me get on here. Harris, did I say that right? How you say that name?
Praxis.
Praxis, what's going on? What you got to add to hit the damn button show? What's good?
Now, what you just last said, I just got on. I'm Praxology in the chat.
I got you. Praxology. What do it mean? What do it mean? It means something. What do it mean?
Oh, Praxology is study of humans. Something to that effect.
All right, go ahead.
And praxis is implementing an idea to see if it works, something to that effect.
Okay.
I want to say this. That trash thing, I don't think that's true. I think us as humans, I think, because right. No. That's not that important. Now,
until it's not, until they don't get it.
But see, that's the thing. Humans have the ability to adapt. So if there wasn't any sanitary department in our society, we wouldn't have trash.
What?
Right.
No, that can't be your answer.
Because think about it.
I want to think about it, then I'm going to respond. Go ahead.
Yeah, think about this. You wouldn't have the containers that you have, right? You really wouldn't have plastics.
Okay.
Right? Because they're going to be like, okay, where are we going to put this?
Okay.
So let's not create it. We have no way of disposing it. Let's not participate in it.
Let me say this.
Yes.
The reason we have plastic containers and all that, the reason we have containers and collecting trash, because there was a need. That time already existed. Good point there, Sosa, where there was a need to collect the damn trash, and they found it out because it was spreading disease like a mob. Like humans was dying. Like if you go to Europe, yo, they walked around in a fog, yo. And it wasn't because we say they filthy, but they had a mythological understanding of what disease was, right? They thought you would get disease, watch this, yo, by a bad air getting into your pores. And they recognize that when you take hot baths, your pores are open. They thought that's how you actually got sick. They believed it, bro. It was part of their thing. And so they would, they didn't want to bathe. They felt like the dirt would kind of seal their pores. They wore several layers of clothing to keep the disease, the daggone disease out. Because remember, they was dying from disease, right? They didn't know what it was, but they had superstitions around wearing clothes and bro, it was all wrong, yo, but it wasn't their fault. And between all that, yo, they didn't understand it. But trash outside, piss, urine getting thrown, dude, that wasn't in their makeup. They just didn't know that, bro. And the very things they thought was getting them sick, you know what I'm saying? Like your pores being open and stuff flying in. You know what I'm saying? The trash buildup, the urine, the feces, not having disposal of that stuff was the thing that was really getting them sick. And how plagues and stuff just swept through that, right? You know what I mean? They had they had great medical herbs and all that, yo. But that one piece right there collecting that trash, that small little thing right there, yo, that drew roaches and rats and stuff, that's what had them done. Trust me, bro. Without sanitation, we done. Because we're going to always make trash, yo. You're going to always shit and poop. You need somebody to dispose of that, bro. Trust me. So, yeah, man, you don't know you need it until it don't get taken. Miss 1 week of trash, yo, you start looking around. 1 week. Now imagine forever.
But see, the trash that you have now that you're talking about, you said the garbage men. You didn't say like
I mean garbage. That is, you take
bio trash. What is it? Mentoration and feces.
Yeah, you
things of that nature. They was throwing that. Yeah, they was throwing that out the. They was throwing that out of the window in the streets.
Yes,
from the commodes. But I'm talking about
Pampers.
What we have now. They didn't have Pampers then. They had diapers, and they washed those.
Shit in them.
Yeah, but they washed those.
We talking about before that.
Yeah, before
right now you have
right now
in trash.
Right now. Okay, you talking about that? But see,
I'm just
most of the trash is plastic bags and paper.
When?
That's mainly all it is right now.
No, you got
we got pipelines. We got plumbing now to waste that other stuff.
No,
and
man.
Biohazard foods. I mean, foods that comes out of restaurant that people don't eat that they throw away in the trash.
Mm-hmm.
We got we have people that come and pick that up. You know what I'm saying? And then they recompost it. I don't know, not in every city though, but
all right, I made you some slick shit. So you know the trash man, right?
Yeah.
Listen. If a trash man is riding behind the trash and something in there explode on him, right? Do you know he got to get a chemical bath and all that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yo, so that's how you know it's already dangerous. So why is it that a trash man, right? I could bring a trash man on here, yo, and they arguing for better safety, right? But if like something stop or mess up and the shit fall on them, yo, they got to go back to the base station. They got to get chemically washed. But why? Because this shit is dangerous. I'm telling you, yo, all that stuff coming from different households. You don't know man, listen, bro.
You don't know what's in those containers.
Yeah, that's essential to our survivability, but why don't we pay them the most? See?
But see, that's the thing.
Entertainers the most.
But see, that's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's market. The market dictates that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, we see that's the thing. Since that's the case, us as humans, we will figure out a way. We would think and say, okay, the garbage guys, they got to get a chemical bath. Well, what chemicals are in the household that will cause detriment to the workers?
It's called biohazard.
And we will eliminate that.
No,
we wouldn't create those things. We're starting to do that now.
No, rotten foods, food rotten, dead animals, all kind of stuff that carry disease. right?
Dead animals. How many dead animals you see in households? Nobody kill their own meat anymore.
Your steak is dead, yo.
The
When
what?
your steak you eating is a dead animal, yo. My fault, a dead cow. You didn't know that? And the bones.
Yeah, I understand that.
If it stayed in your house, it would rot. How about maggots? Here's the answer to you. Summertime, go ahead and leave your lid open for your trash can. Watch the flies. Flies drop larvae on things that are decaying, yo.
Aren't they using larvae? Aren't they using those larvae in wombs now? Well, I don't know about now, but they used to. They used to use larvae in wombs to clean wounds.
I don't know about that.
Especially flesh-eating diseases.
You mean like the things that eat, to suck the blood and all that? Yeah, they did all that. They ain't know the hell they.
Not the leeches, the maggots.
The maggots. They might right now. They might do something like that close somewhere. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. What I'm trying to show you is that isn't important. They don't get paid. Athletes, strictly entertainers, bro. And this is a wild thing about it. We have our children chasing that, where there's only a certain amount of basketball players that's going to get drafted anyway. It'd be better off for them, right, to deal more in their education, but we don't. But my point is, why is it the entertainers make that kind of money? Because we like to be entertained, right? My thing is, it's not really important. That's my point. And my point is, the reporters that are reporting on the thing that's entertainment, I'm saying it's an interworking relation. You need both, yo. You need the reporters, because if athletes, watch this, like Lamar Jackson, he could be way more popular, right? If he did more commercials, he don't like doing all that, right? So a commercial is what? Is promoting your brand, right?
It's programming.
Yeah, reporters and stuff. They are actually they're promoting the athletes. They're talking about them. They keep them in the algorithm these days, right? But my point is that everybody got a mouthpiece. But I'm saying trained reporters is always better than a YouTuber reporting on something, bro. That's my point. And so I'm saying that's dangerous. And so the athletes should not knock the reporters. The reporters should not knock the daggone athletes because they work together. But an athlete can't say, we don't need them. You do need them. Sports do need reporters. They need sports writers. They need that.
The only reason why they need it is to promote their brand.
Right.
But see, what you talking about, why we don't put more emphasis in the education, is because people don't think education is beneficial to them.
Yeah, until they realize they broke working at it, collecting trash.
Well, you can make some money collecting trash.
Yeah, not as much as you're supposed to for the hazard.
Who deemed that necessary?
It's a hazardous job. What you mean?
It's not like biochemical hazards.
It is.
Picking up a bunch of plastic bags? Come on, man.
It is, bro. I thought you knew that, bro. You got
not picking up a bunch of
barrels. Yeah,
barrels of hydrocodone or some shit like that.
That's a different biohazard. That's an even more toxic.
That's why they get paid. That's why they get paid more. The garbage man that you see on the street every day it's not that hazardous, man.
It is. That's not true.
It might stink. It might stink a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Why you think it stink?
Why you haven't heard anybody?
Why you think?
Because everything stink. Humans stink.
Why you think they stink? Because it's bacteria.
That's right. Humans are bacteria
and germs. You get the point I'm making, though, right?
Yeah. So throw the humans in the garbage.
It's alerting your nose. It's alerting your nose. You should stay away from it.
Yeah. So you saying throw the human in the garbage then? If they stink, but you know what we do?
What we do?
We commit ablution. We wash.
Ablution.
Ablution. Yes.
What's that? Never heard of it.
Abulation.
What do it mean?
It means to clean, to wash yourself.
Okay. Why you didn't just say that?
Because I get these words in my head. Man. I do that a lot, man. Because I'm big on words.
Are you a pseudo?
What's that? A pseudo? No. What are you talking about? No, I'm not a chemist or anything like that. I don't take any stances.
Are you a pseudo?
A pseudo? No,
It's a conspiracy to blow up the world litmus test.
You're not gonna put me in a realm where you're trying to kill me. You're trying to set me up. So you want somebody to kill. You want to go to war with somebody. Are you a pseudo so I can kill you?
I do.
You need something to do. You know what I'm saying?
You know, for that comment, that's a comment right there.
Yeah.
Then you avoided that was an invasion right there. You avoided the conversation, man. Make sure y'all support Sad Talk, man, and make sure y'all support Galaxy and Beyond. Yeah, you kind of avoided that. What you
mean? Am I a pseudo?
You avoided that question.
I don't know.
And
the more I know, the more I've learned, the more I know I don't know shit.
Yeah, we all say that.
Because it all turns around at some point, you know. When I was little, my grandmother got us a encyclopedia set, Britannica, and now half the shit in there ain't even true no more.
Yeah, you're a pseudo.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, yo.
Why would you
what
think
you mean?
That? Why would you think
what labels me a pseudo?
Watch this. Why would you think that some of the stuff in the encyclopedia is no longer relevant or wrong? Why would you think?
These encyclopedias is like what, 80s Britannica? I think they was like the 80s, the 70s, 80s. And when I went back to visit and I looked in the encyclopedias, it wasn't even relevant anymore. It wasn't even, some of that stuff wasn't even true. I can't remember what it was.
The question was,
but I was like, Grandma, we wasted money with this. But she said, no, this is teaching you on how to think, not to retain information, how to search for things.
Important.
Yeah.
I know, but why would you think you didn't answer the question? Why you think that some of the information is no longer relevant in the encyclopedia? Because you gave that as a reason of why we didn't need them.
Because we find out more things.
That's the thought.
We find out more information about things.
Doesn't mean encyclopedias aren't relevant and aren't needed.
Oh, I never said that. I never said that. It's on the way. It was on the way. It was on the way. Just because we didn't get there, don't mean it was on the way.
We're always on the way.
And a lot of times they said it was a theory. It wasn't. It was a work in progress.
So that's what you think a scientific theory is, work in progress? It is work in progress, though. But it's not
a theory.
Scientific theory?
I think a theory is open-ended.
Yeah, scientific theories are open-ended.
Yeah.
But that's
what I mean. Any theory.
No, but that's the strength in it.
What's the difference between a scientific theory and a regular theory?
You don't know the difference?
A theory in philosophy.
You don't know the difference between a regular theory and a scientific theory is a well-tested, well-organizing of scientific facts to give an explanation of a natural phenomenon.
I understand that, but that goes to every other thing. It goes to every other category that requires a theory.
It's a scientific theory. You said the difference between a regular theory is shorty over there fat to death. Her mother fed her grits when she was young, is why she now fat to death. That's a regular theory. That's anybody who can say anything. So a scientific theory.
Nah, that's subjective.
No, that's a theory. That's my theory. My butt fat.
No, that's subjective because you can find somebody fatter ass than that.
I know, but it is subjective. But that's my theory on why it is that.
That's your subjective understanding.
Opinion, but that is my theory on it.
See? That's your theory on it. Okay.
See?
So how about a hypothesis? That's your hypothesis.
I said okay, but a scientific hypothesis, right, is once again an organizing of scientific facts.
Well, I'm just talking about hypothesis, the word hypothesis.
No, but the word is, but you can't, it's not just the word, it's like the word science. So you can apply it colloquially, right, to everyday uses. I'm a scientist, cooking is science. You can do all that. And then there's a strict definition of what science is. So in science, right, because this is a scientific literature show, when we say a theory or hypothesis, we're talking about a scientific theory or a scientific hypothesis.
I seen that episode, I think it was on Sad Talk with Thunder. With Thunder was up there, and y'all was going back and forth about that word science and being that is knowledge and all of that. I remember that. But I'm saying it's relevant all.
Everything is relevant.
Hypothesis could be in any category.
Yeah, well, okay, but a scientific hypothesis is a little bit different. Rigor, rules and regulations, because that's what we was talking about. Rules and regulations. What's up, Montoya?
Hey, what's going on with you, brother?
How you doing, man? What's going on with you, man?
Hey, I was just stealing a few seconds. I was just listening to you and this brother go back and forth about the encyclopedia, and I kind of want to. I know you didn't say a lot, but I do want to agree with you and ask the brother to kind of think about a couple things he said in reference to the encyclopedias of old.
Go ahead.
And so, like kind of, and it's cool, and I respect how Unc handle things. But brother, when you was highlighting, for example, when you was like, you look back at the encyclopedia and half of it's not relevant any longer, whatever. And brother Unc asked you, he was like, well, why do you say that? And you said I think your grandmother said, hey, this is teaching you, how to think versus retaining information. I would offer, versus retaining information. So I will offer to you, actually, encyclopedias are the epitome of retaining information because they offer brief summaries of lots of information. Where those Britannicas will be irrelevant is only if, in a sense, some of those things have been expanded upon, so they're no longer relevant because there's more information or new information. But that doesn't relegate it to being irrelevant. It's just whatever topic, there's been additional information. Any of the older topics that are history, that were history at the time of those release, they're probably still accurate to this day. So I definitely wouldn't offer that half the information is irrelevant, but there's definitely information since the 80s that's added to some of the topics. So I would say it's the opposite of what you're saying. I don't come here just to argue with you. I'm just saying, think about it. Encyclopedia is going to be the retaining of information. You only learn to think via test and rigor, like Brother Unc's referring to, via someone telling you to test this information. Encyclopedia doesn't.
Yeah, I understand that. That's what I was speaking to. I may not have explained myself. I may not have explained myself in the matter which you could understand. But what I was saying is, I never said that those encyclopedias weren't relevant. That all information is relevant, wrong or right? Because then it doesn't matter to the percentage. I just was using that as a.
It's too much. That's all. But I didn't say you. I never said you said they wasn't relevant.
You're being pedantic right now. Yeah, but you're being pedantic right now. Obviously, it wasn't half because I didn't read half the. I didn't read all the encyclopedias from A to Z. I didn't read. I just looked at it to find information that I needed for my. Hold on. I only looked at the rest encyclopedia based upon what report I had to do. Right. So that was my rim of the encyclopedia. I haven't read all of it, but I was just using that to be hyperbolic and just give a general percentage, because to be honest with you, the stuff that I looked at that I needed to look at, it wasn't right at all. Everything that I was like specific born dates and things of that nature.
What?
Specific dates on events that happened in history. Some of those dates had changed in the encyclopedia. And it was minutia stuff. It wasn't even stuff that was really even, hard pressed that you should know to maintain your life.
Did the theory of evolution change in the encyclopedias?
The evolution change?
The theory of evolution, did that definition and understanding change?
Well, I didn't look that up. We didn't discuss evolution when I was coming up. I'm 54.
The Charles Darwin, did that change? They had Charles Darwin in there.
Oh, they did have it in Britannica? What year was that?
Man, from the creation of the encyclopedia, they had Charles Darwin.
Well, they never told us to look up Charles Darwin and discuss any of the ideas that he put forth.
But you would agree with him, though. You would definitely agree with him, though, wouldn't you?
I'll agree with everything until I see different.
All right, so you ain't seeing different on that, though.
I haven't seen different.
Yeah, I like that. You're good. You safe space.
And the fact, even if you find something wrong with it, that's still part of evolution because you growing, you're doing better. You're finding new information, you're finding more information, even if it's wrong, you know?
Yep, I would agree. Yep, I would agree. Kyle, what's up, man?
What up, man? I'm just cooling, man. I literally was hitting the link when Montana had started talking, and he kind of on the points that I wanted to bring out. So I'm just really here in the way right now. To be honest with you, just hanging
Ain't
out.
never in the way. What you talking about? There's always something. It always switch the gears.
What's your thoughts on entertainers making more money than the teachers and doctors?
I mean, I think it shows our value. I think it's absurd. I think it's absurd. I mean, I think it's absurd. I think it's absurd, but that's where our value system is. That's my take on it.
I don't think it's absurd at all.
Go ahead, Montoya.
Yeah. Like at the end of the day, money is marketplace value. And so anything that fewer people can do than everybody can do is typically gonna get paid way more. And when it comes to entertainment, that is usually a very specific talent in human history. And that's why throughout history you've seen particularly musical artists and things of that nature throughout human history typically are, and I'm talking about the actual ones that are special enough to get paid, because plenty of people can be artists. But I'm talking about the ones who are special enough to get paid. They typically get paid because they are that talent is such a unique talent. For example, just to be able to sing well enough for someone to pay you is a whole nother level of singing than the lady that sings in the choir at the church who can sing her ass off too.
Okay.
So yeah, marketplace stuff. At the end of the day, we, United States specifically, we started. Well, actually, Black people started public education in South Carolina, to be very specific. But generally speaking, as one of the first nations to have public education, once you need teachers throughout the nation, and that money actually comes from taxpayer dollars, whereas entertainments are paid from private dollars. There's more money in the private sector than there is tax dollars. So yeah, you're not going to be able to pay teachers the same amount because they're not getting market value; they're getting taxpayer dollars. What we pay teachers, you and I pay teachers.
Isn't taxpayer dollars public dollars?
For public teachers, yeah, not private teachers, not professors in colleges and stuff like that. But yeah, the public school teaching, they get the money from that 18% that comes out of our every dollar we make working for somebody. That's what the teachers.
But that goes to the understanding that God Killer was talking about. Why is it that way? Why isn't
because we have a
teachers and doctors and garbage men making more money than somebody that dribble a ball up and down the court?
Well, there's more because there's more there's 400 NBA players. There's 2 million doctors in the country.
So they should get paid less because of their population.
No, I'm not talking about a should. I'm talking about just what the marketplace does. If there's only 400 people that can do it, they're gonna. It's like for example, in the doctor field, there's only so many surgeons. Surgeons get paid more than all other doctors. There's still more than 400 surgeons in the country, but they get paid more
scarcity.
than all other doctors. Yeah, it's just marketplace. It ain't even
scarcity.
If fewer people can do it, you're gonna get paid more to do it. If you're one of the few people that can do something, like an astronaut gets paid more than most other people in science, because that many motherfuckers go to the moon.
Yeah, but how often do they go to the moon?
Yeah, I'm just saying. All I'm simply saying is, I personally would love for teachers to get paid like an NBA player, but us loving it and the money being there is two different things. The money comes from from the tax dollars. There's not enough tax dollars to pay 2 million. Well, actually, more than 2 million teachers. I don't know how many teachers are in the country. Let me not say something I don't know.
If they want to make that type of money, just learn how to dunk a basketball, bro.
The rich people paying the teachers then.
I'm not trying to make it right. I would love for teachers to get paid what NBA players get paid, but there's no money for it, and we as a society sometimes overlook the reality of the marketplace. Like you're overlooking the reality of the marketplace. That's not a value system thing. We actually don't have teachers are one of the few people that we cover as a country because we value education. Like we don't cover every nurse. We don't cover every health. You see what I'm saying? Like there's a whole bunch of positions in the world, things that we need, but we as a society don't say we want to pay their salary. We pay the salaries of teachers because we actually value it as a country. We pay all their salaries. That shows how much as a
And until
society we
they have
value
the
them.
ability to pack the Madison Square Garden
Like think about every
for people to
position.
watch them
They most
teach,
people get
it
this,
ain't gonna
like
happen, bro.
teachers
We
have
just
this.
leave it at
Teachers
that,
get
bro.
this great retirement because we as a society says thank you for serving us for 20 years. Thank you for serving us for 30 years. Everybody else's retirement comes from their private sector. Teachers, we pay their retirement, we pay their thing. And again, I wish teachers could get paid more, but it's not a reality because of where the money comes from. That's just
that's
calling it
nice,
like
but
it
we're
is. It's
not.
not a right or wrong.
That's nice, but that doesn't answer the question. Why
Precious man,
aren't
can we
we
get off?
value? Why our value systems
Am I still there?
the way
Or did I
they
lose y'all?
are?
Lose you guys?
No, we can hear you. Hold on for a
Why our
minute.
value
Like
systems
Tori
the way?
did.
Hold on for
Why
a
is
minute.
the value systems the
Hey,
way
Brad.
where they are? Why we not paying them
Did I lose
more?
you guys?
Now we here. Hold on. Go ahead. So we couldn't hear you.
Like backward. Paying them more, bro, and paying them the same much
Can
as
y'all hear me?
entertainment is a different
Yeah.
conversation.
You background. Hold on. All right, go ahead.
I think you might have a
Sosa,
Tori
what you
now.
say, Sosa?
Paying them more versus paying the same money as athletes is a totally different conversation. Should they get paid more? Then maybe you can work something to pay them more. But should they make the same much
Yeah.
as the athlete? No. Let's learn how to dunk a basketball or throw a football 100 yards. That's just the way it is. Like we don't got to really pussyfoot around that. Nobody's
Well, we
packing
know.
them at a square garden to see people teach somebody how to add or something like that. It just ain't gonna happen. They make that type of money because those people are exceptional, and people go out and spend money to watch them do what they do. Tens of thousands of dollars
Hey,
sit
am I
on the
still?
court
Y'all
side and see
still
them
talking? I
do
So
it.
can't hear you
why,
guys.
It's just
Yeah.
simple as that. Yeah.
Sosa? I understand what you're saying, but we got to get to the crux of the matter. What is it in the human psyche that make us value entertainment more valuable than taking lessons that can save our lives?
Well, first of
Because
all, we got to really think about it. It's the chicken and the egg situation. You got to think about how income is produced for each industry. So with the educational industry, the revenue or the funding comes from the taxpayer dollars. So in order for them to do what you're requesting for them to do, we got to increase taxes, takes more money out of each and every one of our pockets. Versus the NBA, their money is through ad revenue, selling seats in the stadiums, jersey sales, ticket sales, things of that sort. That's a consumer base. So people that are living their lives fund one of these, and people that live their life also funding the other. But the situation is it's a choice whether we want to put our money into one avenue or the other, and we choose to, after a hard day of going to work, to have something entertainment, and I like entertainment feeds that industry, and every time we watch it, it makes the industry bigger and bigger.
We
Versus
yeah, and you
we
don't want
we
to pay that
understand
type of
that.
money in taxes. You saying
We
that,
don't.
but
We
you don't
understand.
want to pay NBA teachers NBA salary and have to fit and scoop that out in taxes, bro. We can choose whether you want to go to a
So why
game or
we
not.
can't?
This is a wild conversation, bro.
But why we can't switch it though?
It's
It's a
that.
good conversation. Why we
Hit
can't
that
switch it? Why
button.
we can't pay
Oh,
the entertainers, taxpayer dollars, and
He just
pay the
explained to you
teachers and
why.
doctors? No, you
He
didn't. You
just
just
first of
explained the
all,
Kyle
problem.
just explained to you. His explanation just he just
I got the
like y'all don't
explanation.
know.
I know how that works. I
Then you
know how
should
that works. But
understand
what I'm
that.
saying is, what in the human psyche that makes people think that a basketball is more
Are
important
you guys
than
still talking? Can
penicillin?
y'all hear me?
yeah, we can hear you, but your background noise is super
I
loud.
can't hear you guys.
Yeah, yeah, you're
You
ruining
gotta
it.
go
He
out
got
and
to
come
go out
back.
and come back in.
You gotta go out and come back in, Montoya.
He got background. He need to get some Apple
Hey,
earphones or
hey,
something.
hey, Montoya, you go out and come back in. Yeah,
Yeah,
you got.
what I was saying was, did you guys understand what I was saying?
We
Yeah,
understand what you
let me
were
say this.
saying,
Let
and
me
we
say this.
Okay,
rejected.
so we're talking
That's
about
just
the. I
Hey,
no.
understand the marketplace. Hold on, I understand the marketplace, but what I'm saying is, what in the human psyche, what makes us more attracted to the basketball versus penicillin?
Because
and
we like seeing people do dope shit, bro. It's always been that way since time immemorial, bro. That's what we like
Yeah,
to see. Since Rome and the Gladiator, we want to see entertainment. We want to be entertained.
And what is that?
We want some relaxation and resolve after working all day, bro. And
Hold
that's
on,
how
hold
we
on,
tend
I
to
don't
Proxy.
spend
think
our
that's
time, bro.
relaxation.
Hold on, Proxy. Let me say
You
this.
may not. That's your opinion. But I think
No,
the
I'm
world, the
saying
numbers say differently.
Hold on,
if you
everybody.
look
Hold
at the
on,
human
hold on.
body, Mr. God, hold on. If you look
Nah,
at the
hold on,
human
hold on.
body
You
and
gotta
how
relax. Practice. Practice.
praxis,
Hold on.
praxis,
Praxis. Hold
praxis.
on
Oh,
for a
you can call
moment.
me Prax. That's cool.
Prax.
Practice and practice.
Hold
Yeah.
on for a minute, Prax. My point was, I just think is the values, what we actually value. I hear the taxes, I hear that, I hear this, but we give billions of dollars away. Fruitlessly, just give this shit away, right? Don't account for it properly. There's a whole lot of things happening in America. It's our value system. I'm not saying they should make as much, maybe, but I think for what they actually give us, right? The values, we should support them more. Don't say, oh, yeah, we really respect the teachers and only give them 50,000. What they got to deal with in the day's classroom, like in Atlanta, man, they life on the line damn near. So now they
Right.
life on the line, wild parents. You know what I'm saying? I just think they should be, it's not as smooth as ride as it should be. That's all I'm saying. Now, entertainment, like you said, since Roman times, since people like entertainment, I just think it's the value system though. It's our value system need to be a little tweaky there. That's all I was saying. Now, but I'm not gonna argue with he arguing. He got a whole I ain't
No,
going
I'm
Yeah,
no, I'm saying
you
is
want to pay Miss Margaret, just give her a 300 million year 6 year contract. Are you willing to do that with your taxpayer money, bro? Because that's what
no,
Jalen
I'm not.
Brown makes.
What I'm
He
what
makes
I'm
50
saying
million next
is
year. I promise you, she'll turn up. She won't be the she won't be the same teacher, you know. I promise you.
motherfucker with red
I
bottoms on.
promise you. Here 6 years she retired. She would
I'm not
you think it's crazy, bro. I'm not finna
I'm not
do it.
speaking. Yeah, I'm not speaking about that, but I'm talking about the. I'm
I'm
not
not
talking
finna
about the
do it.
pay. Like God Killer said, in the value system of the human mind, that's a deeper conversation.
Mhm. Right. And
What
so
in the
far that got
human
us to Mars.
mind? What in the human mind that wants to think that LeBron James is more important than some doctor that invented the a new
Yeah,
medication for
nobody
cancer?
thinks that. Nobody thinks that. We just love LeBron James more than that because we see more.
And why do we love
Trust
him
me.
more? Why do they love him more though?
Everybody understand that MLK is more important than LeBron James.
Yeah,
That's not like a
look, it's
secret.
right. Let
So
me
that's
break it
mystery.
down to you. So,
Please.
athletes is like what's up saying from time immemorial have been put to the forefront of society as being something to aspire to be. If like athletics is pushed to typically poor people. You know what I'm saying? And it's something to
Okay.
aspire to be, right? And all people that are under this influence are consumers. They're consumers of products. So entertainers are pushed to the forefront because they have backing of products that are typically in sports, like Nike or Reebok and all these different companies, because they're trying to sell you a product.
Gatorade,
They
McDonald's.
uplift these athletes to put them in your face so you can aspire to be there, so you can now buy these products and feel like I could be just like Mike. You remember that commercial back in the day? Just like Mike.
Mhm.
I want
Mhm.
like Mike, and you went and got some motherfucking Jordans, didn't you? And you went and got some Gatorade, didn't you? Because you bought into that system. Because that's the system of the economy that we live in. If we did the same thing for teachers, Miss Sally Mae or Miss whatever lady Susan, whatever the hell you just said, if we had financial backing, if the industries, like what I'm saying, had a product that they could sell, they could attach
Yeah.
it would be the same thing, but there
Mhm.
is not necessarily a educational commodity that's for sale except for the institutions. Now these institutions of higher learning do have that amount of wealth. When you talk about colleges and universities, because we send our kids to school to pay $60,000 a year to go to Cambridge or go to these different high prestigious universities. You have that same system set up, but it just doesn't trickle down to all the people in that system. The same way the NBA has the D League and the G League and all these different leagues and the Pee Wee and the church league. These
Right.
have different levels of competition. To get to the church league basketball game is $3. To go to the D League game, it may be 10. To go to the NBA game in your team, it may be $300 to go to a game because you're climbing that hierarchy. Same thing with high school, junior college, university, college, and universities.
The high school teachers pay versus the college teachers pay.
You're right about that. But what I want to understand is that let's go back to the college and the college which you were speaking of. Doesn't the football coach make more than their highest earning professor?
Yes, typically.
Yeah.
Why is that? That's what I want to speak to. The understanding of the human psyche.
Jesus Christ, man.
Hold on,
I understand the market. I understand the market.
Hold on for a minute.
I'm talking about the human psyche.
Hold on for a minute. Go ahead, Montoya.
Jump in. It is because it is.
What's the brother in the black? I can't see the names. I'm on my phone.
This Kyle.
Kyle. So I would like to tweak a little bit of what he said, just a little bit, and then answer his question. So it's actually simpler than what we're talking about, y'all. I don't know when I got cut off earlier, but it's simply human nature. It ain't no market. It ain't no system. Humans, we pay for shit that's unbelievable. We're not realizing. I'm not giving LeBron props. I'm saying there are only 400 motherfuckers in the world that can do what the motherfuckers in the NBA.
Hey, you gotta stop cussing. This is not a family show.
Oh, my bad. Thank you.
Go ahead.
It's only 400 people. So what happens is the scarcity of the ability. We as humans are amazed. The product came later. Like
the game.
Society didn't understand. Society didn't understand to put products to the athletes. The people that created the sports league had a whole bunch of people at the stadiums, and the product people said, "Dang, they got a lot of people. Let's go advertise over there." But the reason we were amazed at it is because only so many people can do it. I was saying this before I got cut off earlier. A surgeon is the highest paid of doctors because most doctors can't be surgeons. If you say you understand the marketplace, then you can't ask the question, well, why is that the case?
Right.
Understand the marketplace. No. It's about marketplace. Like we're not doing anything wrong for why I will go pay to see let's say Michael Jackson, the greatest entertainer of all time. You can't see that over and over every day. So somebody might pay $1,000 to go see Michael Jackson. There's nobody going to pay $1,000 to hear the Neil deGrasse Tyson's lecture, and I love him, and I've been to his lecture.
Let me ask y'all something.
You can't dive in. No, stop.
God, I'm trying to fix that.
No, you diving in.
No, I'm diving in because
Don't dive in. Don't dive in. We're gonna let everybody talk, then you come back.
Okay.
Conversation is a fluid conversation.
Yeah.
Everybody made great points.
My apologies.
Yeah. Even I understand that. Like, we did pay a nice little piece to see Neil though. It wasn't that we paid, but we wouldn't have paid. But I ain't paying $500 to see Michael Jackson either. I got a limit on all that.
That's your
you might not.
We're missing the crux of it.
Yeah, I get it. Go ahead, Sosa. They beat you.
The point is, I mean, it's all been broken down in terms of marketing. It's been broken down in terms of scarcity of talent. And you're still going to ask the question, what's the psychology?
Here we go.
Psychology is that people like to see people do dope shit, bro. Period. People love to hear great singers sing.
Let me ask
when they hear
guys are saying the same thing over and over.
When they hear, there's no, because you keep wanting a different answer to your question, bro. We're going to give you the same answer, bro.
Brother
Sosa. What's the psychology of it? I just explained the psychology of it.
So let me ask you something. Okay.
They answered my question. I said it's the value system. They explain why we put more value on it. That's why I shut up. Because I felt like
that's not the answer to the question and why.
Hold on for a minute. My thing was, I said it's our value system, what we value. Right?
Matter of fact, let him tell us why. So we don't got to keep you asked us 1,000 times. You tell us why so we can move on past it. You tell us why.
No.
Tell us why.
When I'm asking these questions. I'm asking these questions to help us suss the human psychology. Why?
No, you don't understand.
Okay,
you
help me. Okay,
you explain to us why.
All right. Now, what I'm saying is, okay.
Here you go.
What sport is playing right now? I don't know. I don't keep up with it. I don't keep up with him.
Okay.
What sport is playing right now? Is it basketball right now? They're in the finals.
Basketball, WNBA, there's a bunch of things going on. Pick one.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Now.
Track and field, nigga.
Okay, let's say track and no, because everybody don't
just
follow
pick one,
track
bro.
and field.
It don't matter.
Basketball. Who's playing right now?
Knicks.
And more people would know what team is in the playoff than what surgeon. What's the surgeon in the United States?
Right, because he ain't on NBC and got
because everybody
like, what are we talking about,
know
bro?
that they're gonna. Everyone knows that they're gonna have health issues at some point, right? So why we don't pay attention to doctors and medicine that's coming out and put that to the forefront? Why we not putting products and product endorsements behind it? Why we can't put endorsement products behind the surgeon?
I can't do it. In a first world country, traveling space, talking about why can't we? It's crazy.
Yeah, so you don't understand that. You don't really understand the answer. So that's why I understood the answer, because my first question was, I said, for me, it's the value, is what we place value on. And then the brothers went on to explain, well, hey, man, we put value on somebody throwing that motherfucker 100 miles. Excuse my language, throwing a football 100 miles and running faster than everybody else. It go back to ancient times. Athletes have always been that, right? So they answer my question. Then you say, what's the psychology, right? That was the answer for the psychology. That's a psychological answer, how humans going to spend money on weird things. That's in Russia. How about Russia? Russia ain't a capital.
The answer is because they've always been doing it.
That's
your answer?
No, my answer
they is always been doing it.
I'm in the middle of talking and you jump in. That's the problem for me. Don't dive in on me on my show when I'm talking. Don't do it.
Yeah, he didn't just say they were always doing it either. That ain't what he just said either.
Yeah, I ain't say that. What my point is,
that's what
in the psychology of that's existing.
Psychology. Give me the psych. You're just not willing to accept the answer. They actually giving great answers. You trying to beat. I don't know what you trying to do. You trying to do what? You just want to argue.
Said, help me. Maybe I'm not explaining myself clearly, because they say it always happened.
You hear what you're saying, bro? Nobody told you that it's always happened. We told you why it happened. Yeah. Why people want to see exceptional people.
It's a human thing.
Yeah. Let me go to the
amazing things.
Let me make this make more sense.
Ben Carson did amazing things. He did a surgery within a pregnant woman. That's amazing. Why we don't put no product behind him?
All right. So when
you in surgery, you get more money than most people do doing that job. See, you do. Yeah, you do.
When as humans become more and more civilized, we've made a transition from war to athletics. You can see this with the Greek and Roman Empire. The Olympic sprawling out, because it's now, instead of going to war with other countries, you compete with them. We then adopted that level of tribalism and put it into college athletics in America. Now, I skipped a lot of steps, so don't kill me on that. But what I'm saying is, it's the competitive nature of human beings. We like competition. And so if we get to a point in our lives when we no longer can compete, now we put our love and affliction and a whore and all these different things onto different teams as a way to still be competitive and still compete. And that's our way to kind of relinquish our tribal instincts, our warlike mentality. Like when you look at football, it's war. Basketball, they parade out on the court, they stand out face to face with each other like they finna go to war with each other.
Mid wars. Okay.
That's what athletics is, right? And so we like to adorn ourselves with that type of ceremonial treatment as our particular species, right? And so now this creates a liking, a group liking, and now you pick your teams, you pick your favorite player, and now these big companies attach themselves to it and sell products based on that. By the selling of products to consumers, which is us, of those things that are attached to it, now we create a bigger marketplace. So now that athlete may have made 80,000 and that teacher may have made 80,000, that athlete gets up because now he has more revenue generating power. Now he commands and demands.
So you already understand the marketing.
Yeah, I understand the market. Yeah. You came close to my answer to the question.
Hey, Prax,
the marketing is the biggest key.
Prax, I got you.
You understand the marketing, everything else is dead.
Hey, watch this, Prax. Do you realize if they show somebody getting murdered on a firing squad, do you know how many people would tune in to watch that? You included. You included. You put a teacher over there teaching geometry, nobody. Right? So my point is, I can tell you, it's the human psyche. To see two males stand in the middle of the field in ancient time and throw blows at each other, yo. It becomes a contest because you might kill that man. He might die. Humans are very, very, very humans in general. They for some reason, the blood is like we like to see it, yo. That why you think people run to a damn fight? It's danger. They like it's dangerous. So in sports, right, the very fact is you may see somebody break their neck or get hurt out there, you watching for that. A boxing match, you don't go there. You go there to see somebody get knocked out. That's why you spend that money in sport. Hold on. Listen, I'm trying to make a serious point here, yo. Baseball, you don't see somebody get the ball thrown at them 100 miles an hour. The fact that you could get killed by that baseball, it's intriguing to human beings, and it's across culture. That's why I said in Russia, entertainers still make more money. It's a deep-rooted thing with Homo sapiens sapiens. It got something to do with the mystery of death and the fact that we might see it happen. That's why we tune in a lot of times on a lot of that stuff. It's our psyche as human beings. That's all.
Hey,
and
getting close. One quick thing,
you're getting close.
Also, for the money though, you still got to be the best at it. We don't watch.
Okay. Oh yeah,
right. They want to see exception.
They want to see you can almost do it. They want to see you can do it the best.
People that can do it better than the rest of us. That's what we pay to see.
Absolutely, yep. Because anybody could just shoot somebody.
Now, why we want to see?
You still got it. You're still coming because you have some ulterior idea that you want to express. Just express the idea instead of
you said
that's what a preponderance of question, bro. What is your theme, bro? What is your solution?
We having a show. No, I'm trying to parse it out with you guys as well because I'm getting ideas by you talking because Mr. Kyle said something that sparked the understanding to me, and I think God Killer just expressed what I was thinking about the infatuation with death and murder.
Yeah.
Right. And my theory is
basketball players are going to die. That's not why we watch them. We don't watch
the competition.
Some pieces of it.
The competing part. I think Kyle said something about the competing part. We want to compete, but we want to compete. Now, why is it that we want to compete? I'm just trying to figure it out too. Why is the
forget about that. Okay, well, how about this? Singers make more money. Beyonce makes more money than your teacher. A pianist makes more money than your teacher. A violinist. It's not so for even the sports that are non-violent. Just you have other exceptions that make more money than teachers.
Like tennis.
Tennis. It's other things. So it's not just violence.
It's not just violence.
Bro. Human exceptionalism, bro. We want to see exceptional people, bro.
Yeah.
We want to hear exceptional voices sing.
Yeah, that's at
we want to see somebody that has the ability to hear something and play it. And like music is the first form. Music was the first form of communication. So, I mean,
it was beautiful.
Something that's beautiful within the human. So it's something that's deeply rooted within our psyche.
So it's the concept of we want to hear and see beauty, like with art.
You compete with beauty too, like you were saying, practice. Like that's why you have the Miss America, the Miss Universe contest. That's why you have, like, in the intellectual rounds, you have debates because we want to see who is the top of this field, and it just so happens a bigger price tag is attached to athletics because their ability to generate marketing.
But I think the bigger price tag comes from the amount of people that wants to see that or hear that.
Naturally.
We actually agree with that, brother. We actually agree with what you
We already said that.
But that's just the market. I was just talking about the psychology of why we want that. And he said about competition. He said about competition, and he said something about
exceptionalism, man. That's exceptionalism.
Something you can do something that I can't do, and I see you doing it on a regular basis versus somebody doing surgeries on babies in the womb, right? You don't see that every day. But I will watch that. I watch surgery stuff on YouTube.
Yeah, hold on, because of the blood. Watch this. You know how they argue about Jordan and LeBron. You know, LeBron holds a lot of records now, right? But the way he did it don't look as good as the way Jordan did it. So that's awesome. It seemed like the man was floating. Like
Yeah.
he defied logic watching him. You feel me? And does that make him a better basketball player than LeBron? I think LeBron is well-rounded basketball player.
I got static.
He's
I'll be
an
back.
anomaly. Like nobody can be that big moving that fast. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I mean? He's
Get him
different,
a
bro.
clear
Like
background.
yeah, we could have background. Yeah, he did. LeBron different, right? But Jordan just looked better. You don't like a person who's gonna make the right pass. You want a person that's not gonna right to make pass, but dunk it on you all the time, out of nowhere, float in the air. So it's who is more entertaining to watch? That's what I felt like the question should be, and I would say Jordan and Kobe. That's what I would say. But let's move forward, yo. So
Yeah, no, it's subjective. Subjective.
it's subjective, yo. So what do we think about? All right, Stephen. I talked about Stephen A. Smith a little bit. Right, he going through it with Jaylen Brown. What y'all think about that? Y'all want to talk about that? Or if y'all got something y'all want to talk about, don't let me do it. Don't leave me the one, because you know what I mean? Because
Yeah,
I think,
man. We'll let it get a spill on.
huh?
Like Cedric and I don't know if you on mute
Cedric,
or
where you
not.
at, Cedric? Cedric ain't.
They
What's
do.
up, Cedric? What's up?
That
What's
was
up
an,
with
an interesting conversation.
you?
Human nature, the discussion of human nature, and while I was listening, um, a couple of points came to mind. When you look at medical advancements, when we think about it, even as human beings, it's always something negative, right? Regardless of how great those advancement is, it always puts you to face your mortal. It's not something that as a human species we have to glorify. What we glorified from the beginning of time was the hero, right? The exceptional one, the one that could run the fastest, catch the biggest deer, right? And then the stories about these fascinating people are told. So it's within our nature, our ability to imagine, right? And artists and creative people, they feed that imaginary aspect of us versus people who are in academia. It is dry, it is boring. It is essential for our existence. Everybody refers to the science, but in terms of what gives us emotional movement, it's entertainment. It's larger than life. It is seeing grandeur. We always had the hero. We can talk about Hercules, but we cannot talk about any scholar of that time, right? It's just part of our existence as humans. Entertainment, the agony of defeat, the thrill of victory. It is something that it puts us at the edge of our imagination. It stimulates our creativity. So
Human
that's
exceptionalism, man. Yeah.
exactly. So that's why where we collectively as a species are going to focus our attention and resources, right, to be entertained.
Entertainment is big business.
Yeah, and it might take Darwin 20 years to put together that selection. We're gonna watch that.
Yeah,
Hey, can I add one more perspective too, real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's the other
The
thing
one
about
Darwin on the Beagle
even
Walk.
us saying this is human nature. Like we're generalizing, and I want to be a little more specific to even put that in perspective and context. At the end of the day, Michael Jackson's Thriller is the highest selling album of all times with 30 million sales. That's 7 billion people on Earth. The majority of the Earth, they gave a fuck about spending $10 on a Michael Jackson CD.
Mm,
Like we
mm,
still like the surgeon example that he keeps giving. There are people who will watch the surgeon. It just may not be 30 million.
mm.
Of course it won't be because he can't spin and moonwalk. Like I just try to make it as simple as possible. Now, if he did it while moonwalking and doing a spin, now you got something.
Well, you got a hell of a background.
Yeah, your background was good.
Hey, Montel, you got to go in and come back out. It sounds like you getting chased by a group of trucks.
I think he on the road because he
Oh,
drive.
yeah,
Drive.
but he just did it and it wasn't all that. He did it and it wasn't all that. All right, man.
Hey,
Respect.
since we talking about entertainment, like I don't know if y'all talked about this yet, but the NCAA is asking African Americans to boycott
Yeah.
schools. I think it's kind of a nice transition for the conversation. Like, what y'all views on should African Americans boycott the SEC conference and also the ACC? They're trying to keep you from funding universities, which are the big taxpayer source of donations for a lot of politicians. What y'all thoughts about that?
What? I
Yeah.
don't
I
understand.
like the concept. They trying to get college athletes now because it's something to voting rights, different things like that they've been passing. So they're trying to get college sports team or future incoming college athletes, to not commit to these SEC to these southern states that
Hey, I want to
support these
jump
type of
in on
voting
that, but
practices.
I'm gonna get stopped so you don't have the background noise. But I definitely want to jump on that when I get a chance.
Yeah, so they're asking, like these up and coming high schools that are going to college to not go to these SEC schools. I support that. I think it's a good idea in scope. Like I like the idea of it, but I don't know if I can fully get behind it. You know what I'm saying? I like it as leverage for another college
Anybody?
athlete
Y'all hear me? I'm about to slow down so y'all can get that background noise out. Can
yeah. I
y'all hear
don't
me
think
now?
Montoya can hear me. I don't think Montoya can hear me. Can you hear me, Montoya?
Is it still? I'm about to stop so I
Can you
can
hear
get the
me?
background noise
Yeah, he
out. Can y'all
can't
hear
hear
me?
me. Yeah, I can hear. He can't hear me.
Y'all
You
can
gotta
hear me?
talk to him. Somebody, Kyle, say something to him.
Hello. Okay, cool. Okay,
Ask him
cool.
if he can hear
So
me.
here
Ask him if he can hear me.
I'm not I actually hate that the
Wait,
NAACP.
Sosa was talking.
Yeah, hold
Oh,
on,
okay,
hold on.
I can't hear him. I can't hear him.
Okay, go in and
Okay.
come back out. Go in and come back out. You
Okay,
should be able to
gotcha.
hear everybody. All right.
Yeah, but I like the idea of it. Now I just don't understand. I think you're gonna, because you're hurting more people than probably participated in it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much it would work in
Mm-hmm.
terms of influence. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, but that's my take on it. I ain't got too deep into that though. But go ahead.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Shoot, man. It's back to entertainment again. If they pay me more money than the rest of the schools, y'all saying I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
Kicking
Money
out
talk,
dollars.
bullshit walk. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure, yo. I don't know.
Mhm.
I'm not. I'm saying this for my athlete show. For my athlete, this is only for my athletes, man. They can either use their voice as a political tool, or they can shut the hell up and get as much money as they can for their family. Yo, I'm not going to judge them either way. That's what I'm saying. Because it's entertainment, right? You can't expect the person that's entertaining, right, to all of a sudden, like, don't take the bag. That's crazy. That's they, they putting their body and life on the line. I'm not doing that. Yeah, I can't get it. I can't. You can't.
I think that the NCAA is being hypocritical in their ask. I think that they have missed they were past their time, and they're asking of the people that because the whole thing of NAACP was about integration. It was about freedom to do whatever you want to, and now that people have gotten into these avenues and made it profitable for them, they're saying, "Wait a minute, get out of there." And this is people's livelihoods. Like, do you know how many kids go to college on scholarship? So we're talking about tens of thousands
No,
of.
I think I'm missing something, Kyle. What is it that I'm missing? We asking the athletes to do what? To choose what schools they're going to?
We are asking all African, not we, because I ain't asking them shit. I want y'all to go with y'all bread. But the NAACP has asked and is pleading for all African American athletes to boycott and stop enrolling in SEC and
Yeah,
ACC.
like Alabama, Ole Miss, Clemson.
And
Because of
they're
what? Because of
and
what?
they're asking for fans to not view or attend their games. So it's a
For
double.
what reason?
Hold on, man. You can't
Political
just
reasons.
dive in.
I'm sorry.
The reason is because of the gerrymandering that's happening in political districts, how they're redistricting Louisiana and Georgia and stuff like that. And this is what they want to use as a tool. And for me, it's selfish as hell because you got old 50-year-old black women and men sitting around who got their fucking bread together, now trying to ruin the futures of black kids. And I think that's selfish as fuck and it's not fair. Because these people are into politics for a reason, and they better figure out a political way to figure this shit out. Go read and find you a loophole. Don't play with the people's future. Don't do that. I think that's
yeah, I agree.
Do you guys understand
No,
that?
man, you're not just jumping in like you're not. Montoya was next.
Asking a question.
No, you cannot ask a question in the middle of it.
Yes, sir.
Listen, let me tell you something about me, Proxy. I've been doing this for 20 years, yo.
I've been watching you.
And for the majority of that time, I have been out of control. I'm trying to get some control. And one thing I can't handle is just diving in. I feel like I want to just cuss you out. Dr. Meow is watching. She's definitely policing me. I can't cuss a bit no more. I can't. Don't get me. Pick up the Dr. Meow though, man. She doing big things. That's all I'm going to say. Go ahead, Montoya. Because in my mind, man, leave them people on their bread, NAACP. Stop it.
Now, I love what the brothers Kyle, how you say his name? Because I can't see on the phone.
Kyle.
Yeah, I want to. Yeah, I'm in 1,000% agreement with Kyle. At the end of the day, yeah, he's right. It was a gerrymander, but specifically, to be more specific, they undercut the Voters' Right Act by saying that you have to prove racial intent, and that pretty much guts the Voting Rights Act, which kind of is why we had, in a sense, black representation based on how they would draw the actual the voting districts. And so they were able, once that was taken out, they pretty much cut out in a lot of these southern states the ability for blacks to have blacks who they basically diluted our vote. And so to his point, I think it's absolutely wrong for the NAACP to ask these students to make a sacrifice, because here's what's different. I saw somebody make an argument for why these sacrifices are no different than the past, and they are, because what happened on the Petty's Bridge in Alabama, what happened, these different protests that we had in the past, those protests were directly about the actual issue that we had at the time with the country. This is a secondary issue trying to bring attention, and there's no end game to this. Like, for example, the last time the NAACP effectively used this tactic is when Mississippi and Georgia still had the rebel flag in their state flags. And so the NAACP asked student athletes to avoid those schools to bring the flag down. To bring the flag down is an end game. A few actual top students did it, and not too long thereafter, you had a public issue that had already had minority support, which was the very avid racists wanted to keep the rebel flag. This was an outdated idea by the time it was done, and the end game was to pull the flag down. That's the end game. Right now, to Kyle's point, there is no political end game to what happened with the Voters' Right Act. So we're just asking these students to make a sacrifice. In the past, they didn't make students who can't even vote actually make the sacrifice. We made the sacrifice back then. So now the NAACP is putting it on these kids who they just now getting old enough to vote. They ain't even voted, to put an act on.
They ain't even mature enough in the mind.
Yeah, that's not even a sacrifice that like Kyle said, the people that are asking this, what sacrifice do we make? And we haven't given an end game for what we want. Political action is to now end gerrymandering. I don't need any student to miss his. Here it is. It ain't just the scholarship no more. It's the NIL money. These students, top students, get rich now. They don't just get money for school, just money to go to school now. Like, that's why.
Yeah, that's why I say I like it as a leverage.
Yeah,
for them to make more money to go.
You don't make a leverage towards it.
No. What I'm saying is for the kids. For the kids themselves now to get more money.
Absolutely.
Pay me more if I come to your school because I'm black.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, I was thinking about going out to Indiana, man. All this thing that's going on with this gerrymandering on right now. I don't know. I'm trying to get some more money out of it. That way they can, hey, we'll give you $1 million more. All right, you know what? You got me.
I would like to add this. Montoya, this is a perfect time for y'all to like and subscribe. to his channel. This is one of his things. They talk the political thing and a whole that's what they do. Yeah, I'm like, we scientific literacy, they politically active, explaining all kind of stuff. It's called mental dialogue. From time to time, we'll double stream, right? Matter of fact, that damn show we did, you had 8,000 views. Top show. I say, how the hell you got 8,000? I say, man, if I was a hater, I'd be like, how, nigga? But anyway, right? So from time to time, he gonna come through and join us. Yeah, you know what I mean, we can all dialogue, man. I appreciate the dialogue, bro. It's there. So, like I said, for me, I'm not asking nobody to relinquish their bread, right? That's community changing, family changing money in college. And oh, by the way, they robbed black athletes for years, talking about we give you education. Ain't nowhere in the world, yo. It was they made billions of dollars off the backs of black athletes. I'll be damn right now if I asked them to do anything.
And make one more point. Black athletes is the reason why they got NIL. Ed O'Bannon, Fab Five, they actually put in the legislation to get the NIL. It was black athletes that created the opportunity for blacks to get paid off of NIL. So now we gonna shit on those efforts for an effort that doesn't have an end game. That's just silly.
Yeah, I like that. Say that again, because I know they took their championship away from them.
Right. But they continued to fight to get the NIL stuff actually pushed forward. That's all started with the Ed O'Bannon rule when he fought. The reason we even know the words NIL is because of Ed O'Bannon at UCLA. That was the first case, probably about 12 years ago, maybe longer ago. So they've been trying to get NIL ever since Ed O'Bannon sued the NCAA. That's what started it. And Fab Five, but specifically Jalen Rose, he put up money to continue the NIL fight till they finally won it.
Yeah, but it was glaring. It was glaring. Like, y'all make the TV deals, $1 billion TV deals. You won't even let me use my own likeness. You won't let me, like, that's right. And for you just to say, here's education. Nigga, the education only costs $60,000 a year, depending on what about the other $100 million? You know what I'm saying? So go ahead. I tell you what, give me my $5 million and go ahead and take that out. How about that? Yeah, that was a scam from the start, bro. They not professional. And the thing is glaring, and so we kind of transition a little bit. The thing that's glaring about that situation, yo, they never did it to tennis players. That is a majority white sport. They never did it to baseball players. You get contracts in high school baseball players, which is a majority white sport. Why was it that the majority white sports, and I ain't a black guy, you know what I'm saying, was always able to get that damn money, but the black center sports, man, you get your education. You got to stay in school. Hey, we give you an education. Why was that? Y'all want to add into that? I never understood that.
Well, you already said it. That wasn't specifically what it was. That's what Jalen, like if you go follow Jalen Rose's history of putting up the money to have this fight, that's all he ever said. Why? We know why it's only the black sports, the black money generating sports. We know why, because black athletes would be the beneficiaries. He always said that was the reason the entire time they was fighting this, and they finally gave in. What, maybe 3 years ago, 2 years ago? How long has NIL been around?
It's about 3 years now.
Yeah, and one more note. Like if you're a student right now, if you got the top wide receiver in the country, it's only 2 schools you want to go to if you have the top receiver in the country. Ohio State and LSU. All the top receivers can't go to OSU. You want to go to LSU because it feeds the next level. Like you're not gonna it's not right to ask a kid to make a sacrifice for a rule that got taken away that you cannot politically get back. You have to make another argument now. We now have to end gerrymandering. That's a whole nother argument that has nothing to do with these students.
Well, didn't they find that to be kind of illegal? The gerrymandering, they kind of.
So right now it's still allowed legally. That's what. So basically, what's happening right now, just to give clarity, gerrymandering has always been rendered legal. What the Voters' Right Act says if it's based on race, it is illegal. So it was a.
So that's like a provision. Is that a provision in the law?
Yeah, it was a provision. That provision now, which you never can prove, has to be based on intent. You can never prove intent. So gerrymandering, both sides use it effectively to cut out the other side. So the next level, if for black people, is to go after gerrymandering, and the Democrats have went after it sometimes, but at the end of the day, both parties do it to each other. We need to make that illegal. That's how we will get representation back. Because you're not gonna go back and create a new voters' right act in 2027. Like that's not that will never happen. So that's the next move. And so you don't go tell athletes to go affect something that doesn't affect them specifically. I get a
What's the
black
reason for the gerrymandering?
so gerrymandering is basically setting up your districts, right? So what you do,
Yeah.
let's say I'm a Republican and you're a Democrat, for example. So what happens is basically you're technically supposed to redistrict every 10 years based on the census. So based on the census, the district may look different. So you need to actually draw district lines. What you and I do in between the 10 years, we constantly compete to draw the lines if we know where our constituents are at. So if I have a position as a Republican, I would like to draw lines that doesn't give you enough Democrat votes to push me out. So the both parties compete like this everywhere. In a majority red state, you're going to see the gerrymandering favor the Republicans. In a majority blue state, you're going to see the gerrymandering favor the Democrats based on who's in charge, because they have these different provisions for when they can redraw the lines. So
it's not race.
Yeah. Just gerrymandering on its own should not be based on race. But we're talking about America. It had always been used based on race. So our civil rights leaders get put in a voting rights provision because it was being used by race and not simply by party. So they put that provision in, and since that time, the parties have had to. They still try to do what I'm saying, but they've had to dance around. And here's that dancing around. You could not rule out black representation with the provision in place, because you basically be like, okay, I can't just cut them out because of this provision. Now that this provision is wrong, you can say I am doing this strictly because of Democratic or Republican voters. But the reality, and we can't help that blacks vote at a 90% rate for the Democrats. But we know why they're really doing it. They don't want black representation because they vote Democratic. But you can do it versus party lines. You can't do it by race. What was happening prior to the 1965 Voting Right Act, they were doing it supposedly by the party, but it was always targeting race. So it just made it harder for it to get done. That's why if you would go look at a voting map, right? If we did this fairly, the voting right maps would all be in squares. You would just say, all right, 400,000 people here, 400,000 people here. The reason it looks like a squiggly line is because they would do as much as they could without appearing to break the Voting Rights Act. So they did it to the edge. Once you take out that provision, now they just draw however the fuck they want, and they just break up the black votes. Like for example, in Tennessee, they made one district that was a black represented district. Now it's cut up into 4. Now those black people probably will never be able to vote in a black person because they split them up into 4 different blocks.
Yes, don't have the voting power.
So that stops them from going to vote.
No, they get to go vote. It's 25% of when it used to be 100% one way. It's now 25% of y'all voting for who you want to. That the people they added to your district vote against you.
Based on a district. You know what I'm
saying? Yeah, they can vote against you now.
Yeah, so say it used to be 50,000 people voting in your district. Now they draw the vote, right? Now they're voting for that particular district, that particular person. Now when they draw the line, now you only got 10,000. That's how they draw the line. 10 fall over here, 10 fall over there, 10 fall over there. To minimize your effectiveness.
Okay, so
what's the reason for the line? I'm sorry.
Hold on for a minute. So the Voting Rights Act stopped them from doing what?
So it stopped. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, so please. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying like you said, race-based.
Well, that sounds like a thin, confusing line. It's almost like when they counted Africans as half a person. Remember that, Montoya? Remember we got into that prolific argument 20 years ago?
It was voting wise. They were counted
or something like that.
3/4
representation.
Voting wise.
That's the same type of thing, right? Is that kind of like in the same vein?
Basically, what it allows them to do what they were doing prior What we're doing now is what was happening. The Voting Rights Act got put in place, but the reality at that time, the country was basically just black and white people voting. We wasn't a diverse country, and so when the Civil Rights Act got put in place, they were saying they were doing it like that was legally allowed. We're doing it just based on party. The actual fact was they was doing it in the South specifically. They was doing it and drawing the lines to cut out the black vote. So what the argument to take it down was, well, in 2026, we have an integrated society right now. So you can no longer hold us to the standard back then when we know while the law said one thing, we saw them doing it, quote unquote, by party lines, but they were really targeting black people.
Hey,
So
Montana, let me give you a good example. So, like in the state of Louisiana, that's probably the best example I can think about. In Louisiana, 1/3 of the adult voting age population is African American.
Yep.
But due to new districting, excuse me, I can't say the word properly, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying.
But so now that 1/3 of the population does not have one single district that is majority black.
Yep, exactly.
And so in effect, the black people of Louisiana have no voting power in that state because they removed the lines and they recreated lines so that now the African American population are fit in the pocket where they no longer have a majority vote in a certain district or county or a province.
So they're mixing it all together then now.
No, they're not mixing it together. They diluted it. They separated them. Let's make it say it. The exact word that they did was diluted the vote. They diluted that. So that 1/3, he's right, because this is the case that started it all. The case of Louisiana is what started it all. That's where this Supreme Court case came from, the case out in Louisiana. Louisiana started it all. So they actually diluted that 33% that the brother's talking about. But to answer Ank's question, basically what we're doing now is what was done in the past. But it's harder to argue in 2026. We just simply say we're only doing it by party lines. And in an integrated society, we're not targeting black. It's bullshit, but that's how it was written. It was written because in an integrated society, you should not be able to target a race. So technically, the people that voted to take it down, their argument is correct. In reality, like everybody's saying on this broadcast, we know you're diluting the black vote, but they could just simply say that's not our intentions. We're just going after the Democrats in this situation, or vice versa in California. We're just going after the Republicans. That's gerrymandering by party has always been allowed. Just hitting them in 1965 was saying, yeah, you say you're doing it by party, but in the South, that's effectively just the black vote, and the Supreme Court agreed with them. That's how the Voting Rights Act got put in place.
Right, and basically, what's going to happen is that you're going to suffer the results first, and then have to prove something later.
Yes.
So you already be dealing with what happened, and then trying to go back and prove that it was that, which is hard to prove, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can't prove it right now because we're an integrated society. King and them could prove it because we were legally segregated up until, for the most part. So the segregation of 54 happens, but it still took the Civil Rights Act to put it in effect and to put busing in effect. So since they had not effectively been integrated at that time, they were able to say, well, they're targeting black people because they're different. So that's why they had sort of division got put in place. But even though we haven't moved a lot technically all the way in 2026, you can't still keep. That's all the Republicans that did this said was, we can't keep saying that this is race-based in 2026. The current Supreme Court, who sides one way, agree with that. Effectively, it's still going back to what it was in 1964. That's effectively what we're doing. So like now, that's what I'm saying. The next step has to be go after gerrymandering, because you're never going to be able to make the argument again in 2026 in an integrated society. You're only going after the black vote. You could never make that argument again. That the Voting Rights Act would never come back in place going forward. So now you can only go after gerrymandering in order to give black people representation again. If you don't go after gerrymandering, we effectively have diluted votes across the country, but specifically in the South, where 70% of black people still live in the South right now in this country.
Hey, Montana, let me give you a little bread here, a little game. So if you take a look when you get a chance to those areas of map that have been gerrymandered, and look where data centers are being placed. Those data centers are being placed strategically in those areas so that the data centers can now feed those districts resources. And one thing that's a huge propaganda that's floating around on the internet right now is that data centers are somehow being harmful. And so now black communities are deciding not to have these in their communities, and these white communities are thriving off these data centers. I got a stat pulled up, in Loudoun County in Virginia, they have a data center. Well, they have two data centers out there for what I know, and those data centers generate $900 million annually in taxes for those districts. Same thing with Prince William County. $167 million annually goes into those districts that have now been taken away from the black community that feed into them. I'm not gonna go there. Y'all gonna think I'm on a rabbit hole of conspiracy theory, but just look at
let me jump in on you. I know what you're talking about. Let me give you a few more details.
Wow.
So here are the details. So you're right about the actual money that's generated. Here's how it's going. Here's what's going to happen. Quote me today. I promise you in 10 years, this is what's going to happen. So from this standpoint, what you information right on those two data centers. Here's what's happening. What's happening is the data centers still will end up. Here's the reality. There's one in Memphis. The data centers are going to end up in the lower counties. Here's the reason why. Because of the environmental effect. And this is just the reality. Here's the reality of having money versus not having money. So what happens is the reason the more will end up in poor counties, to include black. Like I said, there's one in Memphis right now as we speak. So it ain't just in white. It's not just in white neighborhoods. What's happening is the majority of them will end up in our neighborhoods because the sale is always, it's a math. It's just a value game. So basically, we can generate this many jobs, and when you're poor, you're not going to have the money to fight. Have the money. Put the environmental hazard in our area. This is the same thing that happened with nuclear plants in the past. So what happens is it's not even get away from this conspiracy. The reality of it simply is they will be in
your phone broke up
because those neighborhoods.
Montana.
You will not see the majority of those data centers.
Kyle call you Montana.
They still would not end up in majority white neighborhoods. You will find a couple that you're talking about. Watch as they're built. They will be built in.
Hey, we can't hear you. Your phone is dying. Hey, Montana, your phone is dying.
That's what will happen economically, period.
Can't hear you dying. We can't hear you. We couldn't hear nothing you said, Tony Montana.
My bad. I think it's about Twitter. My bad.
Oh, hell no. All right, where we at? Man, that's an interesting conversation right there. I would like to let's switch over to and fine fashion. What do y'all think about the shrines? Right? Remember there was an interesting conversation on Southern TV. Jabari was saying this. Let me do this. All right. I bet you jump in on this, Cedric. We have left the scope of Strictly America. We really want to talk. We want to talk about this. Here we go. So now I'm gonna set it up for y'all. Easy Bands was like, well, yo, what about the religion you made up? Essentially, right? Jabari trying to count all that with you got a made up religion too, right? Back and forth. I'm sitting there listening. I come in with, man, boy, I'm laughing at both people, believers that's got made up religions, and y'all argue back and forth, right? Jabari claimed when he first came on, he explained he was reconstructing the Kemetic religion, right? And I'm gonna let you know that's a real technical thing to do. Jabari's not actually reconstructing anything. All right. He's not actually doing that. That's not what he's actually doing. All right. He's not part of that research like that, going back and forth. We changed gears already, Montour. Your phone died on you.
Oh, okay, for sure. It's all good.
You had some great points about the data centers, and you making a prediction, and don't be, Kyle has a propensity at times to go with the conspiracy just for an hour. He don't do it the whole 2 hours. He do for a part. We can get him off of it pretty quick. You just got him some stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
No, I respect his thought, though.
as long as you keep your tinfoil hat nearby, it's
No, he
healthy.
thinking. He thinking. I
Just don't want
love
to
it.
wear it. You just don't want to wear it all the time. But you want to look at it for now and again. Just keep your ground and just kind of look at it and make sure.
Yeah, you won't be able to see Black Algae 10-4 cat. You won't be able to see it somewhere in the house. I put mine in the closet. I put mine all in the closet. You won't be able to get to it, though.
I leave mine on the shelf just in case I need to grab it real quick.
I appreciate y'all interjection because I was thinking, is it me alone? Because I'm getting an Alex Jones vibe here.
Yeah. You know how Kyle do it. He'll dive in with something. All right, here we go. Here you go. Listen closely. This is when Easy Band's first asking the question. At no point did Jabari say when he first came on here that the quote unquote, he was a quote unquote, what's the word I used? A reconstructionist, meaning somebody's going to reconstruct the ancient language. Ancient religion. He never said, here go.
Who Sekou had a battle with, and he feels that he beat Sekou down to the ground. I speak of none other than my man, Easy Band. Easy Bands, what you got?
Peace, brother. How are you?
Grievances you got with Jabari.
Shalom, Easy Band.
Peace and blessings to the panel. Peace and blessings to you, sir. Jabari, a legend in the community, man. It's a pleasure to actually talk to you for the first time. It's an honor, actually. So, but you still got to get got, man. So,
let's see if you can do it, brother. Go ahead.
All right. So maybe just let's have like a little introduction. So, what's your priesthood, and what does it continue after? So, what are you continuing? What priesthood tradition are you continuing?
I'm a priest of Ma'at, right? I'm a priest of Ma'at. I was actually, I guess you could say, raised, even though I was an adult when I joined, but I was first in the shrine of Ptah. And I do my best every day to attempt to, in some ways, replicate some of the things that practitioners in the ancient world did. I gave you the 3 standards. I'm not going to go through.
All right. The key word. He said replicate. Do his best to replicate. Replicate something ain't reconstructing. It's 2 separate things. All right. When you replicate something like a comma replicator, you take the exact thing and you try to make a replicate of it. You replicate it, meaning it's there, it's intact, and you replicate it. All right. Reconstruction is you take bits and pieces from this and try to construct it together because it's dead. People reconstruct dead religions and dead languages because they're dead. That's not what Christians are doing. All right. They may be replicating, right? But they're not reconstructing. So I'm gonna keep playing it. You heard what he said. So don't get it twisted. Replicating and reconstruction is 2 separate things.
Yeah. I think
but definitely that's one of the things that that I intend to do. And I would truly hope that if someone miraculously was brought from ancient Kemet and was able to understand what I was doing, they would recognize what I was doing. It might not sound exactly the same. Obviously, we're talking in different languages and we're talking about something that's thousands of years later. But I would hope that they would recognize that there would be some semblance that they would be able to identify based on what I do in 2026.
I see. So it's just a reconstruction. Now, you don't have any.
He makes the mistake in saying it's just a reconstruction. Easy Band said that. All right? Easy Band said that. All right, let's keep moving.
Any like ties that you stand by or hold to in terms of your African heritage? So is it like anybody from any background, you could be born in Norway and just say, you know what, let me start practicing or reconstructing these practices and become a priest? Is that something like?
Well, let me be really clear that I don't think that the Kemetic tradition is strictly for people of African descent. I don't think that if you are not a person that we would consider of African descent, that you could not be part of the Kemetic tradition. I do think it would be difficult for someone that is not African to do that. But I don't think that it means that it is absolutely impossible for someone who is not of the African community to actually be in the Kemetic tradition. Now, having said that, my shrine is 100% Black. You know what I mean? So I'm speaking hypothetically in that sense. I believe that people of African descent who are awakening and looking for their traditions and looking for their presence in the world, sometimes even prior to enslavement, have become inspired by perhaps one of the most important, one of the most powerful, one of the most influential traditions on the continent of Africa. And
So y'all already know I disagree with that. Egypt is not the most influential, the most dynamic African society on the continent of Africa. Now, it may be that to other people in the world because it was colonialism that promoted Egyptomaniac in the first place. People living in Western Central Africa, they don't even know about Egypt. I'm gonna tell you that right now. A lot of them don't even know about that. That's not a coherent statement right there. That's his personal, subjective view about it. That's his African American view on that. That's what he feels about that, right? But talking about Africa and different African countries and nations, right? They all feel their history and religious practices are the most important. I just want to, kind of critique that. Here we go.
I'm going to say to you that Africans on the continent are also inspired by the things that occurred in ancient Kemet. And that's perhaps one of the ways.
Well, yeah, Cedric, you won't agree to that or disagree to that? I'm saying, yeah, once African Americans get to run their mouth about it, then all of a sudden it's the greatest place on earth. And then they try to connect themselves to it.
Yeah, I take it all the way back. I say, listen, he's not reconstructing, he's attempting to resurrect, right? He's trying to bring back to life a dead religion and a dead practice. There's no continuity. And so he's correct in stating he hopes that the Egyptians can see what he's doing because he's making it up.
Mm. Yeah, for the chat, my argument is that he's making it up.
I mean, I don't. I mean, all of it's made up, so that's why that doesn't really concern me.
Yeah, but
everybody made it up.
In reference to Christianity,
nothing is in its but nothing is in its original form. No religion.
Yeah, that's different. You about to make that mistake.
Yeah. So
nothing is in its original form. There's truly no Orthodox Christianity. We just call it Orthodox, but there's no Orthodox Christianity because there was many of it.
That's a different conversation.
Choose one. Yeah,
that's a different conversation, though, right?
What religion is? There's a continuity there.
Yeah, it's a continuity there, yo. It's different. You don't have no continuity in the Egyptian thing at all. Because they got to reconstruct it because it's dead. Christianity never did. Yeah. Maybe another 1,000 years it's not dead.
Yeah, so the way it's practiced, the structure, the text, the philosophy, all of it is continuity.
Yep.
Right? We have no idea how this quote unquote Egyptian Kemet, whatever it is he's doing, was actually practiced. If it was something practiced, how was it practiced? Did the people go to church? Was it something that they did in their homes? Did everyone need to know the 52 laws of my heart?
Yeah,
what is he reconstructing? There's no grounding in.
No, I agree. There's a field of reconstruction, though. Yo, there is a field.
He just takes what he knows. And he can fuse it with other shit that we have today. I mean, that's what people do. That's what we have. Those things. We have those already. Yeah, we have those fusions. Those fusions exist right now. In Spanish areas, African people that arrived in different areas, they took their systems and infused it with Catholicism and Christianity, and they do it in Africa right now.
Yeah, that's different. No, there's actually
make some shit up.
No. That's different than trying to reconstruct, like when you reconstruct a dead language.
Yeah. That's
right? You don't just take shit from here, boo, boo, boo. No, you take all the material from there and reconstruct it. That's something what you talking about is different. I promise you.
Yeah, it's different, and I'm saying that's why Jabari is not reconstructing. He's attempting to resurrect.
Hey, this he said it.
I mean, I just feel like if we know what was being said, I feel like we should just move on because he already. I'm not gonna hang him on a word because he's already said that he's adding to it, right? Because obviously you can't sacrifice the way you did back in ancient times. So there's things that has to be different. There's all face value. You got to change things.
Yeah, but you think you know that, but do the people following that know that? No, they don't. They actually think they practice in Egyptian religion, yo. Come on, man. I'm not gonna do that. Not a second.
What's good with it, yo?
What's up?
What's cracking? Hey, I would say for his religion, I would say Egypt do have religion does has a continuity, but it's not what Jabari doing. The continuity in the Egyptian religion is Coptic Christianity. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't practicing that, you ain't practicing no Egyptian, no modern day Egyptian religion. Period. If you ain't practicing Coptic Christianity.
I think you got the conversation wrong. You came in, no one's saying that at 4,000, 3,000, 2,000 BCE that them people didn't have a continuity. What we saying is it's a dead thing, and at the point where it's dead, the continuity completely stops, and now you have to reconstruct it. That's what we saying. We're not saying that they didn't have continuity within their culture and everything. We're not saying that. Just for the record.
Oh yeah, no, I'm saying I get what you're saying, but I'm saying whatever vestiges of their old religion, whatever that is through Coptic Christianity. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't like whatever he trying to reconstruct, he can't even do it because it's already something there. You know what I'm saying? So whatever certain traditions that they do, like real Egyptians, you know what I'm saying? They carry that on and they so whatever they modern.
Hold on. So we got to listen to you close here because now you're making a totally different point. You saying that he don't even need to do what he's doing because they got their Coptic Christianity. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Right. Yes. That's why he's trying to resurrect a dead thing because he can't reconstruct when the continuity is into the Coptic, right? He can't reconstruct it. So he's just resurrecting a dead aspect.
Right,
y'all think it's I don't understand. Like, so y'all think it's problematic?
No, within the confounds of the conversation. No, not at all. First of all, he's not reconstructing anything.
Because he said replicate, and then Easy Bands put him on reconstruction.
Yeah, put him on reconstruction.
I think he's using the reconstruction just for the form of the conversation.
No, he's gonna come back with it. He's gonna do some reading in the middle of the whole hour we had. He's gonna realize that he should be saying he reconstructing it. But walking back and forth to Kemet is not how you reconstruct anything. It's a real process there. It's like when you reconstruct the language. It's a real academic, scientific process that takes place when you reconstruct anything in the past. And that's definitely one of the hardest things to do. Just like trying to get cultural context with the language is one of the hardest things you can do. So reconstructing something is dead, right? Egyptian religion is dead. It was stopped. Temple shut down, the whole 9 yards, boom, out the game. It's dead, right? And so now you, in my mind, you can't reconstruct it through the eyes of an African American. That's not reconstructing. That would be what he said he was doing. You get it? It's got to be through the eyes of the people that actually did the damn thing. You got to find a material culture and reconstruct it based up. That's why it's so hard to do. That's the point I was making.
Yeah, that's why I said Coptic Christianity. That's why I said Coptic Christianity because whatever that was, the vestiges of that you can. That's the only way you can find that in modern day times.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how much. I have to look into it. I'm not too sure how much Coptic withheld from ancient Egypt religion. So I gotta ask and look into it.
It's the last vestige of the Egyptian. It's Coptic is actually Greek.
Coptic Christianity begins in what?
It got to be after Christ.
600 years after the last Egyptian, true Egyptian.
Yeah, but some. Yeah, I understand that, but some of the culture still like some certain practices still is in there. Some of the best.
I don't know. I gotta have to look up. I'm saying I don't know.
All right, let's keep it moving. All right, here we go. Here we go. So, but my initial statement, you're gonna see Jabari gonna make a statement. We have a little back and forth.
Is that many of us found ourselves looking to replicate what these amazing ancient Africans were doing. That does not mean, however, that I don't know if this is part of where you're going, but I'll say it quickly, and if it's not the direction, then it's fine. That does not mean that I am invalidating the fact that my family has recently been come from the West African section of the continent, right? I am also West African, right? I'm very clear about that. My name is Jabari Gamba Osaze. That's literally my legal name. That's that's not a name I just use online. That's my name, right? I changed it, as you probably know if you've been watching Sonetta for some time.
All right, hold on real quick. Let me shout out Immortal Dragon Review 4666. Thank you for the 15 donation. Appreciate that, brother. Harwin, this is not the smoke you had.
Away from the wiping. Let me move to the next timestamp. Now it gets interesting. All right, so we all heard what he said. Am I correct? Y'all heard it, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next part. That's important. All right. Okay. All right, let me find the exact timestamp. I'm gonna get that right. All right, that's at 34 minutes. Let me see. Here we go. All right.
Came back on. That's what I'm saying.
Well, you
How's that a debate? Go.
I went out just when I was about to respond. It was so interesting. My system went out just when I was about to respond. I want to be clear that he says he thinks I'm rolling the dice. Yeah. And I want to be. I mean, the Kemetic people wrote extensively about their tradition, and so we read extensively about what they did and about their tradition. I've spent, it's really approaching 40 years. I'm getting old, Sonetta. It's approaching 40 years that I've been trying to reconstruct the Kemetic tradition. And I'm not the only one. There are many of us that are reconstructing the Kemetic tradition and building communities around that reconstruction. And so I would assert that I am certainly not rolling the dice. And I would even say that if you're a Christian, you are in a weaker position. You're in a weaker position. Why? Because you have one text that you read. By the way, that text we know has been altered significantly in many places. We also know that text has sections of Kemetic texts that are within it, verbatim. Even though they speak ill of the Kemetic tradition, they stole text, right? And in addition to that, where is your oral transmission? Are you saying that you and Paul was your granddaddy's best friend?
Just want to show y'all how he just shifted the whole conversation. None of them statements he made actually fit the conversation. It's a way of switching the conversation. We got to listen to the dialogue. All right? That's important to understand that. Because everything he claimed that Christianity don't have, they actually got it. They actually got it. Why do they have it? Because Christianity ain't dead. And just because they got it don't make none of it true at all. They got the history of Christianity. We know what the history is. You can go to theology school, right? That statement wouldn't stand up. But the reason he said that, right, is to switch the conversation away from this thing they be doing where different individual groups claim to have the Egyptian religion, right? When they actually don't, because pieces of it has been reconstructed professionally. It has, right? But that continuity, all that, none of that is there. It's guesswork. You guessing. That's why they have such leeway, right? So to really understand Egyptian custom and traditions, you should study indigenous African traditions. And at some point, you would look at Western Asian tradition. But the foundation will be the way they do their sacrifices, the way they there's a reason for why they have masses on them, right? African masses hold certain spirits. Okay, you would understand this. You know what I'm saying? Through understanding indigenous African religion. Now, the reason I'm focusing on this, because I feel like That's a damn good question that Easy Band came at him with. What the hell is the shrines? What is it? Is it really an indigenous African practices? Are you just bits and piecing it together? What are you doing? And I think that was a challenge for Jabari. That's why he kind of switched it up. Let me keep it going. You might want to
who was his mentor? Who was his teacher? Who he had to go look up to through that religion?
Samaj. He using Samaj in them. Yeah, he using Samaj in them. He said he belonged to the shrine of Batal first. All right, here we go. And that's the same legs. Okay, so Kayel, Hebrew Israelite community, right? He was in it. They got a better argument than the shrines do. It's the wildest thing ever, right? Because they got the stuff right there, and they gonna make it up like everybody do, but they got the stuff right there. The Egyptian thing is hard, because the stuff is not right there. And the religion shift. You said it earlier, Sosa. The religion itself transforms over time. They got 4,000 years of tradition. They don't got 4,000 years of continually worshiping the same thing. The afterlife in the old kingdom is certainly different than the afterlife in the new and middle kingdom. Different ideas around it. Different deities are introduced. Matter of fact, this 4,000. You want to say something, Sosa?
No, I'm saying, but that just shows that since ancient times, it's fluid, it's not fixed. So,
correct.
You just make some more shit up because it's fluid like that. Take a god out, put a god in. Raiders weren't from the bottom to the top.
You got a good point.
Egypt would take a guy from somewhere else and Egyptianize it.
Foreign deity. Yeah, you're right. But that's not. But Jabari's never going to agree to that. He's never going to agree to that because that's not how Christianity worked, though. See, that's not how Judaism. You don't elevate Yahweh and then take him down. Oh, you're not important no more. We seen how not can do it. We seen even within the state-sponsored religion, you got the religions of the people that live within the Kim and live on the outskirts of the Kim. They have different deities. That's why people didn't want to move, because they wanted to be able to continue to make the sacrifices and they wanted to be able to honor their ancestors. So it's a very, very complicated thing. And for me, when you take it out, how complicated it was, watch this, and try to simplify it as in Judaism and Christianity. See, that's what makes Judaism, Christianity, Islam so successful, because they're actually the first religions of the book. I'm going to say it again. The thing that make these religions so successful, because they're simplified, right? And they're religions of the book. You can actually follow it. Boom, 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 boom. That's not actually how ancient religion and ancient history was actually told. Remember, in Egypt, the history starts with the pharaoh, not with the origin of the people. They don't have a book that has been made to flow from the beginning to the end. In the beginning, such and such, such and such. That's not how it was. Right? So, in trying to reconstructing it, I don't even think if you really put it together, African Americans could even understand how to even practice it. It'd be so complicated. It don't look nothing like it would look. To your point, Catalini, that daggone African thing, very complex, different deities, elevated. What time period you talking about? What is way too much. So yeah, you were right. So you would just have to make it up. All right, let me finish.
I mean, you're reading just like we're reading. Are you saying that your tradition goes through? I'm assuming you're not a Roman Catholic. Are you saying that your lane of transmission goes through Constantine and the Catholic tradition? Because if you really want to go on an oral transmission, you're going to have to own up to a lot of things that the Christian church did in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th century. You're going to have to deal with all those things. You're saying that is you if you're saying that you are following some sort of oral tradition. So I think that you should recognize that you are throwing stones and you have a body made of glass. You're in a very dangerous position there, brother. By the way, Christians don't even read the text that they're told not to read. How many of the texts have you read that are the texts that your tradition says you shouldn't read? Have you read the Keber Nagas?
I'm not sure what the hell I got to do with being a Christian. The Christian do not got to read the Keber Nagas, something made up by the Ethiopian church.
Yeah.
He's throwing them off.
No, I think he said books that you shouldn't read. It's not that you should read. He said you shouldn't read. Only books that you read that you shouldn't read.
Yeah, like you wouldn't read a Christian. Christians aren't required to read that. They're only required to read. Yeah, it's a crazy.
He's asking, have you read it? So he's asking, like, so have you read that you're reading books? I think he's trying to say that if Easy Man is a Christian, right?
Yeah.
He's saying, Easy Man, if you're saying that you're a Christian and that this is you, then you're tying yourself to that oral tradition. And you're saying that you are also those people.
Yeah, he ain't saying that. No, he ain't saying
like that's why he's saying like you got a body made of glass. If that's your position.
Oh yeah, but no Christian thinks that. No Christian actually thinks they're Hebrew.
That the Hebrew Israelites.
No, I'm saying Christians. Christians don't think the Hebrews. They don't think
the people of the book.
They don't actually think they the people in that motherfucker. They think
some do. Some do.
You think they think they're Hebrews? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Think they're the people of the book.
Shit, I think the Hebrew Israelites do that. They do.
Some Israelites are Christians.
Yeah, some people do it. But at the end of the day, like Christianity got. I would say at the end of the day, Christianity got a track record and paperwork way more so whatever Jabari trying to lean up on.
All right, let's move to the next time stamp. All right. Okay, I'm gonna move right here real quick. Then we move on, man. Y'all figure out what y'all want to talk about. Talk about anything you want to talk about. Anything your damn heart's desire. Open conversation when they can flow. All right, let me come right here. Okay. Let me go back.
Ownership of them. And I want you to understand that Christians don't do that. That much of what they do is not what happened in the ancient text. When I asked that Hebrew Israelite how many burnt offerings he made and for why, and he said none, that is what, and he said Jesus was his burnt offering. What? What?
That was Omar. Omar said that.
I could ask the same thing of Easy Bands, because both of those things are in the Bible that they read, and there's nothing in the text that say that they don't have to do that. The life and death of.
I don't think sane Christians or Jews think that they can run down the middle of the street and kill a person or smite their eyes out because the Bible said it. I think that's an insane thing. I think I don't think that's a good faith. I don't think it's a good faith argument right there. That don't even make no sense. Nobody actually thinks you can do. Yeah, I don't think me thinking that.
First of all, that's an equivocation policy. He's trying to equate what he is doing to what Easy Band is doing as a Christian, and that's a false equivocation. Again, there's a cultural continuity, and within the text itself, it does not say that you need to shoot these people. It says this message is going to all the people all over the place. So you could remain within your own identity, but still adopt this tradition. That is one of the powers of Christianity. It doesn't force you to give up your identity, right? It isn't like Islam. It will transfer to your language. You don't have to learn any specific language to be a Christian. Christian adopts to your culture, right? Because in its construct, it is meant to reach you where you are. Versus what Jabari is doing. In his own declaration, he is also West African. So what are you claiming? That you are somehow connected to these ancient people? When in their own culture, the people that are there are the continuity that exists. To Guller's point, right? Whatever traces of that ancient culture exist, it's within the Coptic context. Right? Whatever traces of that ancient culture would exist, it would be within the culture of the Coptic context. So that is a false equivocation, and then he's now taking everyone down down the rabbit hole with this whole analogy that he's doing. This is an attempt to move completely away from the original point. Jabari, what is a shrine? What is the objective? What is it? Is there a god? Is there a supernatural deity? What it is that this shrine represents? He's still not answering that.
Yeah, like I said, I'm trying to catch up. I missed pieces of it, so I'm just following along as best I could. I don't really understand all of what's happening.
Yeah, so they was Easy Band was asking the fundamental question of, what is the shrine, right? And
what was his answer?
I played it. The first clip I played it.
Right? So he never answered what was the shrine?
Yeah, he did the Jabari thing. He switched it to, what about your statement? You don't have no memory. That's how he did that. He never really, he couldn't. He should just say, man, look, we making that shit up.
I've heard him say it. That's what I'm saying. I've heard him say, and look, we're gonna use what we can. Our stuff we're gonna make up.
Yeah. He should have said it there. All right, here we go.
Jesus doesn't say that now you must not do burnt offerings. It's part of your laws. By the way, the same book that talks about the importance of burnt offerings is where the Old Commandments is, what they heard from some curiously. That's what they disagree with. What?
I just think he was simply saying that it's easier and you can follow it. I just think
to argue this, and they do. Costumed Christians on the corner who are yelling at black women, calling them bad names. That's what they're doing. I know more about this than they do.
So you disagree, Jabari?
I'm prepared to argue this.
You disagree, Jabari?
Disagree with what?
I just think he was simply saying that it's easier and you can follow it simpler being a Christian. The textbooks is there, it's all there. Let me finish my point. It's all there. I don't think he was saying it was a one for one. He's just saying it's constructed. And then me and you both know it's constructed foolery, right? Canonized by the Catholic Church. We don't understand that. But he's simply saying, with all that said, what you're doing is cut and pasting bits and pieces from 4,000 time periods, 2000. That's all he was really saying. He wasn't saying nothing else more than that.
But listen, what I'm saying to you, Ankh,
is he wrong though?
Yes, he is, because exactly what he is accusing us of is what he does every.
Yeah, see, I don't agree. See, that's not true right there.
That is the equivocation fallacy right there.
Not true. Yeah, that's not true right
down there. On the fallacy, so I'm right. He's trying to equate the two people, and you can't do it.
Yeah, that's not true. Yeah, that's not the same thing. There's two different things.
Yeah,
it's not. Hold on, let me finish this.
Every day. That's what he does every day. I'm already owning to the fact that there is no direct line from an ancient Kemetic priest to me.
To your credit, you came back, but this was like an hour later, Jabari. You came back an hour later and said that. You said that an hour later.
Brother, come on, stop.
You would have shut him down if you said it first. You ain't said it first.
No. That's not
kind of in the moment. Down if you came back. To your credit.
From an ancient Kemetic priest to me. That's what he does every day. I'm already owning to the fact that there is no direct line from an ancient Kemetic priest to me.
To your credit, you came back, but this was like an hour later, Jabari. You came back an hour later and said that. You said that an hour later.
Brother, come on, stop.
You would have shut him down if you said it first. You ain't said it first.
No. That's not
kind of in the moment.
Let's be really clear that I said that when he first asked me the question. I didn't use the same words. But I said, listen, Ankh. I said I'm a reconstructionist. That means I'm reconstructing something.
I didn't hear you say that at first.
I said that maybe you weren't on when he first
said
that.
All right, I already proved that he didn't say that at first. He did not. He did not say. Easy Band said that.
Easy Band said reconstruct, and he said he is trying to.
He said replicate.
Right. That's two separate things.
That's synonym. So that's synonym.
Is it? No.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I ain't argue that.
You can't kill him with that one.
I'm gonna kill him with that. What's going on? Say True Killer, man. What's good with you, Keller? How you doing, brother? Welcome
Hey,
to the
peace,
show.
peace, peace, and blessing. I'm just taking a walk in the park,
Okay. All
and
right.
I heard you
Dang,
guys. I'm like,
life
hey, I
must
need
be
to
good.
join, and
Yeah,
then
Going
make
for a walk
one
in
or
the
two
park.
comments.
all right, make your comments. Go ahead. In the middle of your
Yeah,
walk.
I was just listening to Cedric, not the. I don't know the topic of discussion, but
Right, right.
Cedric is saying that Christianity. If I'm correct, if I'm wrong, he should correct me. That Christianity does not change your fundamental indigenous culture or your language. It doesn't change that like Islam. Is that what he said? I wanted to
Cedric,
get
is
that
that what
correct.
you said?
That what you
Cedric?
said, Cedric?
Yeah, and the ease of Christianity that it adapts to your culture. They translate the Bible in your language. They try as much to synthesize with your culture. Um, if your culture embraces a particular type of music and rhythm, oh, you can add that to it. So Christianity's ability to fulfill that malleability within the culture that it
Get him,
affects.
Sekou. You're wrong on that one, buddy. Get him, Sekou.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out the way.
Okay,
Everybody get out the way. Got
okay,
six more seconds.
okay.
Let the hear it out. What the?
I think that's very ridiculous to say because this is not our experience in Africa. I will refer you to the book, Christianity, Islam, uh, and I think in the Black Race by Edward Blyden. Edward Blyden. I don't know if you know of Edward Blyden, one of the great intellectuals of Liberia that wrote a book in the 19th century on this topic. And basis on his field work, he went to African towns and villages and observed. And he said those who become Christian fundamentally lose their culture. He's the opposite of what you're saying. Because to be a Christian, first of all, if it comes through the colonial system, it means then you have to adopt a European way of life. Your marriage, if you go to Africa right now, the only people who still marry traditionally are African are either Muslim or traditionally. Christians fundamentally marry like Europeans. They wear the white gowns, just like the Victorian age. It's the Christian who always do things exactly like those who brought the religion to them. So your assertion is very wrong. Even the language of the Bible, the names of the people, all the people in Africa bearing John and Joseph and all of that. Are you saying that when you change your name, when you change even the words that describe your belief system, is that not changing of your language? So I think it does the same thing as Islam does. There's absolutely no difference. Find me a Christian community in Africa who haven't changed fundamentally both their way of marriage, the naming of themselves, and the vocabulary they use to describe the divine.
My question is simple. How does Christianity accomplish this feat?
Through colonialism. It comes through the European colonialism. So you inherit European culture. So the book that is given to you, it names all the divine in English words. So if it is French, you got to fundamentally transform into French people. If it comes to you through Spanish, you have to transform into Spanish people, like the Latin America. You got to become Spanish people if it came from Spanish. You got to be French people if it become from France. You got to be English if it came from England. Find me a Christian community that did not transform based on the colonial empire that brought the religion.
Thank you for making my case. I thank you.
I was gonna let you slide on this one too, Cedric, but I'm 1,000% with Sekou on this one. Another thing that you didn't mention, Sekou, it actually makes you reform your cosmology. Your entire worldview has to be shifted and changed.
Right.
This is why, like, previously, you practice voodoo, Ifa, Voodoo, all those like West African traditions. There's a constant debate, right? Not even a debate, it's a constant restructuring of their own cosmology, excuse me, that's going on right now in academia because people are trying.
You can't jump in the middle of that.
Oh, my bad.
No, he was building. He was building.
We don't want to see no damn building. We want to see.
Oh, you know, see gladiator.
Yeah.
Gladiator.
You're mentioning,
Yeah, you don't see the Roman gladiator.
The versatility of
Christianity, Islam, and the Negro race. Okay, that's the title of the book. Christianity, Islam, and the Negro race by Edward Blyden.
You're expressing the versatility of the religion, which I said, it transforms, it adopts different languages, it mingles within you. So it usurps, yes, but it does it by affiliation. It doesn't come by it assimilates, it uses colonialism.
It
Right?
does not. It does not assimilate with the indigenous culture. It does not. It actually superimposes.
So have you ever been to a Santeria, a person in the Caribbean, or typical Obia man?
The
Oh yeah.
Santeria, no, I have not. That's a
Okay,
different.
all right. I rest my case. I
Oh
rest
yeah.
my case.
It's centralized. Even like voodoo in America is centralized.
No, it is. No,
It's
what he's
Christian.
trying to. That's
It is
what he's trying to
Christian.
say. No,
No, I'm not trying to say anything. I'm
syncretism
doubling
is
down
different.
on
There is
what I said.
syncretism even in Islam.
So now you're moving the goalposts on the
No,
argument
no,
I
no. You
just
said
made.
it
So
doesn't
I
change your
said, yes,
language.
it comes
Cedric, be
in,
honest
it,
for once. Be
it
honest.
affiliates. You have a Bible in Haitian, you have a Bible in Spanish, you have a Bible in Dutch, you have a Bible in French, you have a Bible in Patois. The Bible
All holy books in the world are translated.
adopts itself to your culture as
What are
means
you
of
saying, Cedric?
I'm repeating what I said.
But all the holy books in the world are translated to every language.
Exactly. That's the instrument it used to infiltrate.
But you said adopt. The word you are using, adopt, that's the falsehood.
You're doubling down on exactly explaining the mechanism, what makes Christianity so successful. You're doubling down and explaining what makes it so
What am I
successful.
doubling down on? I want you to
Good.
explain. Okay, let's take it one by one.
No,
Yeah,
go ahead.
That's be a good debate right there. Y'all need to set that debate up.
Go ahead, debunk me
that's a
again,
good one.
and you're explaining the mechanism, what makes Christianity so successful.
No, you use it in comparison to Islam. I was very clear. You said Christianity adopts better than Islam. You said then, and then now I'm telling you,
the East, for example, you don't have to learn. You don't have to learn Latin, right, to become a Christian. It's not a prerequisite. They're gonna give you a Bible in your language. Hey, here you go, to your convenience, brother.
Okay,
this is what I'm saying.
No, that's hold on.
Let him make his point.
You jumped up here. Let me finish my point.
Okay, finish your point.
So that was the only point I was trying to make. The ease, right, with Christianity infects other cultures because it tends to adapt to your environment easier than, for example, Islam. That's my point.
I disagree with that because even your premise of using Latin. Let me explain. Your premise of using Latin is even wrong because that presumes that the original language of the people who brought the Bible were Latin. That's what you're trying to tell us. Latin is a borrowed language that was used in Europe to propagate the religion. That's not the original of how the religion came from the Middle East. So this is a European adoption that used the Latin in the Catholic Church. And when you are in the Catholic Church, until today, the Mass is read in Latin everywhere in the world, including Africa. If you don't, all the masses in the Catholic churches. Wait. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. The fundamental teachings of reading Mass and all the rituals in the Catholic Church remain in Latin until this day. It does not adopt as you try to claim. What it does is superimpose on your culture. It tried to reform your culture to be able to fit into it. That's different from syncretism, which we are describing, which in Islam, you have syncretism in Africa, like in Senegal. You have some religious sects that preach Islam and African tradition and created what you call the Murid system, which is one of the biggest religious sects in Senegal. The adoption happened. If you go even in Nigeria and other places, you find the syncretism that happened between Islam and the traditional religion. A lot of them, study about them. So it's the same thing you had in the Caribbean. There was syncretism that happened. The people didn't want to give up their tradition. So what they did, it was to pick some aspect of Christianity and then mix it with their tradition. That happened with Islam and all other religion. But what we are saying fundamentally, it superimpose itself on your culture and destroy the fundamental of your culture. That is the reality.
Go ahead, Cedric.
That'd be a good debate. I should debate that.
That's a good conversation right there. That might be a debate.
So you don't need to move the goalpost on what I'm saying by doubling down and expressing how Christianity moves. First, it came out of the Middle East, it adopted what? Latin. Boom. And it continues to move. No, and your point, I was born Catholic, bro. Right? St. Martin is 90% Catholic. The church is in English, full English. And to show you the fact that it adopts itself, there's a Spanish service and a predominantly Haitian service. So the Catholic Church here operates in 3 different languages. That's what I'm trying. That's the point. Only point I made. I didn't make any extra point. Now you continue to move the goalposts while illustrating the point I initially made, that Christianity adopts itself. It infiltrates by making it easy, accessible.
It doesn't. And again, I did not move any goalpost. I'm saying that the comparison that you made with Islam is wrong, because I can show you, excuse me, sir. I can show you.
Juxtapose it with Islam. I think that's what he's telling
you. Juxtapose it with Islam, and I'm telling you, that juxtaposition was wrong, because Islam does the same. Let's take Iran and Turkey. They are Muslim country, but they never change their language. They remain. Iran continue to speak Parsi. Turkey continue to speak Turkish. The same thing in Senegal. They continue to speak Wolof. Nobody speaks Arabic in Senegal. They all speak Wolof, probably the French. They are 90% Muslim. So I'm telling you, if you are saying on the issue of the language, that's false with Christian, to juxtapose it with Islam. Then I'm telling you,
do they practice the religion in?
Sorry?
What language do they practice the religion in?
When you say practice the religion, what do you mean exactly?
Exactly what I said. What language is it?
No. The religion is practiced in terms of fasting, ritual, prayer. So what do you mean?
What language is the religion practiced in?
What do you mean by that? Can you break that down?
What do they read? What do they read?
Just make it plain.
Recite in the mosque.
Okay.
What language is used?
Okay, for Islam, the ritual prayer, which is called Salat, is done in Arabic. Just like the Latin is read in Mass, it's used Latin to read your Mass. The ritual, wait, let me finish, bro. You ask a question and you don't want to listen. Let me finish. The Kutubah, I think you don't know much about Islam. The Kutubah is read in the language of the people. Kutubah is when you go to the Friday mosque and the imam wants to give a sermon to preach on morality or doctrine. He uses the language of the people. It's called Kutubah. Google it. But when you are doing Salat, which is the language, the ritual prayer, they said for uniformity, they pray in Arabic language. That's the only time Arabic is necessary. It's the ritual prayer. Any other thing, you do it in your local language.
What is the Quran written in?
Bro, what's the Quran written in? The Quran is written in Arabic.
So what language is the Bible written in?
The Bible is written in Greek, and some in Hebrew translation. You have Greek, Hebrew. Those 2 languages, I think the original text comes from there.
What else language is the Bible written in?
The Bible is translated in many languages, like the Quran.
Okay. The Quran is used is translated into
all the languages of the world.
Okay.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah. All the languages of the world, you can find the Quran in it.
He said.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Because you be on the would you consider that the religions are the part of the human evolution?
Let's take this super chat real quick. Quick. Since you jumped the line, I ain't never think you jumped the line. You tried it though. You was hey Cedric, you don't even really want to talk to Cedric. You just want to jump in.
Flower. No, I do want to talk to Cedric. Yes.
Oh, random bad man, appreciate it, man. He say keep bringing the heat, God killer, man. Appreciate that donation, man. I appreciate them super chats. So that means something at the end of the month, yo. I'm telling y'all, bro. Appreciate that. All right, that's love right there. All right, so hold on, we want to stick right to here. I want everybody's opinion on that conversation. And I would say that y'all somewhere, this is a great conversation, but it's going to be somewhere like, because I'm going to tell you this. Here's the question. Why was Christianity, if the indigenous tradition was so serious and so thorough, right? Why was Christianity able to come in to a foreign place and go through that and spread like wildfire? Right? We talk about how much they hate Christianity, but it spread, it ran indigenous religion out of there like it wasn't nothing. I'll tell you why. Because it seemed to be geared to the poor people and it was easy to follow with no damn money. The ancient tradition, you got to buy the sacrifices that cost money. You got to pay the priest to do all that. Where in Christianity, all you got to say is, I believe in Christ. No money required. Changing. So y'all, I hear y'all conversation, but I'm telling you why I was able to spread like breakneck speed because it kind of supported.
I disagree.
What did Queen Nzinga do to help spread Catholicism to her people?
Diving in.
What did she do?
Anka, I need to respond to that.
No, hold on. Hey, say cool. That's not a point towards your point or Cedric's point.
No, it's different. That's a different topic from what Cedric and I discussed.
Yeah, that's a different point.
I just want to disagree about why Christianity spread. You said the reason you gave is what I want to attack.
It was easier.
Multi-layered. It's multi-layered.
You're probably multi-layered, don't say.
Let me deal with the point if you allow me.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said it's probably because of they have to pay something and then do the ritual. And Christianity was easy.
It was geared to poor people.
You will have to prove that in African tradition, whether it be voodoo, whether it be Ifa, or it be Kwomo, any of the tradition, to show that their rituals were expensive and they have to pay stuff. You have to prove that. But what I want to tell you is that you would need to know the history of religion. The religion that we practice in Africa were mostly not organized religion like you have Christianity, Islam. They were a spiritual system that were basically seen as their tradition and culture. They did not really have an organized system of religion like the way you have Christianity, Islam. And the political power, that this religion came with, superior weapons. Because remember, there is no missionary who enter an area to preach if he doesn't work with the colonialists. They usually work with the colonialists. The colonialists conquer a place, and then they are usually brought in, and they use the power of the colonialists. It is what they use to be able to propagate their religion. Where there was no colonialists, we find little success in their preaching. And until today, the indigenous religion endure. The only reason why it went out of style in a way, the political leaders, those who were in position of power, converted. And once they converted, people have no power to finance their institutions anymore. Like Mansa Musa converted. How do you expect the traditionalists to finance their spiritual system when Mansa Musa took all the money to Mecca? How do you finance the indigenous institution when the man on the top, he took all the money to Saudi Arabia? So you have to look at the economics that happened. There were leaders converted for political reason because Islam and Christianity were ruling the world. And when you want to, if you want your politics to be secure, you needed to align with like democracy today. If you want America to protect you, you need to join democracy class. If you want Russia to protect you or the USSR, you have to join communism. This is the way the world was working. Christianity and Islam were in competition.
Trade, commerce,
politics. So it wasn't because the indigenous religion was wrong or weak. It was that era, and they were not prepared, equipped militarily to confront that time and period. That's why they lost.
Yeah, I didn't say it was weak. I said, I think you kind of helped my case on some points. It was unorganized, right? And it did cost money for sacrifice. That wasn't free. You got to pay somebody to do that. They ain't just doing that. So how did the priest get money? How did he eat?
Money was not a thing in most African culture at the time. Even money was the barter concept. You have to prove that because everybody got an altar in their house. In the most West African spirituality, you got an altar behind your house. How do you then pay money for a priest? Most people have altar behind their house.
Yeah, we say Egypt. You switch time first real quick. We say Egypt.
Kemet was a different ball game.
Yeah,
they moved toward almost organizing.
Yeah, I said, why did Christianity spread through? I just added to it. Yeah, I wasn't even jump in the middle of y'all conversation.
Because most West Africans have altar behind their house. They don't priest. You only go to consult for fortune telling and all of that. But for prayer, you do it behind your house and your ancestors.
I agree to that. So where you at, Sosa? Got something to add to that? I'm looking for a source.
No. I think it's well explained. It's pretty sharp. Like I said, I think it's multi-layered. Multifaceted. I don't think it should be simplified. So there's different variations of it, different forms, political, trade, economy. We got plenty of examples of that. King Azana. You can look at Queen Nzinga. You know what I mean? So I think those points are valid.
So whether the culture, is it definitely a cultural shift to monotheism? That's
religion is culture.
Religion is culture. I would like to add that religion is culture. Being asphyxiated. And that's why it's always confusing though, so with people just coming from the African perspective, they'll get sucked into European style religion, right? Like the new style, and say, yeah, we had one God too. Well, you just got sucked in. You just lost.
Religion includes culture, but it's not entirely culture.
It proves Cedric's point if you said it. If you holler out your mouth, yeah, we had one God too, that means you just lost. Don't say it. Don't say it. Can't say that. Because that means you are influenced now because they had a different way of doing it. Just like science. You can't say we the greatest all, and we had science. You just got sucked in.
Yeah, because I mean, religion gonna shape your taboos.
I have put a Bible back there for y'all to look at when you get an opportunity to. But
what you got?
It's reminiscent. It's the Ifa Bible or the Yoruba Bible. It's not necessarily the Odus or anything like that will be in a formalized text. But it's showing the direct effects of Christianity onto their religion. It shows how they try to replicate the indigenous the creation story from the Bible, and it goes like line for line. The only difference in that creation story is it puts Olodumare in the place of Yahweh. You know, like these are things that we're talking about as if these things didn't directly influence African tradition. Another thing that it does is it creates this overtaking of the previous culture. So like we can look at just like even the creation story, like Adam and Eve and Shem, Ham, and Japheth, that has been institutionalized into the people of West Africa. So now these people believe they come from one of those three progenitors, and they're placed themselves into that place in history when it actually doesn't even involve them in it. And you know what I'm saying? This is where the Hutus and the Tutsis got the war with, and the great genocide in South Africa. All this is because of the Bible. And for us to say that it didn't have an influence, I don't understand where it would come from. See, I heard you say it. I let it go because of the conversation that we was having.
It wasn't that important enough.
I say it takes.
I would push back on Rwanda though with that.
I say it usurp your culture by infiltrating.
I think that was
it doesn't come hard opposing, right? The success of it is the infiltration power. Adopting to your language, colonialism reconditions people to food. Right?
That's a hard fight to think that colonialism don't change your culture, yo. That's a hard
fight. What did you say?
That's a hard
Let me get to it. It changed the way they count. It changed the way they
count the type of food you eat, the type of taboos.
It changed literally everything about West and Central Africa. So you got a hard ass fight.
But you see what it does, right? So now they have this West African idea, but it's completely Christianized, right? We can see it from the outside. Like, oh, so you think this is your indigenous culture? That's why I reference Santeria. That's why I reference European Caribbean, because you see how it usurps, comes in, takes over by creating this like what Venom does. It comes
it make the indigenous culture seem like it make it feel like you got the wrong shit. Excuse my language.
It's branding.
Brand, this brand will get you to heaven. You might not even think about heaven. And then you say, you see what we got? We got this, and this, and you don't got that. See that? See,
we got.
Hey, nigga, if you don't, go ahead, man.
It's Tommy Hilfiger and Polo. That's all. Just some new shit coming through. Excuse my French.
Yeah, we Frenching right now. Go ahead, man. Because you had a burn.
It's the new stuff.
Get it off. I don't know what
right.
the new stuff.
Hey, you got it off?
It might be a different conversation.
Huh?
Yeah, I got it. He's basically
I wanted to ask about the evolution.
Let me finish my part. I'll let you get in.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to make the point that colonialism itself, they said we drew the line down a map, right? And they said we can enslave the inhabitants and bring them to Christ. The only way you're going to bring people to Christ, right, is to bring them out of their evil ways to the right way, would get them to Christ, which would effectively change the way they see in the world. That's what I was saying.
And slaughter, I'm sure slaughter makes a lot of people change their minds. Like before you know it, you may see now that the people are willingly converts, but that's because people before them chose life.
Yeah,
so you can't look at right now and think like that's how I got there. Yeah, now you see us people just converting to Christianity. The answers got slaughtered. You know?
So, yeah, this point people ain't converting anymore. It's just ingrained in their culture to the point that they start to believe certain aspects of the Bible, right? Like Kyle said, they completely incorporate these things within the framework of their own society, as if it is originally theirs. Yeah, that's
when you look at like Santeria and stuff like that, those things were like fused, but they were hidden at first. There's also a way of retaining some of the old traditions, stuff like that. Because they hid that stuff.
Yeah, that's syncretism. Syncretism is just a way of survival. If you look at the history, they were prevented from practicing their indigenous culture.
Yep.
In Haiti, in other places, they were persecuted. So in order for them to preserve their culture, they decided to create the syncretism and take some aspect of Christianity, but then infuse their tradition into it. So that even the names of saints and all of that. So for me, that's even a painful experience. Don't see that as a success. See it as a painful experience of a people trying to survive. Because your culture, it will give you identity, give you meaning, give you a sense of life. So if people take that away, they literally wipe out your memory. So these people,
they were sacrificing each other. That's when the melee came, because they were sacrificing each other.
Who was sacrificing each other?
You're just saying wild stuff, bro. We're gonna have
who was sacrificing?
They wasn't.
No.
The conquistadors, they wasn't.
No.
Sacrificing each other. Who was he talking about?
No, the
reason why they took over those other religions, indigenous religions, because this religion was sacrificing each other.
They was. And
then you had Christianity come in and say you don't have to sacrifice each other because
hold on, man.
That's a narrative. That's a colonial narrative.
They wouldn't have given a damn if they were sacrificing flowers, bro. They wasn't there to negotiate, bro. Like,
the Aztec was doing that. I mean, I don't think everybody
they was, but it didn't matter.
Can I say something? Look, it's like
that was cutting each other's face.
Can I come in? It's like someone.
I don't know if he's being ignorant on purpose.
Cool. Hey, Prax.
Yes, sir.
You just trying to get beat up today, ain't you, yo? We'll all turn on you at that point. You start talking, they was cutting their face. That was part of their. But
you ain't gotta do that no more. You ain't gotta do that more with Christianity. All you gotta do is get on your knees and pray.
I don't know what you're doing. Go ahead, say cool.
Like that.
So first of all,
no, you're making a wrong analogy.
First of all, that's a narrative. It's like saying today somebody overrun America and said the reason I overrun America is because they were committing abortion.
Yeah. Right.
Okay,
should. Somebody should.
Hold on. It's like someone conquered America today and say all Americans were committing abortion. That's why I overrun America. That's stupid because
Go get them.
majority of Americans do not commit abortion. That's the first thing.
Yeah.
It is a very few minority who believe. In fact, it's a political party that believe in it. That's one. Then there's a few group of people who are women are doing it. So now there could be a particular group of people or certain sect or certain religious group that could have been doing human sacrifice ritual. Even in Europe, where Christianity came from, there were certain parts that were still doing that were doing something more.
They didn't know that.
Wait.
Cool. They slaughtered the people on Barbados. They wouldn't sacrifice the people. We don't gotta go. We don't gotta go over that. Stay cool.
It is not. If you, I challenge you. I challenge you to listen. No, wait. If you know the indigenous culture of North America, starting from Canada to USA, the Ojibwe, and all of these people, name them, and then I look for two indigenous want to say these two, their spirituality was based on sacrificing human beings. Out of 100 or thousands of them, if you can find just more than 2 or 3 that said their own spirituality was strictly human sacrifice, you'll be lying. It could be just one.
Cool. Let me
add
this one point. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So, like, what we're doing, we're arguing the worst of two evils here because his point is that they are against a religion because it sacrifices.
No way.
The religion that we're talking about is notorious for sacrificing the firstborn Son of God, Jesus Christ.
Thank you very much.
No, I didn't even want to go there. I didn't even want to go there.
In the book, Kyle, in the book. Not
what I'm saying is that we don't have to even look at that. Where they showed up on Barbados, they slaughtered people. They wasn't there for a goddamn communion. Like, it's a silly argument to even have. Like, why we
it's not a valid argument.
Silly argument.
It's not a valid argument. There were a lot of indigenous culture that were very peaceful, very, very peaceful.
But somehow we using that as an ammunition when you gotta every third Sunday you gotta go to church and eat the blood, drink the blood, eat the flesh. To be considered part of this thing.
It's a witchcraft ritual. The Holy Communion.
Ritualistic cannibalism. It's called a narrative, bro. And you fell for a praxis. You fell for the narrative, my guy.
Right, man.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. You can look at Columbus when he arrived on Barbados. He said this was peaceful, and he slaughtered them. So we don't even gotta have that.
Hold on. Let me deal with conversation. Let me deal with Prac. Hey, Prac. Sir. But I'm the star of the show, not you. Got you with that one. See, that's how you hit that. You hit him with the African American thing. No, I muted you because you was kind of rude. You diving in. We definitely want to say.
Because you guys was bouncing back and forth to each other and wasn't letting up. I was trying to get in where the space was clear.
We don't understand. I'm thinking you going against it. All right, let me say what I'm thinking here. I know. Let me say it. I'm going to tell you what everybody's hearing. We're hearing you say that Europeans came in, them savages are scratching their face. They got to stop it. Them savages are sacrificing each other. We got to stop it and give them Christianity. That's what we think we hearing you saying.
That's ridiculous.
Is that what you're saying?
That's what they thought in their minds.
Is that what you're saying, though?
That's what they thought in their minds. They like these people. They killing each other over here. Listen, they killing each other. When the Christians fight, they fighting over kingdoms.
No, we're not talking about that.
When you guys fight, when you guys fight, y'all cut each other and kill each other over whatever.
In Europe, the Native American did entire history.
They sure did.
You can stop that, man.
Yeah, Europeans killed more people among themselves than the Native Americans did in the entire history.
When the Jesuits made a sharp left turn from other conversations.
When the Jesuits and Verrazano got here. Those people that was here already, they was killing each other. They was beating each other up. And even with the Mongolians that came here, they was fighting.
Mongolians that came in. I'm talking about, I don't even know what you're talking about. When he arrived on Barbados, what were they doing on Barbados? They
don't know the difference between you and the Aztecs.
Now you're just making shit up, bro. Like, I ain't got time for this shit. Move on.
Look at time space. Now, I want to ask you, is religion part of evolution, the Homo sapiens?
Man, we're not switching that. We right back to.
That's a good topic, though.
Is it? Y'all want to switch that quick?
But before we get there,
hold that, pin that.
Read on that a little bit more so you can kind of understand it.
Yeah, pin that. Let's get back to before they even left right, when they was coming back, they wrote a papist bull and decreed that any monarch you find, you can that's not Christian. Watch this. You can enslave them and bring the inhabitants to Christ. The infidels for the Muslims, the Sastians, they call them infidels, right? You can bring them to Christ. Why are we bringing them to Christ? To save their lonely souls. First of all, that is subjective and is based off of the way you believe. Second of all, that's even foolery because they was trying to get you the resources and the gold. That's what they really wanted to get, the gold. He was looking for the resources. So that's a wild, they wrote it already before they even got there.
I'm wondering if you ever read the letter of King Leopold. King Leopold II to the Congo.
Yeah, you moved up. You moved up time.
Because you're going from asking questions to teaching now. So just go ahead and teach us, bro, so we can go.
Yeah,
I'm giving you my theory.
Okay.
No, we don't want we don't want niggas theory.
I want nobody person. We want on the prep. We don't want nobody person theory. But go ahead, though. What's your theories? Real quick, say it. And we're gonna let's say cool get it.
If they're not Christians, that means they're not followers of Christ. And Christ, they talking about Jesus. Jesus is the Prince of Peace. So if you go over there and they warring with each other, enslave them warriors.
Okay, that's I don't know.
What?
Ain't gonna hurt. You're smart enough. I don't know.
Go ahead, because y'all don't understand.
Yeah, right.
Right. You got us, bro. You're above us.
You're above us. You got me. You went past Mount Olympus. You somewhere on Mars. We don't know what the hell you saying. I know you're trying to say something profound, but you go ahead and say cool.
What I'm trying to say is that it is never about spreading righteousness or holiness. That's fake news. If you read a letter from King Leopold II from Belgium, well, that was instructing the people. He said, when you go into Africa, don't talk. It is not about God, because they know about God. They are very holy people. They respect their elders. He said they do all these things that we can teach you. Okay? So it's not about that, but you got to make them to bow down to this Christ so they can wait for their reward in the hereafter while we be able to control the land. It's written in the black and white. He said it's not about God, because these people know about God. You can't go into the Congo in the 18th century and say that those people did not know about God, or they didn't know about righteousness, or they didn't know about morality. They had all of these things in place. But the reason why you conquered the people for Christianity, it was because they wanted the resources and the land. That was the key purpose. So you can spin it however you want and say, well, they wanted to spread the word. Then you sound like a jihadist. A jihadist today, like Osama bin Laden, say, I want to spread because Islam is not in this area in America. The women are wearing bikinis, so we got to kill everybody in America so the women start wearing bikini. That's how you sound like.
Yeah.
You sound like Hamas right now.
Waste that time.
You sound like Haram.
All righty.
No, my spirituality is for me. I don't need to superimpose it on anybody. I don't want an Indian to be practice African spirituality. I don't want Chinese to practice my African spirituality. I just want mutual respect between people.
Because you can't.
At this point, let's move on.
No, because I'm humanist.
Let's move on.
That's what Christianity is. That's what all the religions were. They were humanists.
Oh, no, they are not humanists.
He may be a Christian. He may be a Christian.
Are you a Christian? Hold on. Whoa. Good. Are you a Christian, brother?
I'm an omnist. I believe in all laws, all religions. Everything happens for a reason. Their reason was for their reasoning. Their reason. Omnis. Omnis.
What the hell? You didn't use what the hell is going on?
Do you know the Latin term omni? What omni means?
Omni, like you everything.
That's right. So I believe in all laws.
All right, man.
I believe in the Christianity law. I believe all the gods.
Do you believe Muhammad is a messenger of God?
Yes, I do.
On where he is.
And Muhammad said that anyone who said that Jesus, the Son of God, will go to hell.
I saw that coming.
Yes,
I coming out of him, bro. I promise you.
You live in contradiction.
Do you want me to explain why?
No, we don't.
No, don't
No,
explain
we do
why.
not.
We get
No,
Of
it.
we do
course you
not.
don't. Now say,
No, we do
is
not.
religion part of
You
evolution?
can't, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Evolutionary
Right here, man.
process. Is religion in
You
the
do
evolution
believe that
process?
colonization was
You have
brought
a
by God?
philosophically, you
Yeah,
have
he
a
say that.
philosophically
He,
ungrounded position.
hold
Because
on, say this.
I ain't for no
I want to
evolution.
talk to
You
said
ain't had
because
no
you guys
laws.
are low level speaking.
Wait. We gotta go back on that.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. Then you need to go to
It
set
ain't
talks, bro.
for.
You on the community skeptics. You
Oh,
surround
okay, my
a
bad.
group
My apologies.
for the pseudo killers. And set is on the pseudo killers show, bro. I'm a
All
pseudo
right,
killer.
so
You talking to pseudo killers, bro?
pseudo
You
killers.
crazy?
Do you think that religion
Nah,
is
we good. We good,
Nah,
brother.
we
good for
don't want
Homo
to do
sapiens
it.
sapiens
We
evolution?
good.
No, we not. No.
No, it's not. It's not.
so you
Cedric,
It's
made
not okay.
Cedric.
Explain why. Demonstrate that. Let's
whoa.
conversate.
You made a claim about being an omnist.
We got DQ in here. DQ, if I could smoke some weed, I would smoke some weed right now. But I don't
Don't do
partake in
that.
the flower. I don't partake in the flower. I stay off the weed.
You a
Get your
high house
Man,
gummy.
flower?
you driving me crazy, Parrots. Like, what he say? He's an omnist. What the hell is going
Cedric is speaking though.
on?
Man,
Let
I wish I
Cedric
never
finish.
said nothing.
He said he believe in
Slow
all.
about a moment.
He said he believe in all laws, but kill those out there
He
going
tricked
influence
you,
over their
It's
Cedric.
a
own
He
laws.
tricked
scientific
you,
By,
Cedric.
killing.
by
He
means
tricked
of
you.
a rational position, that would mean you believe in nothing. Because believing in everything ultimately ends you up in a logical contradiction. So that's why we're having difficulty
Perfect
from
point.
this
Okay, the
conversation.
reason there's no
So,
such thing as
so,
nothing.
We don't want to hear your reason. We're saying to
so
you that you respect laws, but yet you don't respect the indigenous people laws to say what they saying. That's the part that get me. So
No,
you're half an omnist. You're not the
no,
whole omnist.
Woo! And you got that part. You
no,
got that part.
no, no, no.
Your
You claiming my
I missed
position
that
from a
part.
Christianity standpoint. That's not it.
own.
I'm
Man,
looking at everything. Everything. The reason
how?
why those things happen in the past is the reason why we're here now.
No,
If
bro.
you are an ominous, why do you reject the sacrifice of the other religion?
Right.
We
I'm
said
talking
that
about
too.
that's what they was thinking.
Oh, now that was
Oh no.
man,
You are
that's
a half
they was
ominous.
thinking. Yeah, you said they was stopping us from killing each other. They over there
You
killing.
think I'm just you think I'm explaining their
Yeah,
understanding by saying
yeah,
I'm part of it? No.
yeah,
You
bro.
said you're honor. You believe in all of it. You believe in the
All that.
Aztec religion,
All
all
of
of
it.
it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
If
don't
you want
even
to cut
know.
each
You don't
other's
even know
face,
most
fine.
of
If you want to sacrifice each other, fine. We doing it now.
them.
We sacrificing each other now.
Oh
Abortions.
man, no, we're not.
You don't
No,
even
that's
know. You don't even
Man,
know
no,
our
it's not.
religion.
There ain't no
So will you
sacrifice. There ain't no
join
ritual
Hamas?
sacrifice.
Will you
Crazy.
join the Islamic
You dead in
terrorists?
life. Say again, Suiku.
Will you join the Islamic jihadists to attack and kill people in Africa?
If they're using force against them, I use force against force.
Will you join the jihadists to kill people in the name of Allah to spread Islam?
African American boy.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Why?
African Americans.
Because, like I said, I believe in all laws. I respect
No,
all
but they read
laws.
it
So
from the
why would I
book. Allah
fight? Why?
told them,
Shush.
what jihad
I
fi
wouldn't have to.
sabilillah. Listen. With jihad fi sabilillah,
Siéntete.
fight for the sake of Allah and drive the enemy out, spread Islam, fight for Allah. So when they are doing it and they are reading it from the holy book, so you're an
That is
ominous.
not in
Will
the
you follow them
hadiths.
to kill?
No, I will not. Because I choose
if you mean
life.
But if you mean you represent all laws, I mean you represent all the crazy cults, all the freaky stuff, all that crazy stuff.
What?
He just at this
You
point
can
just
call. You can
saying
put a
stuff.
freak on it or whatever. That's what they want to do. But I'm not participating in it. But anyway, pseudo killers, is those religions part of the human or Homo sapiens sapiens evolutionary process? Is religion part of that process?
I think it's co-opting of those processes. I think it
Okay.
co-opting. I think believing is an integral part of what makes us who we are.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, well, if I can add something on that, I think Ang is right. I think the scholars are divided in two groups on the topic. There are scholars who said that religion is sui generis, which means it is within its own category, that you cannot explain it using science, you cannot explain it using philosophy or psychology. So it is sui generis, it is within its own category. But there's a problem with that, though. But I'll come back there. But there are those who say that religion is just a culture and we can understand it through sociology and all of that. Now, those who say religion is sui generis, they are saying that the human being have that thing within them where they respect whatever they consider holy and powerful and great and fearful, and they naturally attribute certain qualities to it. So it is part of human nature. It is you can't quite call it psychology or whatever. It is even not rational. It is not within the rational realm. You cannot call it irrational either. So religion is
subjective.
it is something within all of us. We can even deny it and be atheist and say I deny it, but deep down it is there. So it's sui generis.
In the field of evolutionary psychology, there's two sides. Religion as an adaptation, meaning it was naturally selected for, science like, or it's a byproduct of other features. The best example is that, like, your blood is red, right? That's a byproduct of hemoglobin and iron in your blood, right? It wasn't naturally selected for. There's no purpose for it to be red. There's no extra adaptation for your blood being red. So that's the argument. Religion is an adaptation, right? Or religion emerged as a byproduct of other features. You know what I'm saying? But it did evolve because it's ubiquitous. That's a prerequisite for evolution. When you see it everywhere, I mean, there's an evolutionary thing to it. Whether it's byproduct or adaptation, they debate.
Yep, they do, and that's me and Sosa long running debate. That's our favorite debate.
They debate.
So religion is good then, huh?
No, I don't.
That's subjective. That's subjective, bro. We start talking about good.
So that's what I'm saying. Even the scholar who says sui generis, it's not about good or bad. It's not about even rational or irrational, but it is just part of the human. Let's say, for example, you lose a loved one. You lose someone that very dear to you, loves a mother, father of your wife or whatever. And you go in the room, you see the person picture in their clothes. And you begin to feel that I think the person might be with me here in this room right now. You begin to have that feeling to a point you even talk to them, or you do libation like the African do, and then you pretend like you are speaking to the person. I still love you wherever you are. It's not a rational thing. And it's not a rational thing you are doing right there. It cannot be scientifically explained, but it's spiritual. It's a spiritual experience. So this is where you say
rationality is subjective,
right? So you cannot explain it using rationality.
Psychology.
You cannot say no. It's even psychology as well. Because if you go to psychology, if you go to Sigmund Freud, he said it's an illusion.
Freud. He's outdated.
Sigmund Freud said it's an illusion. Religion is an illusion. So it's the way he called it. It's an illusion. So we create that illusion for ourselves to feel good. It's an infantile type of belief in psychoanalysis.
We're way past Freud.
Here we go.
Some of the current modern thinking,
psychoanalysis is still used for diagnosis.
No, we use a segment of Freud, but Freud is outdated.
That's what I'm saying. No scientist is completely outdated. Certain part of his theories still work.
Right.
So
no. Okay,
let's not debate Freud right now. Let's
do modern time. Let's move to modern time and modern thinking within the field of science, because the subject matter
psychoanalysis is still part of the diagnosis process of mental health.
Yeah, he is the father of psychiatry. He did that, but I'm not taking that away from him.
He's still mentioned.
All that stuff.
He's
he is mentioned, but he is outdated, bro.
So what do you, let's not go there. We are trying to
I want to get to the modern. I want to get to the modern understanding.
That's what I'm trying to do. I just mentioned him in passing.
Hold on, just listen. The modern understanding you're looking for is within the field of what's called evolutionary psychology.
Yes.
Like, damn it, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. He said he was mentioning
in that field.
He's mentioning
that's why Dr. Annie presentation. That's his field. Evolutionary psychology.
Yep.
The modern thinking, with what you just saying about the loved one thing, they also have the idea that religion evolved as some type of antidepressant. In other words, the same concept.
Yeah, getting closer
for grieving, right? For grieving a loved one. It evolved as a way. You know what I'm saying? So that could be evolution. That could be a byproduct of it. But that's within a modern construct too. They do have a concept behind that.
And to deal with the finality of death. Hold on, man. And to deal with the finality of death. We don't want to find a way to deal with it psychologically. I get that.
Right. That's where the psychologists come in, because it is about existential question. One of the things that made religion not to go away is the existential question thing, where the people are saying that what is the purpose of my life and what do I go after here? Why am I even here in the first place? So that existential question naturally it leads to fear. Of course, it leads to fear, and that fear, of course, when you find someone giving you some divine explanation that gave you comfort and solace, you embrace it.
Right.
Okay,
Or a
even
sense
if you
of
don't understand it,
control,
yeah, it
or
doesn't
a
even
sense
have to
of
make sense,
control,
right?
Or a sense of control over nature,
So it's safety.
don't
We are
have.
looking for
Yeah.
safety. A human being, like a child, when
Right.
something
We
scared a
agree.
child, they are looking for something to hug. They are looking for
We
somebody
agree.
to cuddle them. So God gave us that comfort. That's what Sigmund Freud
Yeah.
is saying.
Cause we
So
fear,
to the children of God,
it's because as humans we fear the unknown. Like as humans we fear the unknown. So
We need the
We are still scared. We are still living in fear on
Hold
this
on one
planet.
second. Hold on one second. One second. DQ, where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? But you moved it out. He moved it out. He out. Go ahead. Finish your points.
No, I'm saying it's like what Soldier said. It's like it's for the stress. You know what I'm saying? Because we got, you know what I'm saying, as primates, we got different cortisol levels, different stress levels. In humans, we fear the unknown. You know what I'm saying? So
That's
fill the
real.
gaps up for that.
Yeah, we need all our answers. Nature filling gaps. So we want to fill in them gaps. I
I
get
got
it.
another question.
No, we're not gonna let you question us to death. Go ahead, Kyle.
It's a conversation.
Is this serious? It ain't a conversation. You got questions like a new
Clocking in 1,000 questions.
Can I give my hypothesis then?
No.
But no, it's kind of funny that we having this conversation because in the Discord today we was I had put back there Plato's book The Republic, and we was talking about the noble lie. And
I love that.
and this is basically what this conversation is about. It's about the nobility and the responsibility of lying to the people about religion and other social things, methods of control. And so, like, this is where we are in the conversation now. We're talking about what we were discussing in the chat. I didn't want to point it out to Sosa. It kind of came about.
I got a question.
You know what's, Kyle? That noble lie is very poignant and very key to these religious conversations, because is it noble to keep up the lie, to keep society kind of in the straight and narrow, to keep people from doing criminal, real bad things? Is it, is the lie justified? Is the religious lie justified? That's basically what the noble lie is talking about, bro.
Do you lie to your children?
It's a philosophical text. It doesn't have a defined answer in that text. It's basically just
It's a philosophical issue. You are right. Even when you use that word lie, then now we got to define what truth is.
Are you spurious? Are you spurious with your children?
Lie is part of human nature. We do lie. We lie to our children. Yes.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Are you children?
What? Whether we are children?
Do you consider yourself as an adult a child?
I'm not a child. I was not born 1985. I'm not a child.
When do you grow up?
What kind of questions?
You want me now? You want to go into a developmental?
That's what the kind of question it is.
Free. What's up, DQ? What's good, man?
Is it a developmental assessment?
Man, shout out to DQ, man. Shout your thing out. What you doing, man? Shout yourself out there, DQ.
No, peace. I don't want to interrupt.
You grew up from infancy to.
Hold on. Say cool. Hold on.
Hold on. Can't hear DQ.
Hold on. All right, hold on. Go ahead, DQ.
Nah, peace. I don't want to interrupt the flow of the conversation. I was just tapping in. I had some free time. I seen y'all was live. Y'all having a pretty good conversation right now.
All right,
shout out everybody. Shout out Kyle, Sosa, said y'all already know, man. Y'all know y'all thing.
All right.
You're welcome. Make sure you're good. Them high altitude bombers was out 2 weeks ago.
Nigga, crazy.
I just want to make sure you.
I told him don't shoot Texas. I told him hands off Texas.
Yeah, we left Texas alone. We left Texas alone. No bomb in Texas. Leave it alone.
100.
I appreciate that. We don't bomb the South.
Hey, big up to the channel, man, and genius. How you say it? How y'all say that? Hygiene. I forget the shit.
Oh no,
Low-key genius.
talking about
Low-key
Genius.
genius.
You
Yeah,
already
big
know.
up.
Shout out to the channel, Low-key Genius.
Yeah, big up.
TMI. That's that whole
Big up.
situation. Yeah. You already know, baby. Ain't nothing but
Big
love.
up.
We
Big
all
up.
spreading this information. But now
All
y'all
right.
continue cooking. I
All
like
right.
this. You
All
was
right.
tapping in on the believing brain. Y'all just tapped into this this noble lie, which is a very, very, very layered conversation, and it can apply to modern day religions and everything. So no, y'all keep cooking. I'm right here.
All right.
Are you a child that's an adult?
No, man, stop, man. Say Cool was saying something. You keep playing now.
No,
Hey,
I'm talking to Say Cool.
Go ahead, Say Cool. Where you at?
Yeah, what's the question again?
Are you considered a child as an adult?
You are considered a child as an adult?
Can an adult be considered a child?
No, you are not. No, you are an adult. You are not an adult. I don't know what that means unless you have a different categorization.
Yes, you can be. Yes, an adult can be considered a child when they think like children.
When do you know
that's
that you're not?
subjective. That's a subjective.
Yeah,
That's
like
not
a brain
objective.
All right, let's go. Go get it.
Go
get it. Go get it. Say Cool.
Is it a brain development? Is it a physical development? Why you call person a child? Why would you call an adult a child? You can say you think like a child. That's simile. That doesn't mean the person is a child.
Shutter, you need to give him your set talks, baby. I think he tricked you, said.
No, you can say a person thinks like a
Not talking
child.
about practice.
That doesn't mean they are a child.
The reason why I asked that question is because if religion is a panacea for the human emotion, and all adults, all humans have emotions, when do you become not as of a child?
Bro, you like
I don't
emotional?
understand the question.
Why don't you teach, bro?
Is it emotional?
So are you saying that emotion is only are you
determine
saying
if is emotion the only measure to determine if an adult from a child or from an adult to a child?
No.
From
It's
child to an adult.
biological, it's physiological, it is also all of those things.
And age.
So those people that go to those mosques and participate in those religions, are they adult children?
No, they are adults. They are not children.
They're adults, bro.
You said they need panacea like a child. You got to lie to them like a child.
They are
get
not
over
children.
their fears, their emotional states.
They are not children. They were just socialized in a different way.
So you're socialized to be a child?
No,
It's about being no child. It's about being no child.
It's not about being a child. That's what I'm telling you. It had nothing to do with being a child.
You just said that they use the religion. They just said that they use the religion for panacea for their fears and anguish, like a child.
What is a panacea?
Like a child is a similitude. What we were talking about was
something that makes you feel better without actually doing anything.
But every human feels that at every level of development, whether it be a child or an adult, we all have emotions. We have fears. It doesn't have nothing to do with being a child or adult. We all have those same emotions. We only the difference is as an adult you have certain type of self-control, but we all have it.
What do you do when you're afraid? You say cool.
It depends what makes me afraid. The external stimuli. It depends what made me afraid and how I process it at that time.
Okay.
Who's asking questions? Is this praxis asking these weird ass questions?
Take it easy.
Yes.
Okay. The reason why I ask those questions is because I ask questions. I ask questions so I can learn things. Right.
You're not learning. You're not.
So
learning.
that's up to you to say, and that's kind of weird. The reason why I ask these questions is because I see the population that goes to church. What are they? Why are they going to these churches?
Because they believe.
What are they? Are they using it for their fear and of death, or their pain, their emotional pain?
All of it. Yes.
Do you see those people? Hold on. You don't see those churches. Are those churches lying to those people to soothe their fears and pain?
What is the last question? What is the last question?
Are those people using those fears? Are those people using those fears and their pain, their lies that they're getting in churches? Is it helping them?
Yeah, it is helping them.
So they are children.
No, they are not children.
How do we know it's helping them? How can we know if it's helping them?
Because they're in there.
Oh,
we can know.
They're not in there for nothing.
Huh?
Yeah,
they don't
we
get
can,
up and get dressed and go to church on Sunday for
it
nothing.
is helping them because of it gives them purpose and meaning. That's help.
Purpose and meaning, okay.
Yes.
The purpose and meaning, why is it that they have to use that mechanism to find purpose and meaning?
Because they are humans. Because they are humans.
I'm a human. I don't need it.
But you do something else.
So, can I jump in for a second? Can I jump in for a second?
Yes, sir, say.
Can I
Yes,
jump
sir,
in
say.
for a second?
Yes,
so
sir.
let's clear something
Please.
up. When we're on these panels, what we have is, even if we're atheists or not, when we ask certain questions, it puts us to answer things in a psychological framework, from a methodological scientific framework. So then you cannot frame your questions from an atheist perspective, because that moves the conversation over to defending and not defending religion, right? So you cannot have the both conversations. Whether we're atheists or not, right? There is an aspect of reality amongst humans, that humans have this thing called belief systems, right? And what Sosa and what Sekou is doing is trying to provide you with the scientific underpinning for why societies and humanity in general have these positions. Sosa's an atheist. I'm an atheist. Ank's an atheist. But when we are talking about these things, you cannot be dismissive of them. You have to try and analyze them. So
I am not. I'll apologize if you think that I'm doing that. That is not what I'm doing.
So maybe that's not your intent, but that's how you're framing the questions at this point, from an atheist perspective. Well, I don't. No one on this.
I'm trying. No.
This religion that way, but we understand how and why it is a coping mechanism throughout society. You can't distance yourself from that.
Yeah, you got
why the code though?
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. You're 100 million Nuwapian questions at this point. Go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah. So what we're discussing.
Why we're using that for the code,
bro? Let me talk for a second, please. All right. So what your question is, practice is a intellectual or a moral framework question. And so what we have is we have two different frameworks that is being in question. So you have the atheistic worldview question versus a religious mind worldview question. So when you're in a religious upbringing, your framework is basically how you process information, how you process events, how you rely on different things that you know, feel, desire, or whatever. It goes through that specific framework for your reality, and it forms your reality. On this side, there's another framework we will call the atheistic framework. This is the framework that we use methodological naturalism in, where you use things that are around you to figure out your problems rather than relying on a belief system that gave you another thing to figure out those problems. So when you say that these people are childlike, I would never say that. I don't think anybody on this panel would fully agree that they're children mentally, but they process things in a way that don't benefit them in the long run, because they don't get permanent solutions to their problems. They get temporary solutions given to them by their framework through the religion that they have. So that could be helpful temporarily, but it's not a permanent fix for the problem. Versus a permanent fix is when you change something in your life or your surroundings so that now your life becomes a better pathway. That's the answer to your question, bro.
Yeah, and
the reason why
and they're
not. Hold on, Cedric. Let me go next. So
and let me go after Cedric.
So, Brack, you're a kid? You saying you're a kid?
No, I was trying to get understanding because
I'm asking you, are you a kid? I'm asking you.
No, I'm 54 years old.
Then why the hell would you think any of these grown ass men up here with children?
No, because I was in the conversation because earlier he said.
Let me finish my point. Let me talk. You done taught me the depth Nuwapian style. To me, that's disrespectful. Then you got variant beliefs up on here. Seriously. Yeah, yo, everybody not a straight, stark atheist, yo. They just not. Some agnostics, right? Some believe in African spirituality. Say cool. I am not quite sure where you at. Say cool. You said Jabari was your priest. I'm all that.
Come on, man. I'm an African. I follow African
Yeah.
spirituality
There you go.
in
Yeah.
terms of the rituals. I believe mostly the rituals are very
Oh,
helpful to
okay.
me, but
Okay.
I don't have any evidence for any theistic existence. I don't.
Why do you do that?
No, man. Why do you be
Because
quiet?
I don't have evidence. I don't know.
My God.
You don't know. Hey, I like
the reason why I'm asking these questions because I'm interested because
no. You're
I don't
asking the
seem
question as if
personally.
you
Listen,
got the
hold
crack
on.
show. This is not the crack show.
I know,
So
but
stop
we're
asking so
talking
many
and
damn
we
questions. No,
doing
you're
a show.
asking questions. Come on, man.
Okay, we're trying
Right,
to get to
relax. You're gonna
something.
get a chance. So you can't ask 1,000,001 questions. Goodness gracious. Let's Sabian get in
Let's
here.
talk about football then.
Oh, go ahead. Let's Sabian.
What football?
But wait, they say cool. I forgot. You
Yeah.
said he was an African. That
Yeah.
encompasses all things. You're almost like an omnius.
No, I'm not. It's not an omni. It's a political position. It's like someone saying I'm a Democrat, or someone say that I come from Western civilization. So these are geopolitical terms. When I say I'm African, I'm referring to a very geopolitical area that people that come from there. My culture is very similar to many people from that geographical or geopolitical location. It doesn't mean it's the same.
All right. Let me ask you this. Do you believe what your tribe believe? I got
Some
you.
some of it. I believe some of it.
Like what part? Which one?
Yeah, so
you don't got to answer that.
Yeah, I can answer that. So
sure?
I will explain my belief this way to say that okay, that I don't like I have communicating with the memory of my ancestor who have passed. It gave me comfort.
Okay.
It gave me comfort. Like my mom, if I wake up in the morning and I pour libation and say, "Mom, I love you wherever you are," you know, I know you are with me.
Right. Go ahead.
Oh my God.
a practice. Is it practice? That's your real name, practice.
No, I thought I was blinking out again. I thought
he ain't gonna let you
because I
practice.
couldn't hear him. I couldn't hear him, so I thought it was me.
Go ahead, Sabian. Now you was practicing. Go ahead, Sabian. We're gonna start calling you practice. Because you think you practice on us. No, you won't. Sabio, Wolverine, what's up? The Wolverine, what's up?
You know, it's like those questions, man. It's like he's asking questions that are faulty in nature. And as Kayal said, when you leave religion and you start using the methodological naturalist way of looking at the world, you're asking questions that are different than what have just been put to the test, put to the panel. So those questions were illogical. Like, why don't you just actually think about what's being said and stop trying to force the way that you think we are thinking into the conversation? Let us explain to you why we see things the way we see things and how we how we got to where we are. It isn't because we don't want to believe. It's because we can't force ourselves to believe in things we can't see.
Can't see it.
You can't force yourself to believe in a flying spaghetti monster or a teapot floating around Venus, can you? If you can force yourself to believe that there's a teapot floating around Venus, then I can force myself to believe that there's an afterlife and there's a God waiting for me in that afterlife. Just as simple as.
And both of them have equal evidence.
Yep. Hey man, take that slight break, man. Hit that cash app, man. Show some love, man. And this thing, yo, we, you know, kind of holidays, man. I know y'all cooking out tomorrow, man, or thinking about cooking out or something. Yeah, I'm here chilling. I'm gonna do it, right? But I know I'm gonna be doing it big, man. Y'all listening to the quote unquote man, hit the damn button show, man. That's what we do around here. We had these conversations, man. At times we get a burning need to hit the damn button. And y'all know that's exactly what we do. We hit the damn button, man. All right? All day, every day. So let's just take a slight little break. You know what I mean? Slight break, right? Throw some love, man. Hit the super chat, man. You know, show your support, man. And yeah, you know how we do, man.
Yeah. Look. Hey, cash out. Baltimore. Yeah. Cash out, don't let it run you. Money fill the gas, but it never feel honey. Cash out. Dreams get so fast. If you don't own your time, you just rent your past. Cash out, screens full of flex. Real life hit hard when the rent come next. Cash out, tool not God. Use it, don't lose it, keep your head on top. Lend a mill, lend a bill, lend a pay me now. Everybody yell, get it like a sacred house. Timeline full of blessed, but the stress still lurks. Same folks posting gas, still drowning in hurt. Explosions of cash and the camera flash, but the lights cut off when you can't make it last. This ain't a trick, but it move like a spell. Type in the amount for that dopamine swell. Quick tap, quick send, quick high, quick drop. Then you back in the cold when the real don't stop. I done seen love turn transactional quick. Send some in the DM like that's all it is. Cash out, don't let it run you. Don't let it run you. Cash out, don't let it run you. Don't. Hard work, yeah, I respect that. But rest ain't weakness, I protect that. Cause money earn me nothing if your soul get thin. If you're always up next, tell me when you win. They sellin' hustle like it's peace in the pack. But peace don't come from a green little stack. So send when you can, look out for your kin. But don't let the app decide how you feel within. Set them rules, don't be ruled by the buzz. Real love is a call, not a what's up, cuz. Cash out. Cash out, don't let it run you. Don't let it run you. Cash out, don't let it run you. Don't. Yeah. Baltimore.
Yeah, man. Y'all know how I do it, man. Show some love and support, man. Y'all got 3 and over half an hour worth of fire, dialogue, and conversation, man. Man, y'all could be anywhere else, but y'all here, man. Appreciate the conversation, man. Yeah, man. So that kind of changed gears a little bit, man. What's on y'all mind, man? It's the holidays tomorrow, right? You know, people swimming. You know, the everything is depending on if you married or not married. Summertime is coming. The glycerin is there. Y'all know what it is, man. Like, man, beautiful place to be. Focused on what we gotta do all the times, man. Hey, Cedric, what you got coming up? You going live after this? What you doing?
I might. I got ticked off by a conversation I was having in the back chat with these waspy dudes. So I'm just asking him to quantify his stuff, and it sent me down a rabbit hole. So, man, why? My fundamental question is, why do we do what we do in this community? Why the revisionists? Why do we come from left field? The term blackology, we quoted that you developed that as an alarm signal, not as something to be engaged in. It signals confirmation bias. It signals historical revisionism. So I'm like, it's never a dull moment. There's always work to do.
Somebody said if they hit that link, we're gonna end this show. I ain't ending no show if you hit that link. Hit the link, man. Stop being afraid. Hit the damn link. I don't know what you're talking about.
They always got excuse.
They make no excuse. Hit that link and stop the show. Yeah, that's what you need to do. And they say hit that link and stop the daggone show. You know, hit the link. Yeah. Say cool. Back in the building. He got additional clothes now. He didn't win it. Changed up. Took off the hoodie.
Yeah, I took a walk to the park. Now I'm back in my house.
He took a walk in there and back in the house and back in the park. Yes. Yeah, man. Do we talk about Black Egypt? Is that what we doing now? Because we can switch to Black Egypt. You can get beat up on that. Say, cool. That's the easy one. You want to do the Black Egypt? What you want to do? What's on your mind? Seriously.
Well, you asked me about my belief. I think I was talking. Then I.
All right, go ahead.
So what I was saying that concerning my belief, because when I went through the process of embracing different religions, Islam and different version of Islam or denomination, I was investigating the purpose of all of these beliefs and all of that. So for me, when I fall back to my culture, I kind of find some things that were useful. Okay. Because, for example, the fundamental culture of most African people, the Mandinka people, they said is how to be a better version of yourself each day. It's not over because people think all spirituality or all religion are over focused on the divine or deity, like the way Christianity and Islam. That's the mistake people make from the West. That's why you need to study all culture. In fact, there are non-theistic religion like Buddhism. It's a religion, but it doesn't focus on any god.
We
So
call it atheistic religion.
Spirituality is focused on the human being. How do I become the better version of myself each day? So I think the morality aspect of it is very important to me, to how to live a moral life. Then the spiritual aspect is the community, to keep in contact even with your ancestors who have passed, to keep that continuity of the memory. So for me, someone dear to me, I always feel like even if they pass on, I still have some type of emotional connection and relationship with them. I do not have the ability to comprehend the feeling that they are gone, is finished, it's over. They have gone into nothingness. I don't know how to interpret that in my emotions. That I say that this person did not go into oblivion of nothingness. They did live with me. I still keep their memory. So sometimes I pour libation. I speak to my mom as if she was standing or sitting in front of me. Is it a rational thing to do? No. Do I believe that she's in paradise somewhere looking at me? I don't know. But for me, the emotional connection that I have with her, I pour libation and I feel that I do communicate with her in that manner. So that ancestral veneration, I take it to be very important. So that's the aspect of my culture, to keep that ancestral connection is very important to me. The idea of God itself in the anthropomorphic sense that live in heaven or wherever he is, my answer to that is I don't know. I have no answer to it. I don't know of any God that I can pray to because I do not have any evidence of no God nowhere. Okay? I don't have any evidence. And I'm not combating anyone that said they have a God. I'm saying it's fine, but the evidence does not convince me, or I do not have any emotional connection to that idea of a God somewhere in the sky. I'm connecting with people who I believe once lived with me, and I carry that emotional memory. That's the aspect of African spirituality I love, and the community and the morality aspect to be a better version of myself. When I think of suicide, is my spirituality give me purpose and meaning. So the purpose of life is to preserve life and produce a better quality of life. So those meaning and purpose keep me each day. It make me to be better. It make me to practice altruism, to sacrifice myself for people, for my family, and for my kid, to do things that I believe that I would get blessed for it because I'm doing it for a good moral reason. So all of these things is what encompass my spirituality. Nothing to do with no Allah Akbar or no Jehovah. Even the African Nkulu Nkulu or the Ogun, I have no evidence of Ogun. I have no evidence of Nkulu Nkulu. I don't pray to none.
So you pretty much like
you jump in there. Let me make one statement, Sergio Wise. So you sound like a backslider.
I don't know. You can call it wherever you want.
Slightly. You like me. Hey, me too. I also honor my ancestors. I also, Mother's Day, my mother gone. I understand that half her DNA is in me, right? I understand what she told me, her voice telling me things. All that's there for me, bro. So ain't nowhere for her to go. But she right here. She's part of my experience, right? So I recognize that. Call it what you may, right? Call it what you may. So yeah, but I don't believe in none of the gods, none of that's nonsense. But I'm saying, but you, my man, you on that spectrum. I'm trying to tell you, you right there, you at that gate, you looking at, you like, maybe you stay right there, stay where you comfortable at. That's what I would say. Because you just said everything else. None of them, I don't know about nothing.
Yeah, because there's the issue. The reason why I cannot go full-fledged atheist is, but that's what I'm telling you, for a variety of things, because my philosophy of life, my culture. Because an atheist, I will give you an example. A scholar that defines religion to say religion is defined as the belief in the supernatural. That's how, I think, what's his name? Whether it's E.B. Taylor, Taylor, anthropologist. He said religion is defined as the belief in the supernatural. So anybody who have a spiritual belief is the belief in the supernatural. I think that is a deductionist approach. It's a deductionist approach because you ignore many other religions in the world that do not even speak of a God. You ignore the Japanese Shinto system, where they follow their ancestors. They have temples everywhere. But when you ask them, they don't believe in a particular God. But these are the rituals make sense to them. The rituals is what makes sense to them rather than the faith. So you ignore all of that and then put it in the box and says, I believe in sometimes that was spook. So for me to go atheist is to mean then I have a Google. Let me use it. I don't know how to say it. Like I have all knowledge in the universe. I am now certain that both knowledge of the future and the past, I have everything, and I now know for certain that this is the fate of the world. I don't think I have that knowledge. What? I don't think I have all understanding. Yeah, because atheism is negates. It's a philosophy that negates and say there is nothing nowhere we are sure about it. I don't know that.
That's not what atheism is.
Yeah. One at a time.
Yeah. So for me, I'm saying I do not know, and do not know is a potential to seek, and not knowing is honest, it's intellectual honesty. I do not know whether there is a supreme being or not. I have no evidence for it.
Is atheism, because like I cannot say that there is no God, and I cannot say there is no God, and so the atheistic position is I don't know.
It's not I don't know.
Yes, it is.
I know for certain.
How you gonna tell me?
No, the atheist says I know for certain.
No, that is an anti-theist. No, you're talking about an anti-theist. These are people who are against the idea of God. The atheistic position is that I do not know, and I'm not going to live my life as if I know something.
No, that's being agnostics.
So let me explain. So
you just skipped segment.
Agnostic that said I don't know. That's the closest.
You closer to Gnosticism. That's what you had.
Yes.
Yeah, that's you look it up.
Atheism is a complete rejection that there is any supernatural or divine anywhere.
I think it's hogwash.
That's what it is.
Yeah. I also think that what we have been given right now for religion is hogwash. But I'm not going to sit here and say that I know for emphatically that there is no God, because that's the key thing about atheism, because you got to use methodological naturalism to understand your natural world. And if something was to be found, I would be accepting of it. I may not follow it. I would, like, if the Christian God is found to be true, I wouldn't follow it because I think he's a dirtbag. You know what I'm saying? But I would say, okay, maybe there is a God. I just ain't gonna follow this nigga. You know what I'm saying? But that's a different stance than saying there is no God. That's a hard line stance. And I don't think I don't know any atheists that say that.
Yeah.
You gotta let Cedric get in.
For me to say something does not exist. Let's say, for example, someone asked me, what kind of simple example I can use? Does America exist or not? So I have to have studied and gone to the evidence given, gone to that place and looked there and said, no, I've been to North America. There is no country there called America. And I've studied all the maps. I know for sure. So now, because I know, I can tell you for certain that it does not exist. Now, for me, I'm saying, I don't even understand how the universe began. Even if the Big Bang explained it, the Big Bang still does not say exactly why and how that beginning came into become the beginning. So for me, I would just tell you, I do not know. And
you
stated that. You stated that.
Go ahead, Cedric.
So, oh boy. So you do the Gish Gallop thing very well. And you flatline concept, you make ritual equal to religion, you make deities equal to the knowledge of your ancestors. You're doing all of that. Like and slow the things down. You like you're trying to defend something. First of all, there is not a human being alive that doesn't have the potential for empathy. That means the ability to have a conversation with any person you want in your head at any given point in time, as if they were right there. That is part of human instincts. So I practice no religion, have no spirituality. I don't go to my dad's grave, but a song that he likes is my ritual. It comes on and that's my moment, regardless of what time of the day. That's my moment with my dad. And he's right there. And we could have whatever conversation. One moment I cry, one moment we having a healthy conversation. Because my dad died, he's right there. He ain't going nowhere. Is that a spirituality? Is that an African thing? That's a human thing. There is no human that's going to deny that ability. There are some that may not want to do it or don't engage in it, but there is not a moment that a human being doesn't have a ritual connection to their ancestors. It might be in a cultural form, it might be in a personal form. That doesn't necessarily, that doesn't make the conversation neither spiritual nor religious. That's the first separation. Then when you're talking about religions, to use ritual practices and equate that to religion, again, religion is very specific. The belief in agents or agent that has agency over existence. That's the classical definition of supernatural deities. And in each culture, you have them next to these rituals that people practice. Within the culture, you can practice all the rituals, but have no connection to those supernatural deities that supposedly have agency over existence. So you either believe in those concepts that these supernatural agencies have agency over nature or not. If you do, that puts you in the category of theistic beliefs. You can be pantheist or whatever theist, but that's within that realm of supernatural belief. When it comes to atheism has spectrum, but on the whole, atheism says, we do not believe the claims you make about the supernatural. That's it. We do not believe the claims made. An atheist has no reason to engage with supernatural agencies or entities. I am an atheist that have a relationship with my father who's dead. There is no supernatural forces there. There's no spirituality there. There's just human nature there. So to conflate these things in a Gish Gallop is being disingenuous to the conversation. You mentioned the specific deities which you deny. That puts you firmly in the category of a damn atheist, whether you want to accept it or not.
Yeah, because I would say
you are forcing your belief on people. Now let me.
Yeah, I ain't doing that.
Yeah, so this is the issue exactly. When people say you like it or not, this is what I want. I will make you. All of these things is what we are saying. It's like you are imposing your view on another people. Your definition of religion, you cannot find all scholars agreeing to your definition. That's my challenge. You can go to Rudolf Otto, one of the greatest scholars on religion, Rudolf Otto. Okay, it's OTTO. You can Google it. He does not define religion the way you do. He says genuine human experience, okay, about the fear of the holy. It has nothing, God comes in later. People started even worshiping trees or whatever. It doesn't start with God. It's a genuine human experience of fearing or respecting holy things, or things they fear or they venerate, or things that they see as important that they cannot explain. Mystery is how religion began. God comes into the picture later. If you look at what we call quote unquote primal religion, you don't find some of them finding even a central deity. They began even with nature, the rivers, the mountains, things that they consider mysterious around them. Those are the things they start to venerate. Then their ancestors who passed.
So now you're moving the goalpost. You're taking us back to animism as if we were having a discussion about the beginning of religion. That's disingenuous, bro. We understand this. We understand animism and all of that.
If you quote, you got
so
to.
we understand animism, the beginning of religion, but when we talk about religion today, you cannot separate it from deity. So the point you're trying to make is mute. So now you're trying to move the goalpost again to talk about the beginning of religion. You want to go through the steps sequentially. Like I got presentations on this deconstructing the divine. So you want to go through that sequentially? So don't move the goalpost. The conversation was about the deities. You specifically denied their existence.
Can I, now when you're done and I can talk.
If
you consider Buddhism a religion, do Buddhists have a God?
No, we call it atheistic. We call Buddhism an atheistic.
They don't call themselves that. You call them that.
No, I'm just saying that's what it is.
The book of Dalai Lama will never use the word atheist for himself. In fact,
yeah, that's fine. No, hold on. I don't. You know, for me, now check this out, Mr. Say Cool, sir. Listen, for me, I don't give a damn on what you call yourself. For me, as long as you exact the understanding of scientific literacy and conversations when we talking about Africa, Egypt, I'm cool. You know what I mean? I'm good with you. You know what I mean? We got people in the group that refuse to use the word. So I ain't, you know what I mean? I'm with you. That's my man. I'm subscribed to him on Instagram. I like his, I like him.
The universe is a single atom. He explained their faith here.
Yeah,
he reject the idea of atheism, but no God in their religion. So if you want to say that religion must just be about you must believe in God, then you're wrong. Because one of the bigger religions in the world is Buddhism. It does not believe in a God. And it's not atheism.
But they still put him in the category.
But this is the complexity of religion that you have not come to terms with.
Yeah, they put it in the category though. They don't just let them slide though.
So that's what we're saying, that when you want to look at religion, you got to go from the beginning. And the beginning, that my culture does not fall in Abrahamic religion category. Okay, it's one of, if people can call it animism, they can call it primal religion. There's a different way they call African beliefs. But what I'm trying to tell you here is
you agree. Hold on, you agree. You agree. But you agree they believe in gods, though.
The community, all of us are part of it.
But you believe in gods, right?
There is deity.
Yes, but you're saying you don't believe the way they believe on that.
I'm saying that, from my 21st century look at things, I have no evidence for those deities.
Yeah, I ain't met right. That's what I'm saying. I
have no emotional connection.
It ain't nothing wrong with taking the philosophy to do that.
You can say you must make me an atheist. I said no.
Not me. Look, you see this right here? What that say?
History of atheism.
All right. Now, my point is when you read the history of atheism, right? You come to here, right? Come to here, and you get Indian philosophy, right?
Well, I'm sure the beginning though to that guy who was debating me, it's a rejection.
Yeah, but listen, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about the reject. It says in the
beginning though, I saw it.
No, it doesn't. In the beginning, you mean up here?
No, go to the beginning of the slide. Say atheism is the rejection.
Keep reading.
Of an assertion that a deity exists. Period.
Keep going.
That's what I was telling this guy.
Look.
So it is not that you don't know. It's a rejection. It's a complete.
Where you read? No. Where you reading that at?
At the beginning, you don't see the beginning here. Atheism is the rejection
of what?
The assertion that the deity exists. That is certainty.
All right, now hold on. Now move next. Then it say what?
In a narrow sense,
what?
Atheism. Now they're going to categories now.
Yeah, that's how I go. Keep going.
Positive atheism, specifically the position that there are no deities, effectively taking the stance of a positive claim in regard to the existence of any god or goddesses.
Right.
The English term atheist was used at least as early as the 16th century, and atheistic ideas and their influences have a longer history.
Right. And so In the beginning, it was simply those that rejected explanations that the gods, you know what I'm saying, did things instead of natural phenomenon. That's where it ended up, because you just come right here, right, and it shows you. But the point I came here wasn't even for that. I came here to show you that Buddhism and all that is found in the history of atheism, right? Just for whether they reject it or not, they put them in that category. And then you read Jainism, Buddhism, and all that, and then you come to classic Greece and Rome, right? It say in Western classical antiquity, theism was the fundamental belief that supported the legitimacy of the state. It says later in Roman Empire, historically, any person who did not believe in a deity supported by the state was fair game to accusation of atheism, a capital crime. Charges of atheism, meaning any subversive of religion, it say were often used similarly to charges of heresy and impiety as a political tool to eliminate the enemies. Early Christians were widely reviled as atheists because they did not participate in the cults of Rome and Roman God, Greco-Roman gods. It say during the Roman Empire, Christians were executed for their rejection, right, of the pagan deities in general and empirical cults of ancient Rome in particular. And then when you come down here, it starts to mention the Greek philosophers, right? And all they was basically doing was just trying to explain the world through natural causes and not through the state-sponsored religion and certain deities. And they was like, man, we're going to kill you for it. So the original people that was considered atheists was those that was questioning deities having anything to do with the natural phenomenon. And that's when I came in, right? So I reject that anybody's state god, right, has any cause to do with the natural phenomenon. I don't believe none of that.
Right, that's a position. It's a claim as well.
Man, I don't believe that. So I watched
That's why I love this guy who wrote a rejection is a claim that also should require evidence. So you are rejecting that. That's also a position. So
but
I don't have a position because I don't know.
Yeah, but guess what? You know why I rejected though? You know why I rejected? Because I want to.
That's where your evidence is. Yeah.
Let me tell you why I want to reject it. Do you believe in the flying spaghetti monster? Do you believe in the flying spaghetti monster?
Yes.
Do you believe in the flying spaghetti monster?
I've never seen it.
Do you reject the flying?
I've never seen it.
Is it religion?
You know,
I have never seen it.
No, but you look, stay cool. You cannot look at Roy. Roy's out there, man.
No, he said, "Did you say flying spaghetti monster?"
Yeah,
hold on. Stay cool. Stay cool.
What's wrong with the flying spaghetti monster?
You crazy?
Let me ask Stay Cool something. Stay cool.
Oh, hold on, man. It's called the Gospel of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. That's a real church, yo.
Hallelujah.
Hey, stay cool.
Praise Prego.
I want to know, do you reject? Look, I ain't lying. Look, I ain't even making it up. Look, I'm going to use it. Here you go. Look, the Flying Spaghetti Monster. Flying Spaghetti Monster is a deity in the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, yo. Yo, it really is. Yo, look, here the thing. Look, here you go.
You all-time Michelangelo's picture.
Praise pasta.
Nah, bro.
You all-time.
Praise pasta.
Come on.
Hold on.
Hey, he said he never seen it. Now he's seen it, yo.
You seen it, yo. Hold on. Hey, everybody get what I'm saying, right? And this the part I get though, say cool. This is what I don't like. All of a sudden, we gotta play this wild game that we gotta believe that there needs some evidence. I'm saying if it ain't no flying spaghetti monster, it ain't no Jesus walking on goddamn water, I can outright reject that nonsense. You get it? Nonsense, bro, at a certain point, yo. Come on, bro.
Yeah,
I'm gonna finish my point. Let me finish my point. But I love humans so much, yo, right? Then I'm not willing to take one side over another. I think everybody believes in making up their thing about their world. And I can respect that to the point where I'm not choosing none of it. I think all of it is bananas and part of our belief system. You get it? That's all I'm saying, bro.
So let's take the creation story. One of the first.
It's not for you. You're a grown up now.
When I was coming into consciousness, one of the first things I learned from deep work that led me to study evolution was the monogenetic theory, the origin of human. That made me to look at Adam and Eve's story in the Quran, and I look at it and say, you know what? I've come to the conclusion I reject the Adam and Eve creation story.
There you go.
Because now I have evidence that evolution did happen. So this is the way I proceed. Because I have evidence of evolution, I reject creation. Now, that's not the same thing with saying something created a universe or something did not. I don't have any evidence to the contrary. So I'm not saying it's right or wrong. So I don't know.
I don't
know. So the Big Bang, what was there before the Big Bang? I don't know.
Using the word Big Bang, you use the word Big Bang and then say you don't know. There's a level of.
Do you know what was there before the Big Bang?
There's a level before the Big Bang is an incoherent statement, but there's a level.
Why is it incoherent?
Because there's no before the Big Bang. That's incoherent.
Why is there no before?
Time starts with the Big Bang. There's no before.
Why is there no before?
Because time starts with the Big Bang. Time starts with the Big Bang. There's no before.
What was there before things start?
Before is a statement of time. That's an incoherent statement.
So yeah, but when you say before, it's a linear. So I'm saying that before
with
is
the Big
blank.
Bang. You cannot ask a before question. There is
now
no
you're
before.
acting religious. You are saying don't ask the holy questions.
No, it's irrational.
Okay. Then the religious people say don't ask about God.
Sekou,
we got you to one at a time. Hold on, whoa.
That sounds like religious to me.
No, hold on, Sekou. Hold on, Cedric. Look, this is what we can't do. We need to not talk over each other. So, Cedric, make your point. Explain to him, right? Why is a coherent statement of there is no time for the Big Bang? Go ahead, Cedric, and then you respond. Sekou, go ahead, Cedric.
With the expansion of the universe, you have the smallest unit of time. We call it the Planck time, right? It's 10 to the minus so much. So that is when the concept of time starts. Before that, there is no before. The concept of asking a temporal question prior to the Big Bang is an irrational, illogical question. Time starts with the expansion of space-time.
Yeah, it's like you assume in the beginning. You get that, Sekou? You get what he's saying?
Yeah, but that's an ideological statement. That's what I would say. It's more ideological, and it's a what I would say. It's a framing. He's framing it in that way. But here's the thing: because we know from experiment, or for example, I see in this one, nothing happened. Let me finish.
That's physics. It's not a philosophical question. That's
physics. It's actually physics.
So you are saying in physics we should never ask what happened before the Big Bang. Physics saying you can't ask that question.
Yes, that's what physics.
So I'm asking the question because my mind, and I'm asking that question because I need to know, because there's cause and effect in the universe. There's
another assumption.
Coming in the universe. There's cause and effect is what is happening. Nothing happened by accident. Any phenomenon that moves from one area to another, there must be a force acting upon it. What force acted on that beginning?
It's another religious assumption.
It's not a religious assumption. Give me an example of something that comes into being without a force acting.
Fluctuations produce.
Give me an example.
The reason why you have that question, Sekou, is because you're using the God of the Gap theory to.
No, it's not a God of the Gap theory. It's a sincere, honest question.
No, he's not.
Why is not a God? I'm not looking for no God. I'm saying I don't know.
Causality at the beginning.
I'm not adding no God. Don't put words in my mouth.
Can I speak, Sekou?
Just listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. So in the theory of the Big Bang, right? The Big Bang theory. This is the beginning of existence. This is the beginning of time as we know it. This is the furthest back point in history. And what you're doing.
How we know.
This is the reason why I'm saying you're using the God of the Gap theory. Just hear me out, please.
No, you can't make an assumption for me. I'm not looking for God of the Gap. I know exactly what that means. It means that whatever I cannot explain, I put God there. That's not what I'm doing.
Allow me to finish. But then
but do not put words in my mouth.
No, okay, so
I'm not using no God of the Gap. That's a cliche to dismiss people's questions.
Sekou, you need to develop a little bit more discipline.
I'm trying to address. This is something that I struggled with before as well. That's why I'm giving you my personal perspective. And what I used to do, I used to assume that there was something before the Great Expansion or the Big Bang, and that's where I placed God. I placed God at that little area because it was
a little piece.
Every scientist that I know now on YouTube have said that we do not know. Even the great astrophysicist, the guy that was in the wheelchair, what's his name?
I forget his name.
Stephen Hawkins, and
Stephen Hawkins. Google his video right now. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Hold on, Cedric. You like to talk about
no, you hold on.
No. Let me finish. I'm making a comment. You jump in. Don't do that. You always love chaos. I don't know why.
No, bro, you cut me off. You didn't let me finish my point.
I tried to make a comment.
Everybody off.
Finish.
No, you been cutting everybody off. Let somebody else finish.
No, you don't understand what quantum fluctuations are. You do not need causality in the beginning. That's been mathematically disproven at this point. You do not need causality. That argument is out. So every argument you're having the Kalam argument, Sekou, and you're not even realizing it, which is positing the God of the gaps, which is what Kayel is telling you. It's your arguments we're trying to illustrate how you're framing them. There is no causality required at the beginning of the early expansion of the universe. We understand quantum fluctuations. We see particles coming in and out of existence without a cause. That is just an aspect of the quantum matrix. We understand that. So the causal argument is dead. It's been dead.
That sounds like a believer statement to me. Now listen to me very clearly. I'm listening. I'm quoting experts. I'm not quoting people who think science is their new religion. Yeah, there are people who think science is their new religion. They defend it like an ideology. If you listen to Stephen Hawkins, he tells you very clearly, we do not know. Neil deGrasse Tyson, I don't think you are qualified at Neil deGrasse Tyson. Even on recent, he was on Startup. He said, we do not know. So you sit here and say, oh, we know. There is nothing there. We cannot ask. Look, that sounds, that even you know, it doesn't make sense to you. And you are just saying it because you want to win an argument. I'm saying the fact that we do not know. I'm not saying that there's a God who did it. I'm saying that we got to the realm of we do not know is much bigger than what we know. The realm of we do not know, even what we know about the universe. In fact, there are scientists who are saying even there are multiple universes from the Big Bang. What I'm saying is that we do not know a lot.
Okay, cool. Hey, can I
that's all.
Whenever a person
so do not infer.
All right, that's game. We gotta get some control over the panel.
Do not infer.
Nothing y'all saying.
Have to do with the God of the gap because all of these are cliches.
Cool. All right, good. Go ahead, Kyle, and then we're gonna let Cedric, and then you, Savio.
What I am saying to you, Sekou, just hear me for what I'm saying is that everything that we have tracks back to at one point in time, and like you said, was correct. But the majority of astrophysicists say that we don't know. And that is a hard stop because once you start to say things, you're positing them as if you know something. And that's where it goes into the weird category of trying to use the God of the gap or the Kalam cosmological model to interject something. And that's a flaw in your argument because you're interjecting that we have to have something beyond that. And the answer is we don't know. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Let's tell you what we do know.
I have a question.
Hold on. Whoa. Cedric was next. Go ahead, Cedric.
Yeah. And again, with the advent of CERN, the Hadron Collider, we understand again the randomness of particles coming in and out of existence. That quantum fluctuation is evidence that causality is not a requirement at the early expansion of the universe. Why? Because within the quantum aspect, this is random without any observable cause. Right? So that whole causal argument falls apart there. So the Kalam argument is completely out of the window.
So I would like to make the point that at 14.2 billion years in cosmological time. I think religious thinking people would say, what come before that? But at 14 point billion, that's forever, right? And at that point, like, why would it have to be something before that? You know what I'm saying? So I'm countering it with, why does it have to be something before that? You could ask why it's got, but I'm saying, but why does it doesn't have to be. That could just be it. Because you know how long 14.2 billion years is, 14.7 billion years. Go ahead, Anthony. Because right there is the evidence of what we do have. And for me, that's enough. That's the cosmic background radiation, CMB. So you can ask any kind of question. How come the flying? Here's my question, say cool. How come the flying spaghetti monster ain't at the beginning of it?
That's what I was finna ask.
I got
Who is
something
the
that's real
flying spaghetti
pertinent.
monster? I don't know him.
I know.
I got something that's real pertinent.
You can't boot in, Anthony. Come on,
All right,
Anthony.
my fault,
Dive in.
bro. My fault.
Yeah, you good. You next.
I do not know about.
Hold on. That's fine. I'm just saying. I can say the flying spaghetti monster. Go ahead, though, Anthony. How y'all say it? How you say it and what you doing? The experts, what is that? Because Cedric says something. Cedric says that the question, Cedric, how you say it? How you say it, Cedric? You saying it's an illogical question because of what? I want Anthony to hear that statement. Go ahead.
I said there is no before when space-time is what we quantify as time. So you cannot ask a question what came before. That's an irrational, illogical question in terms of space-time.
All right. Go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, that's like asking what created God. You know what I'm saying?
Shit.
So
good one, say cool. We got me on that one, say cool. That's a good one. Go ahead, Anthony. No, don't jump in. I'm just this for me and say cool. I'm saying his answer is a damn good one right there. But go ahead, Anthony.
That what we know as the Big Bang is, it's a crazy word. It shouldn't be called that, really, but that is, it's not an explosion. Let's get that straight. And matter of fact, shameless plug, but this is the exact topic we're gonna talk about Tuesday on Our Galaxy and Beyond. So y'all tune in. It'll be more depth. But it's the expansion of space and time. That's what it is. So there's no time before the expansion of time. You know what I'm saying? That's when they can go back so far. And that's the evidence that they have. Now, what you got on the screen now, that's some very compelling evidence. But that's like 380,000 to 400,000 years after. That's the afterglow of the expansion. You know what I'm saying? So Cedric is correct on that. Like I said, it's basically like asking what created God. You know what I'm saying? Or
I got that
that believe that
was a good
what created the creator. You know what I'm saying? So no, that's a question, you won't get an answer for.
I like that. Where you at, Preem? Get the money. What's up, man?
I'm right here. What's up?
What do you think about what Anthony said, though? That was kind of, he got me. He kind of got me with the duck. That was a good one.
Said is real.
Yeah,
what
he
Ant
got
said
me.
is real. He took some of my thunder with that statement because that's one of the statements I was going to make.
Make it
since he
anyway.
made it, I can add on. Huh? No. He said it perfect because they asked that question as if they have an answer for their creator and they don't. So it's pretty much a rhetorical question that has no foundation in reality. So he dealt with it. I ain't got to add on to it. But what I will add on is, in his ignorance, he brought up a good topic because right now at the frontier of science, they are actually examining the data from the advanced telescopes that we have, and they are examining the data from the microwave background, and they are saying there are certain things, there may be evidence of a universe before ours. See, the one thing that science never said that
was that our universe was the only universe. Science never made that claim. That's outside of the realm of our findings. Our finding now is there is evidence on the front end and the back end in their theoretical models that says there was a universe before ours. I are technically proficient, but what they're saying is in that microwave background, there's evidence of black holes from the previous universe. That's one of the theories of the data, and that's one of the things that they're debating. On the other end, one of the implications of the Big Bang is the fact that all galaxies are moving, and eventually there's going to be a part where a point where our universe, and once it stops expanding, it's going to collapse back in on its own gravity, and it's going to go back to singularity. So there are plenty of scientific models, and there's might be some evidence, but I ain't gonna call it evidence because they're debating about that data as we speak. But the reality is relative that we have currently does not require a creator, and there are multiple models that address that reality.
Big Bang, the big expansion, the big crunch, that's the Penrose
Another universe.
The Penrose hypothesis is the
Yep, that's
expansion
what the
and
science, they're actually saying there may be evidence of a universe before ours.
Hey,
What is a universe?
And that's documented in the microwave background.
No, we're not
That's what's in the black hole and all the planets.
No, we're not gonna be able to play the game. If you don't understand the game, don't dive in with the complete tomfoolery at this point. We're having a good one.
No, I'm asking questions,
You're not
Mr.
asking
God
questions,
Killer.
bro. No, you're not asking questions. You're foolery now. I know the difference between a good quality question and a nigga just throwing something in because he never heard it before.
What was the question? What was the question?
Don't worry, but he said
Jesus
something about Apple
Christ.
Jacks. He said something about Apple Jacks and the black something. Say cool.
Now you a liar.
Hey, say cool.
You a liar.
Hey, say cool. You did say
what
Apple
is
Jacks.
a universe? I'm not a scientific literate person.
You won't be in this one. We're not trying to make
it's another one. What is the
No, stop it. Hey, say cool. So you see how we attack it though? I'm trying to get you to see how we just not dismissing, we're giving you qualified answers.
You guys are just dismissing things.
Really?
Yes.
The first problem I have with you, you don't even listen.
Right.
Yeah, you don't listen.
I'm gonna get you. Hold on, I'm gonna get you out of here. Where you at?
You make assumptions. You are dismissive, and these are especially Cedric. He's the master of being dismissive. He assumes you know it all. Anything the other person is saying, yeah.
So where was I wrong? Where was I
You
wrong?
know how long I was quiet? I was quiet for about 15 minutes.
I thought I addressed your point directly, being real.
Did you hear me talk for a while?
You was quiet. That's practice. That's practice. Or he's practicing on us. Don't worry about him.
So I said nothing. You got to learn this type of discipline. It comes with spirituality to be disciplined.
Oh shit! Well, then you failed. Then say, "Cool." You was cutting into. You got nice in his last quarter. But go ahead. All right, go ahead. So you hold on. Whoa. You saying Cedric dismissed you? You saying Anthony dismissed you? You saying Anonymous Preem dismissed you? And Anthony hit us with that's
I said Cedric is very dismissive in his talk. For you, I think you misunderstood my question. For the other guy, he think I'm making a religious argument about God in the gaps. And I'm saying that's not what I'm saying. I'm not making an argument for the God in the gaps. And I'm not saying because I'm asking about what happened before the Big Bang, therefore I want to make argument for God. In fact, that's my first question to religion before I left my Islam was that who made God? That's my question I asked. And they said, you can't ask that question. That's the beginning. That's God. That's the way Cedric was talking. They said, look, Allah is a time. He is the beginning of time and everything. So you can't ask what made Allah. That question is irrational. You can't ask that. It doesn't even make sense. Ask any religious person. That's the answer they will give you. That for you to even ask who made Jehovah or Allah is an irrational question. You can't ask that. Because that's where the before began. So you can't ask that.
Yes, because you get
I'm getting
infinite
the same
regrets.
response
Right.
from an
You
But
get
atheist.
infinite
So I'm
regrets.
saying,
That's
listen.
why it's a irrational question. You
but
get
I
So
infinite
answered your
listen.
regrets.
question with the latest science. I answered your
So, but
question
are
with the
you
latest
guys
science.
able
Me
to be?
too.
I said
Are
it
you guys
wasn't
able to be
definitive.
disciplined for a minute?
Yeah,
Be
so I
disciplined
don't
for a minute.
understand. There is no before. Space
Y'all
time
got
Yeah,
right
works
yeah,
down
I
what he's
got the
saying.
differently.
same answer
Space.
for religion. I got the
Nah,
same
I
answer
think it's
for religion.
different. I think there's different. Hey, say Q, I
No,
swear to God.
wait. I
I
got
think
the
the
same answer
context is
for
different.
religion. You
I
can't
think the
ask that
context.
question in a religious
Yeah,
house.
that might be in religion, might be taboo.
Yeah. So I'm saying I just opened a BBC article right
All
now
right,
on
what you got?
science
All right,
about,
put it right
yeah,
here. What you got?
I will come on there, but before I get to it, even NASA, I just went to their website.
All right.
Mostly they are saying that we don't know. Okay? We don't know has been the answer because there is no certainty yet. Even the universe that we live in, we don't know if there are multiples of them. We don't know. There are a lot of
But we have,
theories.
but Sekou,
There are a
you are
lot of
arguing a
theories.
point. You arguing a point we not making.
Relax,
We not
man.
saying they know.
Okay,
Yeah,
you guys,
yeah.
I think I can
You
leave. If Sam
you
is
arguing
ready,
against
Sam
yourself
and
though,
I can
bro.
have a
You
conversation.
literally argue. You literally making an argument that no one
Because
is
I'm
making.
saying
No one
I am
claims
neither with
science
you
knows
guys,
that.
neither with the religious guy, because I asked the same question with
No,
religion.
no, no. Hey, say Q, I swear. At this
What are you
Don't
moment,
say
talking?
it's the God of the guy I'm
You're
looking for.
talking
I
hold
did
on
nonsense.
1 second,
ask,
Preem. Hold on for a
I
minute,
did
Preem.
ask religious
Nonsense,
people the
bro.
same
Because
question.
Hold on for a
nobody
minute,
is
Preem.
making that
Yeah, you know
argument.
we're not really saying that though. You get it. Hey, say Q, I swear it's a communication thing here. We're not saying it all you can hear is a religious response, right? That's all you're actually hearing. But if you really dissect what Anthony said, what Preem said, and what Cedric said, they're not even saying what you think they're saying. Nobody's actually saying that. You get it? And so the reason you're saying that we don't know, you're saying that's why you're not never saying that there is no God because you don't know, right? But that's not how science actually works. Because there is a way we can know some things, not all things, right? But there is a point when we get to the knowledge where we say we don't know. But saying we don't know don't mean we can't figure it out. That just means right now we don't have enough data, yeah, I'm saying, to have the answer. But when we
But
do
God
have,
is not a
let me
scientific
finish.
question.
No, let me finish. But when we do have the answer, what we know is it's not going to be a spooky thing. It's
No,
going to be
but God is not a scientific question.
no. Listen. So I'm trying to explain. You gotta focus. This is hard. But when you say you don't believe in God, no, you don't say. You say I don't know, right? Because there's a possibility that there might be a God. Am I correct in that?
Yes, that you can be correct to infer that.
Right, but science is saying that there will never be a possibility that there's a God.
I
But
don't think
they're saying
science says that. That's what you say.
no. Watch this.
Science doesn't say that.
No. Watch this. What they're actually saying is when they do figure out the next phase, what they do know about nature is it's always going to be a natural explanation. That's the
Yeah,
point.
but science never said what you said because science does
No,
not specify.
Science doesn't deal with the supernatural.
They don't
Science
deal
only
with
That's
deals
what
with
I'm
the
saying. Science
natural.
doesn't deal with the supernatural.
Yeah,
It doesn't
So that science isn't even trying to answer that
You're not
question.
trying to answer that question, yo.
I agree with that. Science is not trying to answer that
So
question.
why are you talking? If we talking
Yeah, we
science,
understand that.
then why that has no place in a scientific
So who
discussion?
is talking?
And that's the point. And that's
Yeah,
the
but
point
who is
I'm
talking
making.
about God?
You're
It's you
making a
guys.
point. You are making a point that no one is arguing.
Yeah, we're not.
It's like you up on your soapbox. Nobody knows how it all started. Okay, so and we
Yeah,
agree with you.
we agree.
Nobody knows how
There is no
everything
so
started.
and
We
end. It's
agree
just that
with
we don't
you.
know.
So why are you? So what point? All right. So this is what I'm
Why are you looking for the
asking you.
so? There's no so and end. It's just like, I don't know. I
Is
don't
your
know.
direct point without going all around this? What's your direct point? What's your direct point? Because we agree that nobody knows how all of this started. We agree with that. Okay, so now what's your point?
Anonymous, listen. The point is,
All right, go ahead.
the point is that
Ain't no absolutes in science though, but go ahead.
as it stands,
Mhm.
we do not know most things
Yeah.
about existence in the universe.
We agree with that. You keep saying that like we
Relax,
disagree.
man.
What?
Relax. You don't
What?
even show
Okay,
your
you
face
said
right
that
now.
already.
Relax.
Say
Let
something
me
you haven't
finish.
said. Say something you haven't said already. Stop repeating yourself. We agree with that. Why do you keep repeating it? We agree. Okay, now we don't know most of the
Now,
universe.
this sounds like religious
Okay,
people because they
what's
don't
the
like you to
point?
speak.
Well,
What's the
what it
point?
is, okay,
What's the point?
Preem gave you some good theoretical
Let him say
evidence.
it.
Okay, can you finish talking, Anonymous? Then I will continue.
What's the point?
Hold on, wait a minute, man. Wait a minute.
Let him
Let me
keep
get in
talking.
here.
When he finish, I will talk.
Let him slide in here real quick, Preem. Go ahead. Anthony. Go ahead, Anthony.
All right. Preem gave you some good theoretical evidence. It's pretty strong. Matter of fact, Juju was talking about that on a show, and they got a paper on that. But I gave you what Unc had up there. That's physical evidence that we have. You know what I'm saying? So you're getting it from two angles. Why we don't know? We don't know. You know what I'm saying? But the question itself is, it's for our sake, it's the expansion of space and time. So there's no time before time expands. You get what I'm saying? So that's where the analogy of who created God comes from. It's not a shot at you. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't have a problem. I did ask that question though. I asked religious people that question too.
But it's just an analogy. That's it. We don't know. But you know what I'm saying? There is some evidence coming out that there was a former universe that collapsed on itself. And what makes it intriguing is that according to, you know, the initial parts of the paper, I hadn't went all the way through it, but it fits with general relativity, which is something that we understand. You know what I'm saying? So that's a possibility, but we don't know. We just don't, you know, nobody knows.
That's all. I'm
No.
Answer all I wanted to hear.
No. Hold on. Say cool. This is where you're getting it mixed up at. Say cool. This is where you're getting it mixed up.
No, what he says, all I wanted to hear.
No, watch this. No, you mixed it up. Hold on, Cedric. Listen, watch this. Do you realize you ask religious people, right, about who came before God or something like that, correct?
Who created God?
Who created God?
Yes.
You also say that you personally, you don't know about if there is or if there isn't a God. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, I said I don't know.
Now watch this. Science don't even deal with the supernatural.
Yes.
That's why they saying they don't know, because that's not something they can even study. So understand it. The reason you're doing it is totally different from what science is doing it. I want you to really catch this. So yes, absolutely. Science is doing it because it only deals with the natural phenomenon. It don't deal with the supernatural. Your question is, you're saying you don't know whether there's a supernatural God or not, bro. That's what you're saying. When science say they don't know, they're not saying that they don't know there's a supernatural God. They saying we don't even deal with the question at all.
We don't know the mechanism yet.
Science does not deal with that. You get it?
Agree.
So we can't conflate the two ideas together.
I'm not conflicting it. I don't know where you guys are getting this.
Watch it. Let me finish. And then you brought it. Look, you brought it right here. You say, hey, just like I'm saying that I don't know about a God, about the Big Bang. I don't know. Wait a minute. It's too.
No, come on.
I tried.
Any knowledge that we gain,
Anthony, I agree with you.
Any knowledge that we gain outside.
Cedric is very dismissive. So I don't.
Any knowledge that we gain of anything that is happening outside of space-time or before or at the beginning.
Scientists don't talk like this.
So what you would get then is a natural explanation. The mechanisms and the processes would be then explained, which would make the explanation natural, will not provide any more or any other substantiation whether there's a supernatural entity or not. So to interject that question within the realm of science is conflation. Because
what question?
What came before the Big Bang? So it's fallacious on two grounds. Fallacious for one, because the question before space-time, time is where you have temporal. Temporalism begins with the expansion where we get space-time. So to ask that question is fundamentally flawed within the realm of physics. Now, if any other process, right, alludes to a prior state, it would be in the realm of science. It would be us understanding the mechanisms. that question of a supernatural deity remains a question, a philosophical question
Why are you
regardless.
bringing the
Because
deity into the question? Nobody is talking about a deity. Why are you obsessed with the deity issue in this question? The question has
Okay.
nothing to do with deity. Now let me
Okay.
no,
No. Let me
I'm
go.
not
Let me
talking to an
go. Let
anonymous.
me go because
No,
you
I won't let
obviously
you
did
go.
not
I won't let you
because
go. I have to respond to Cedric. I won't let you go. Let me
so
finish with
you
Cedric.
cut me off. You
So
cut me off,
talking
and
with
then
Cedric,
you cut. Whoa,
you
whoa, whoa,
can't
whoa,
come
whoa.
in.
So no. You don't get to cut
Okay,
me
keep
off and then
talking,
say you
Cedric.
deal
I'll
with
when
me.
you finish.
So yeah, you wait there. So Preem, explain him why. Explain him why this point is relevant, because it is what he interjected into the conversation. His agnostic position regarding the knowledge of a God as unknown, he equated that to the unknown status of prior status
he did
to the
that.
Big Bang. He did that. And
Yeah, he
that's
did
why
that.
your position is completely fallacious. So I'm dismissive because I hear the fallacy from jump.
Right.
All right, go ahead, say cool, and then we got Prince.
Is he done?
Yeah,
Go
he
ahead.
done. And then
Go
Prince
ahead.
on this. Go ahead.
All right.
But you
First of
can't go
all,
for an hour and a half. We're not gonna let you do it.
no, I'm not going for. I never
We,
spoke here
we-
for that
we ain't
long.
gonna let you talk us to death. We're not gonna let you do it. Go
No.
ahead, no. All
So
right, go ahead.
my question was very simple. I asked what was there before the Big Bang. The
And what
purpose
happened?
of my question is to show I was trying to find out whether we know everything in the universe or there are things we don't know. This is not to imply that I'm looking for a God. I just told you I do not have any evidence for a God. But I'm saying that we human ourselves, or our scientific knowledge is still limited, and there are many things we do not know yet. So when you don't know something, you cannot be certain about it until you know it. So I'm asking, I said, what was there before the Big Bang? He said the question cannot be asked because space and time is from the Big Bang we got space and time. So that sounds to me like semantics. It sounds like when someone say, I will meet you at sunset, then you say, oh, sun does not set. So you can't even make that statement because there is no sunset. So, but it's language. You have to understand that that's the vocabulary we are using, but understand the sense that I'm trying to make. What I'm trying to say is that how did that first matter emanate or germinate or come into existence? Whether it was called, it was not called. I'm coming.
You keep saying the same thing.
Hey, coming, let him come.
Man, who is
Go
that?
ahead,
Okay.
man.
Now you said I should speak, then he interrupted Ang, and you are praising that. You were supposed to repudiate him for doing the wrong thing.
No, I tried to repudiate him, but I started laughing because it was funny as hell. Because I knew he was gonna say it. When you said it again, I knew he was gonna say, "Oh, you ain't I said." But go ahead, though. Go ahead.
Because we are trying to make our position clear.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I'm saying the explanation you gave me does not. All the scientists I've listened to, they've used the simple sentence or phrase, "We do not know."
Yes.
Okay? Because they know that there's a lot we do not know yet about even the universe itself. Whether there was even another universe that collapsed before this one began. All of those are into different theory and hypotheses and all type of things are going on. We don't know for certain yet about even our universe, whether there are multiple ones. So I'm saying there are so many things we don't know. So sometimes to say I don't know does not categorize the person as religious or irrational or whatever.
No.
This person proceed logically. There are things when they don't know something, they prefer to reserve and they don't want to be on the side of belief or certainty. They just like to say, I don't know. That for me, that's a rational position to hold.
All right, but that's until that is. I'm gonna let you go, Preem. Hold on. That is until a religious person or a person saying that I don't know if there's a God or not. I don't know. That's a different I don't know in that question than I don't know in science. That's what I'm trying to get you to see. That fundamentally the two I don't know is two separate things, bro. That's all I'm trying to get you to see. And if I can get you to see that, then you got the conversation for the day. I'm gonna say it again. The I don't know whether there's a God or not, right? Reason behind why you wouldn't consider yourself an atheist is different from a scientist saying, I don't know. You get that?
Just like that.
Just like that. That's it. You got to get that. If you can get that, if you can get the I don't know, it's two different I don't knows. I know it's counterintuitive, yo, but I kid you not. The I don't know, and I can explain why in 3 sentences. Because when a scientist say, I don't know, he's not presupposing that there's going to be a supernatural explanation of something that he does not know, because they know enough about nature you understand that there is no supernatural explanation, because if it was, they still couldn't study it. It's the supernatural, and science was never made to study the supernatural, but religion is. You get the difference? Go ahead, Preem. I hope you got that. I hope you got that. That's
Now
something you got
listen,
to
man.
complete.
I
Listen,
think I
listen,
gave you.
listen.
I gave you.
It's my yo. See
It's his
now,
turn. It's his turn.
Go
It's his
ahead,
turn.
man. Anonymous. I
you
don't believe
supposed to be
that there's time.
spiritual,
When you finish
yo.
your
If you was
time.
actually spiritual, you would have the discipline to wait your turn.
Y'all both throwing shots. Y'all throwing spiritual.
Fight. Verbal
See,
melee.
and this is the thing, man. This is the thing. He done sat up here for an hour saying science that just repeating on repeat, rewind. Science don't know everything. Science don't know everything. Nobody said science knows everything. That's what I'm saying. You are literally arguing with yourself. It's like, but you're on a panel, so we got to be involved with your internal dialogue and the internal fight that you have with yourself. Man, nobody's trying to convince you what to believe. Believe what you want to believe, bruh. Nobody's trying to convince you. If you want to believe, if you just want to say, if whatever your position on it is, you free to have it. But to get up on here and just shout down that science doesn't know everything, we know, we accept it. Now, the reason why I brought up the latest findings or the latest data and the latest conversations that the astrophysicists are having is because there are multiple theoretical models that do not require some spooky out of nowhere the universe popped up. The evidence right now is leading to that universes are in a cycle, are cyclical, just like everything in life that we witness, just like us, just like plants, just like everything that we see. It comes in a cycle. So our universe had a beginning and it'll have an end, and then after that the material that had brought order to our universe will collapse, and then the process will start all over again. That's what the evidence is showing, that that time and space is cyclical, just like everything else in nature. So there is no requirement for any type of creator, because it's literally like that's the point of what Cedric was saying. Galaxies for,
Why are you
yeah, hold on,
objecting the
let me
creator?
let me finish
Finish.
that's
You keep
part.
talking for an hour.
That's
We are
hold on,
not
hold on.
here
Let
for
me
your
finish, bro.
lecture.
Let me finish.
You
Let
keep
me
talking
finish.
and keep
Let me
finishing.
finish.
You
Can
are
I
talking
finish?
forever. We
Can
all
I
have a very short
finish?
time.
Can I
You need to get out
finish?
and don't
You
talk
got
Can
this.
I
forever.
finish? Can
Finish
I
quickly.
finish?
Finish
You got
quickly.
Can
this.
I finish? At this point, I ain't
Finish
even
quickly.
talking to
You
you
got
no
this.
more.
Finish
You got
quickly.
this.
Can
You
I
got this.
finish?
Finish
Can I take
quickly.
my turn? Can I
Finish
take my
quickly.
turn?
Say
Finish
cool. Say
quickly.
cool. He
Can I
went no
take my
Finish
longer.
turn?
quickly.
Can I take my
No,
Finish
turn?
no.
quickly.
Can I take my
Finish
turn?
quickly.
Can I take my
Finish
turn?
quickly.
Can I take my
Finish
turn?
quickly. Finish
Can
quickly.
I
Mikareha.
take my turn? Can I
Anonymous.
take
Finish
my
quickly.
turn? Can I take my turn?
Quickly. Be fast.
Can I take my
Go
turn?
ahead, Preem.
Be
Go ahead, Preem.
fast.
Can
Wait.
I take my turn?
Well, y'all
Be
gonna
fast.
stop saying that, man.
Like I said, um, like Cedric was saying, galaxies form after the Big Bang because of fluctuations in space-time, causing energy to group together. And then once gravity forms, it starts a chain reaction. And that's what existence is. It's a chain reaction. It's an eternal chain reaction. That's what the science is pointing to. And that's, you know what I mean, that's what it is. You know what I mean, existence, with all of this energy
Mr.
and
Finish
all of this,
quickly. Now
with all of this,
they're giving you
and
a
with
chance.
all of the
Mr. Finish quickly.
energy, with all of the energy in the universe that's documented, with all the energy in the universe that's documented, evolution was an inevitability when you think about the vastness of what's going on, how many galaxies it is in the universe, or how many they even found. They estimating it at 2 trillion. So the life is an inevitability. It doesn't require
I'm
and it's
gonna
natural cause and effect, man.
I'm gonna
And
make
like
one
you said,
last point.
science hasn't explained
Did he
everything,
say
but
natural cause and effect?
we have a pretty good model and idea of how everything
And did you
evolved
hear cause and effect?
from the Big Bang till now.
So when
He
it
So
comes
just
to
said
that's
ignorance,
here's
it's a
what it is.
natural cause and effect.
so when it comes to ignorance in science, that's different to ignorance in theology, and that's a false equivocation to have the discussion. That is the overall point being made here. Science has a methodology. Our
Y'all
unknown
funny as
becomes
shit.
known by means of a process. And with regard to a supernatural agency, there is no mechanism by which you can acquire knowledge. So to equate the two concepts within one conversation to show how knowledge, the lack of knowledge there in the supernatural theological framework equates to lack of knowledge within the scientific framework is fallacious in its root and in its concept. Conceptually, it is fallacious. Ankh said the same thing and I've
Fallacious.
doubled down. It's fallacious conceptually.
Okay. I
Fallacious.
think for you guys listening, it's very important that I asked a very logical question and you can see all the deep religious sentiment in them just came out. Because I can tell you that people,
Uh-oh.
yeah. There are people who are science enthusiasts, but actually their behavior and everything points to a zealot, a religious fanatics. The same way.
False equivalency.
Let me. There you go. Anonymous. He doesn't even have a name, but he loves yelling. So hold on. So
I'm doing
I
a you
asked a very
impression.
logical question.
I'm holding up a mirror.
Oh my! You see? So
Exactly. I know. You got a problem when I do it. But go
Children.
ahead.
go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Anonymous, Mister. Go quickly.
Go ahead. Go
Finish
ahead.
quickly, then I will talk.
Go ahead. Keep saying the same thing you've been
For
saying
me,
for
I
the
don't have
last
a
hour.
problem.
Go ahead.
If you want to talk, I can let you talk, but just be quick.
No, I'm good. Go ahead.
Okay. I just asked a simple question. And instead of answering my questions, they are trying to question my motive. They're trying to say, I'm asking because I want to plant God in there.
Because we already answered your
We
question.
illustrate the fallacious
We
nature of
already
the
answered your
I said I'm
question.
asking
argumentation. We
because
answer
I'm
the
We
trying to
already
question
plant
answered
and
your
God.
question.
we
Now what?
illustrated
There
how
you go.
you
There you
ask
go. You
that
can see
question.
them yelling.
It is how you
So
ask the question to
I
me.
asked the question.
Quickly, you
And
we
illustrated
answered your
ignorance
question.
in the
Now what? You still
supernatural,
ain't said
and
no,
then
the
nothing.
you turn
question is
around and
not answered. The
You
question
trying to
I'm
you trying to
hearing,
do a false
answer the
equivalency now
ignorance
with
of
science
the
and
science.
question
religion.
I keep
So
hearing
you
is
It
that
don't
equate
work
it,
that
man
way.
know.
yes, you equate the
Okay.
ignorance of science, which
So
is applying a methodology to get
I'm
a
saying
definitive answer,
even in
and the ignorance
science,
of science you equate to the ignorance of your
even in
position,
science,
whether there's a supernatural being, yes or no. So
science,
that equivocation is fundamentally flawed.
science.
Once science acquires knowledge, it will be natural by its nature and not supernatural. There will be no answer to a supernatural question
Who is talking about
using science.
supernatural? Why are
So
you guys infusing supernatural in the discussion?
the conversation started with
I
you
think you
again,
guys are looking
Sekou.
for a religious guy to talk to.
So
It's not
Man,
me.
you making an argument
Sekou,
nobody
you
I'm
said
making,
asking.
man.
your
I'm looking at
ignorance,
the limitation
And
of
then
what
you
you
mad
know.
your
because
ignorance
people
to the
understand the
existence
shit
of a
more than
God.
you do.
Okay.
Your ignorance to the existence of a God, which you are rightly to have said you don't know. But when you turn
Yeah,
around and
you
ask
know.
a
I don't
question,
know.
so okay, you don't know, but when you turn around
Probably you
and
know. I don't know.
ask a question regarding science unknown, you're
Yeah.
making a false equivocation. One
There
science,
is no irrational question. When you ask a
there's
question,
a false
no.
equivocation.
Every
There's a
question
false
is valid.
equivocation.
If you
No,
don't,
it's a
because you cannot
fallacious.
answer it,
So use a
doesn't mean it's
fallacious
invalid.
question. Your
No.
question is fallacious. An
It's not
unknown
fallacious.
in
I did
science,
not make any
an
claim.
unknown in
I
science
am
is
not making
answered.
any claim.
An
I'm asking a
an
question.
unknown in
What
science
is the purpose for answering your
is
question?
answered by the application of methodological
That
naturalism, which would
that's
render
you are looking for a
any
motive.
answer
And I am not presenting any motive
would
for the
render
question.
any would render any answer
This is
of
nonsense.
the scientific unknown would render it natural. So to
I
equate
just think
This really is
your
nonsense.
unknown position to that of science is fundamentally fallacious. Your engagement with that scientific position was from a religious one. Your question, what comes before time, is an irrational question. Ask yourself what comes before time. Time is the definition in which before, after, tomorrow, 15 minutes, 20 seconds, all definitions of time happens at the point of the Big Bang. So to
Okay.
ask the question of
So
before,
it will be okay. When I okay, let me ask you another question then.
no,
Since
don't cut
you
me
are
off.
running
It's
away,
within the
since
realm
you are
of
running
physics,
away from this, so I will ask you
within
another
the
one.
realm of
You
physics
are running
fallacious.
away. The
However,
second question is the question will be why.
we're coming back to the fallacious nature
This
of your
is
It's
stupid and
proposition
fallacious
childish.
again.
in the
This is
question
stupid,
itself.
yo. This
Okay?
is stupid.
That's where it goes.
This is
Hey, Gullah, we
stupid.
can't
I'm
see you,
sorry.
Gullah. Hey, Gullah, Catalini, we
Anonymous,
can't.
I can't insult an anonymous. You are
Yo, man,
nobody.
I
I have
gotta
to
go,
insult a
man. This
person.
is stupid,
To
man.
get a name before I will call you foolish or whatever. But you are anonymous. I don't know whether this is Trump
No, you
or
felt
it's
dismissed.
somebody with a
You
MAGA
felt
hat. I don't know
dismissed
what
might
it
be
is.
because you're philosophically ungrounded. So you felt dismissed when
I
the
gotta
when the
go,
rug
man.
was pulled
This
out
shit
of
is
under your
stupid.
argument. When the statement addressed the
Edric,
fact
you
that
have no answer. That's all
made
that
a
is
point. I
dismissed
made a point.
people.
Four individuals
You are
on this
not making
panel
any point.
made the same point. Your position is fallacious, an unknown in
What is
science,
what is
answered
the
by
fallacious position? To
methodological
say
Gullah, slow
methods.
down one
God
here.
was
Gullah,
there
you just
before
doing
the
something
Big
wrong
Bang.
here, Gullah. Gullah, I swear we can't hear you. You just don't.
So
It sounds like you
if I find scientists
like Gullah.
who
Come
are
on,
wait, hold on, Ank. If I find a scientist, an article where a scientist asks that question,
yeah.
will you consider them religious?
No, we're not saying that. We're
No,
only
no,
reason.
because I'm the first person in the world, or I'm the first.
No.
I'm a religious
Did you hear what I
question.
said? No, did you
So
hear what I
what was
said?
there before the Big Bang?
No, did
Scientists
you?
didn't ask that question.
No, did you catch what I said though? I said,
Scientists just dismissive. He think he knows it all.
oh yeah. Well, I'm not talking about what you're saying. I'm talking
No,
about.
he doesn't. The only stupid people know it all. Only stupid people.
Wait a minute.
You gotta be stupid to know it all.
Religious people are the stupid people then, because they know a
And
creator.
I agree with you.
He agree
agree
with us
with
on
you.
that. He agree with us on that.
I
All
agree
I'm
with
saying is when you make the statement that the reasoning behind why you don't make the statement that there is no God,
because I don't
right?
know.
Because you don't know. Because there may be a possibility that one pop up at your doorstep one day. That's what you basically saying.
You are still that's
Am I
I
wrong?
agree with that, but I don't think you should emphasize on the hypothetical area. Deal with the fact that I don't know.
Well, I don't think one gonna pop up. That's
Yeah, it was. Why don't you want to deal with the
then
fact that the person said he doesn't know? Then you said because you don't know. If I say I don't know, okay, I don't know whether there is a city in the world called Toronto. Then you say, oh, there's a possibility Toronto exists or it doesn't exist. Now you are putting me in the realm of speculation.
Nah, you think it's gonna
I don't know. I don't know.
Why don't you know? Why don't you know that?
If somebody said that Ankh steal this meat or this Ankh commit this crime, and I said I don't know, am I telling the judge that there's a possibility Ankh committed a crime?
That means you don't know whether I would do it or not.
Can the judge say can the judge ask me another question and say because you don't know, does that mean there's a possibility Ankh committed a crime? That would be doesn't make any sense.
That's different though. That's something that they can exist.
If someone say, I don't know, sir, I'm not a witness to that, I don't know. That's the end. They can't ask you. So there's a possibility then that it happened.
So
that's for you to speculate, not for me.
No, the inference is this. If I'm saying that it ain't no God, right? I'm saying that I don't think it's a possibility that it is. As soon as you say that you don't know, you basically saying there's a possibility it could be or could not be. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. That's the very good answer because I do not have any logical way to explain God.
But a scientist, I don't know, is based off of the scientific method, though.
I value rationality and the experience. So I do not have an experience of a God.
Yeah, we still stuff. I don't know. We're having I don't know. At this point, we're having I don't know conversation.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's good not to know. If you don't know, you don't know.
That's funny. Because we don't know. We don't
Title
know.
the show, I don't know.
I might title the show, I don't know.
Can I ask him this
Only
quick
on the
question?
God question, I don't know.
Things
that I know, I talked about.
Funny. Then you're gonna ask him a question. Then you're gonna ask Sekou a question.
Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
Do
Go
you
ahead.
believe?
So you guys don't want me to ask questions? No, I have a question.
Yeah.
You guys need to answer my question first.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Chill out, bruh. Do you believe that there's a teapot floating around Venus right now?
Yes.
Just say I don't know. I dare you. I dare you say I don't know.
I know. Venus.
The planet is a planet.
Oh, the planet Venus. Okay.
Do you believe that there is a teapot floating around the planet Venus right now?
Who is making the claim?
Me.
No, he asked you a question.
Who is making the claim? Where's the evidence?
It's the same with these creators and God.
No, you are making a claim.
I don't need evidence.
Where's the evidence?
I believe there's a teapot floating around Venus. Do you?
Yes.
I want to see the evidence to judge.
I don't need evidence. I believe it.
You say you. I'm talking about me.
I don't care what you need. I'm asking you.
I believe it because you said it.
You don't need evidence for God, right?
Claiming that there's a creator.
You said there's something flying in Venus. I'm saying that present the evidence to me.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't need it.
I don't got no evidence.
Him saying it is the evidence.
He said him saying it.
Like you are worse than the religious people because at least they present a book. It's just that the book is not sufficient evidence for me. You are worse than the religious people because at least they claim that they have a book.
Go to sleep. And rethink your whole thought process.
Reject the claim.
Spaghetti flying in Venus. So where's the evidence?
Do you reject the claim? Asking for the evidence, you're rejecting the claim, right? Because
he makes a claim, and I'm asking him to substantiate the claim.
So there's no evidence, Sekou. There's a claim. There's a belief. You either accept the belief or you reject it. You either accept the claim or you reject it.
I have to examine the evidence. Religious people don't do that. They don't even do that.
There is no evidence, Sekou. There's just the belief.
Okay, so he makes the claim. Okay, I don't see any evidence. I have no reason to believe it.
Exactly. You're rejecting the claim, right?
That's what I'm saying. I haven't seen the evidence.
Okay, based on the lack of evidence, based on his claim being unsupported, you simply reject the claim, right?
I said I haven't even seen it before I reject or accept it. I haven't seen it.
So no, he can't show you any evidence based on his lack of evidence, based on the arbitrary nature of the claim. Right. You are going to reject the claim, right?
Bingo.
That's not how it works. If someone makes a claim, it's neutral. Until I see the evidence, then I reject or accept.
I'm telling you.
This is ridiculous.
I believe this is why.
So whatever claim that someone made, I just reject or accept.
This is the totality of the evidence. I just believe
that's not how it works. My rejection and acceptance based on examination.
So I have no evidence to provide, but you have the claim I made. I believe in the flying teapot. That's the totality of it.
So you just say it's a claim, so that remain in the realm of claim. It's not a fact.
Good, it's a claim, right? Until you have evidence, everything is a claim.
Right, it's a claim.
Okay, so now the evidence is the claim. There is no other evidence.
No, the claim is not an evidence.
So
hold on, stop.
So now what do you do with that? There is no evidence, but there
you
is
have
that
to provide evidence. No one in this world think that claim is an evidence.
So you reject that position, right?
I never use the word reject. I said I haven't even seen it to examine.
So there is no evidence for you.
I'm bringing some evidence.
I have not examined the information to make
the
determination.
There is nothing to examine. I made a claim. That's the totality. I'm making the claim. I'm telling you what I believe. Now you are either
it's not admissible because I can't examine it.
Accept or reject the claim. That's your position.
Believe all humans.
You reject the claim, Sekou.
This is ridiculous.
For the lack of evidence, for the arbitrary nature of the claim, you reject it. There is no evidence to support it. And you're going to keep asking them, tell you, do I have any? I just believe it.
No, that's not how it works.
I just believe it. I just believe it.
Is it
when
blue or it is green?
When I look up in the sky, you see that star over there to the right.
Evidence.
You see the star to the right over there. I think and I believe that's a teapot. That's it. That's the totality of
But
it.
I don't have Venus in front of me to study right now. So how do I know it's false?
Exactly. So what do you do because of the lack of evidence? What do you do because of the arbitrary nature of the claims?
I do not accept it as a fact.
Thank you
I
very
have
much.
evidence.
You don't accept it, right? Okay.
Yeah, I don't accept it as a fact.
You don't accept it? In which way do you accept it?
Okay. I see it as a claim.
Okay, good. And what is the value of that claim?
Well, until I examine the evidence, then I can put a value on it.
Oh, so till you have evidence, the claim is what?
Until I have evidence to prove it right or wrong.
The claim is what? The evidence is
It remains a claim, bro. Why is that confusing?
The assertion is the totality of the claim.
No.
Unsupported, arbitrary, and no physical evidence.
I cannot dismiss or approve anything until it's just like a court of case. Someone can make a claim, a judge never declare you innocent or guilty.
You believe I have a red dragon in my
I don't
class.
see Venus in a teapot. I don't have Venus in
You believe I have a red dragon in my closet because I said it. You can't dismiss. I can't provide the evidence, and until I give you the evidence, you have to accept it.
Okay, now you say you talk about dragon. So first of all, I can say, okay, we don't have dragon in it. We never seen dragon.
Because we don't have no anthology.
I can answer because I can say, yes, I live on Earth. We know all the animals. There is no animal called dragon.
All right, everybody freeze. Everybody freeze. I'm the only one bringing a source in this damn conversation. Right? I'm bringing my damn sources.
Komodo dragon.
Damn source. Do you see it?
I told you.
There you go. That's my source right there.
It came from the space station.
The teapot floating around got the moon. That's my source.
There you go.
Do you accept that or not?
That's a picture. That's an AI photo. I'm looking at.
That's my.
So the evidence is fake because it's AI. So based on this evidence, it's a lie.
Teapot. It's still hot, and it's still hot. It's still hot. It's still hot. Yeah, that's what I feel.
Based on the evidence, it's false.
Hey, can I say it? Can I say something?
And I can tell you how we got there from the space station.
You know what? Thank you. Based off the Bibles and the mix and matches and everything, and don't know about the whole world. Talk about I can say, yo, that's false. That's all I'm saying.
Hey,
based on
based on what you just showed, I can say it's false.
Okay, all right, there you go. But you can't say that God is false based off of the evidence they show you. That's all I'm saying. You get that?
Oh, okay, now I get your question.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You're saying that based on the evidence they have. So for me, it is not based on their. It's not based on their evidence. So this is the problem. People think that we know God through those books. It is not through those books that the question of God arrives. Naturally, every human being are curious about how why am I existing? What is the purpose of existing? It's not dependent. That's why I said religion is sui generis. When I started with my conversation, that scholars who believe that the concept of religiosity is sui generis. That means it is a category of its own in human psyche. It has nothing to do with the book. It has nothing to do with the religious people are preaching.
Faulty premise.
Hey man, all I know is at this point, Miss Tiff say is if she says Uncle Hearn, it got to be.
I do not know.
I don't know. We better. I don't know. Hey, Anthony, I don't know.
We don't know, bro. I have no evidence.
This the thing, like.
Hey, we got a background singer. Hey, yo, you're a background singer. Where you at? Hold on. Hey, man, you wild. That's all you say, Pat.
I did answer in the beginning. You didn't hear me. I said the reason I rejected Islam is because
what you just told him.
I rejected.
What you just told him, you told him like 3 times, dog, and he finally just got it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He finally just got it. You know, science only deals with the evidence.
Right.
Okay, you understand that. But it was like what just told you and you agreed with it. He was like, okay, I understand your question now. He didn't ask you that 3 times.
Right.
Yep.
No, the way I think for them is that they think the understanding of God proceeds from all religion. The presentation of God, I reject. I said it very clearly. But Yeah, I reject. Otherwise, if I accept the evidence, why don't I be a Muslim? Why
No,
can't
but
that
that's the same thing the article say.
that's
Yo,
not
the
the
article
evidence? I
says
said
the
the
article
evidence
clearly says.
does not prove the existence of any Allah to
I
me.
know, but watch this. Watch this. You
I
said
said
you
the
reject.
finality of my conclusion is that I don't know for sure.
I got you. But watch this. Look, hold on. Nobody say nothing. But right here in this article, it says atheism is the rejection and assertion is there. You said you reject you reject it. You're doing the same thing everybody else doing. That's all I'm saying.
No.
Get the word out the way. Get this word out the way.
No.
Yeah,
All
get
the
that.
evidence you presented for God,
Yeah, but I'll be honest with
do
you.
not prove
I'm
that
be
God
honest with you.
exists.
I don't believe you to be an atheist at all.
No, I'm not.
I think you're agnostic though, for sure.
Talking.
For sure.
Whatever label you want to give me.
Yeah, I like the label. African, no, say this. Look at African agnostic.
Agnostics.
Hey,
No, I don't want to make all these labels.
I know, forget the label. Just be you. Hey, Grant, what's going on? We got Grant on the panel. What's good? Pseudo Killer Army. What's good, Grant? What it do, man?
And I'm peace, man. I'm signing out.
Yeah.
You running from Grant? I know you ain't running.
No, I'm not running. Sorry.
You're running,
Okay,
running.
I can stay 10 more minutes.
All right, stay 10 more minutes. Go ahead, Grant.
Yeah, I think the I don't know and then trying to appeal to agnosticism just feels like an ability for a person to hold on to their belief systems.
Mm-hmm.
And it's okay, correct? No one's requiring you to give it up. It just, what we're trying to help you is to not lie to yourself. Just like I'm still holding on to this God figure, correct? I believe in this sort of entity that's above it all. I reject all of the religious nonsense, correct? I think for smart people who reject the Bible, they can see that the creation story is clearly not true, correct? That the flood story isn't real. You can kind of go through all the Bible stories. Sodom and Gomorrah seems like a crazy story on acid, correct? And so a smart person can go, that seems odd. I mean, he kills everyone because the angels, they wanted to sleep with the angels. I mean, we know that those are odd stories, and so you sort of reject them. But then you want to make the claim, well, I don't know if God exists, and so therefore I'm just agnostic about it. And then claim that you didn't get to your idea of God, because of religious text. But you don't believe in the version of God from other texts, which means that the version of God you believe in is from the text you got it from that you're now rejecting. You're just refusing to accept the fact that the version of God you believe in is from the text that you have rejected. And I think this logical wasteland that you end up in just makes it unbearable that people are trying to help you just say, I believe in God. I've come to this place because I live in a Christian environment. And although I don't believe in all of the positions of the Bible, and I don't believe in all of the stories of the Bible, I do believe in the idea that a God exists. And therefore, I want to live in a world where there is a God, but I don't necessarily have to believe in the stories that my peers believe in. And I think you just leave it there. But trying to bring it into science or pretending as if you're thinking logically, but more logically than everyone else, it just comes off as completely pseudo. It comes off as someone who is using scientific language, then pretending that they're floating above the fray, but everyone can sort of see the fraudulent nature of it. And I'm not saying you're a fraud. I'm just saying that everyone can kind of see that you've only come to your God position because of the world you grew up in. You didn't come to this God position agnostic of the people you grew up around. And so I think you have to examine, why do you believe in the God that you believe in, and why it has the features that you keep putting upon it, because you didn't get it from some random place.
So I think it's all of these sounds to me exactly how religious people will talk. If you're very familiar with religious fanatics, what they do is that you must either be in their faith or you are not there at all. Even when they find people within their own religion who say, hey, there are certain things within our religion that I'm not quite satisfied with, but I think the holiness and the righteousness and the morality part, I love it. They still call them hypocrite because they said, no, you got to take all of it. You got to believe all of it. For me, I think it's a very I don't know the exact word I would like to use, are people who are very pushy when it comes to their faith or their belief. I think I see atheists doing the same thing. You guys are making the assumption that if I come to a conclusion after reading religious texts and say these anthropomorphic God that were described in these texts, I recognize that I don't think that such God, these books reveal an evidence for these gods. So therefore, I'm not embracing this religion. But for sure, I'm saying the purpose of existence could be something deeper. I really don't know for sure, but I don't have evidence for any anthropomorphic God talking to me or he's sitting in the sky. I don't have any evidence for that. You say that somehow is hypocritical or somehow the person is playing game. No, I think you guys do not understand how human nature works. We all have a different way of relating to the issue of the spiritual or for the issue of emotion or how we relate with different things around us. Even an existential issue. People, if you work with counselors, people have different way of interpreting life. People who commit suicide, they wake up and say they don't know why they live, that the world have no meaning, they don't understand why they are here, and they hang themselves. Okay, they go to hang themselves.
What does it have to do with your beliefs? I'm just trying to figure out why.
I'm coming. There are people who hang themselves because they could not simply explain. They could not simply explain why
you're doing this appeal to emotions.
Now, you're
not here to debate.
Did I interrupt you, Grant, when we were talking?
I'm interrupting because
Did I interrupt Grant when you were speaking?
Performing instead of having a coherent conversation.
I don't like talking
to
responding. Cedric sounds like a religious man.
You're not responding to anything.
Sounds like a fanatic.
Because you are scientifically illiterate doesn't make any of us religious. And every time you keep saying that we're being, every time you say that we're being religious, right? You're trying to make an insult.
If you want,
look at you. Look at you.
Going on.
Look at you.
You are disrespectful.
So disrespectful why? Because I'm asking you to be sincere in conversation.
You don't know how to control yourself.
When you're taking shots every minute because you're scientifically illiterate, why would I need to listen to you repeating the same
you are not a
scientist and
making
false
you are not a scientist.
No, I'm not. I am
listen to a point of view. You are not a scientist. You are not a scientist.
Good. And you're ignorant. You're ignorant. You're ignorant to the whole process. So I'm interrupting you because
you are not a scientist. You are not a scientist.
No, I'm not a scientist. I never claimed to be a scientist. I never claimed to be a scientist. However, I am the one that actually engages in laboratory work. So you're ignorant, and you're belligerent. You're belligerent is the worst thing. You keep calling us religious because you are demonstrating you're scientifically illiterate. No, you show some.
No, you can't say no. You don't have the authority to tell me no.
You show some.
You have no authority
some ability
to tell me
to have
no.
a coherent conversation.
You have no authority
because I
to
can
tell
do this
me
the whole time as well.
Because
of course I can articulate myself much better than you. So if you want to and you want to become the next target of my retribution, go right ahead. Because I will completely destroy you because you're demonstrating your ignorance. So as long as you continue to cut me off and you will not listen, I will continue to talk. Because you don't have the ability to control yourself. You see, you're stuck on the same rhetoric, and I'm continuing to illustrate.
Your emotions.
You're up here illustrating your scientific ignorance, and you're being belligerent by calling us religious every opportunity you get, instead of engaging with what is being said. First of all, I'm illustrating that you're making a mentality. Up to this point, you haven't addressed that. You're coming over and over with the same rhetoric, and you're not going anywhere. So now you're demonstrating how much of a child you are.
And no one is listening to
you. Please, man, I stopped.
I was about to come in here and put people off. This is ridiculous.
Y'all got like that over somebody saying.
Yeah, Cedric's acting like a drunkard. You are not controlling him.
Y'all crazy, throwing shots. We don't want to say that neither. So, first of all, our show, the Hit the Button show, ain't based on trying to make somebody something they not. I would cut y'all out to try to tell me what I was and what I wasn't. Everybody got their own ability to self-define what they think they are in this world, no matter what it sounds like. So we don't want a person to think that every time they come on, at least on my show, right? Because we're a skeptical show. As long as you're skeptical and pushing scientific literacy, yo, I feel like we're on the same side. I don't care what words you use to denounce the foolery, right? That has been a destructive force in the world, I think, right? At least to Africa, right? African Americans, yo, whatever word you want to use to denounce that destructive force, that's on you, right? You know, how you believe what you believe, I feel like that's a personal experience there. So if if you saying I don't agree with this, I don't agree with that, then you don't agree with this, you don't agree with that. I'm cool with that. I ain't tripping. You know what I mean? I swear I'm not. If you say I reject the explanation that this person is giving to God, that's enough. That's good enough for me. I ain't gonna put you out the club for that. Right? I think the club is based in intelligence and just learning who you are and how you fit in this world, man. I think we all show a lot of growth and stuff like that, but we can't be, we can't be, we shouldn't, it's kind of a little untasteful. You know what I'm saying? We want to keep tasting our conversation, yo. So a person, he might not want to use no European words. That's all right. That's got to be all right. If it ain't all right, then we become the same thing that we're fighting against. I never want to be that.
That's right.
I heard you. Yeah, I heard it. I heard everything you said. I actually heard you say cool. You said you reject the foolishness.
Can I get in here?
No, because you're gonna slant the conversation. But go ahead.
Yeah, but
I
think I'm leaving now. Good night, guys. I was trying to make my point, but Cedric as well came in to disrupt.
If you let me speak for just a second, say cool, then you can
okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that now don't let me find a quote from Neil deGrasse saying that agnosticism is the most scientific stance or something very close to it, because I think it's out there. So y'all gotta chill with this hard atheism where y'all trying to make people lean toward that.
All the names, Tim.
Whoever.
I already admitted that your stance is more scientific. We lost that years ago, so I've never got off that.
So to say I don't know, any other conversation y'all have when someone says I don't know is celebrated. It's acknowledged as at least you're not trying to say you do know everything. So I don't know why that is absent when this topic comes up. Apparently, God can't be proven or disproven. So, I mean, but go ahead and take your stance, but don't browbeat people who don't have your same stance.
Thank you, Misty. I don't know if sorry if I may interrupt a little bit. It is very wild to me tonight, and I'll say this on the community of skeptics, that we are in a chat room that is having a brand called Community of Skeptics, and somebody saying no is being attacked.
I don't know, right?
The community of skeptics, even the very word being skeptical.
Right.
So say somebody said, I don't know, is being attacked on a platform that is a community of skepticism. And why it doesn't mean to be skeptical? It's not to accept things on the face value. You can say, I can't accept or deny. I have to find out.
Yes.
This is how skepticism works. I think it should be celebrated when someone says, I'm in a position of my life, I say I don't know. That is being attacked. I should come out and say, I'm an atheist now.
Yes.
That's not how
you're making, but I think you're
that
making
sounds like a religious cult. You want to invite me in.
Here's where
I gotta find the quote from Neil now, or video. He said the same thing.
But here's where the problem goes sideways, correct? The moment you end up calling other people religious in an attempt to shut other people down when they're calling out what are some flaws in your logic, correct? So we're laying out some logical fallacies, or at least we're attempting to. And then your retort to me, because I haven't had a chance, I've only had one chance to speak. So your retort to me and your response to me was that I'm somehow religious in my atheism, if that's what you want to claim.
No, you can't respond to me, Graham, because I know they never let me talk. They cut me off. I never responded to you. So it would be very wrong for you to address me again, because each time I want to talk, Cedric cut in, and you never came in and said, no, let him respond to me. So he cut me off. So now you are acting like you're responding to me when I never really responded to you adequately. So I think that discussion, we should pause it, because I didn't respond to you.
That's
sure.
Fair.
But I'm still going back to the broader notion of calling people, just broadly calling someone religious. And again, then making the claim that I don't know is a position we all agree. And then if someone makes a claim of I don't know, and if someone rejects your I don't know, that doesn't fit within the realm of skepticism. But I don't know isn't just a position you take, and all of a sudden your skepticism should not be questioned. Because in essence, within this realm of skepticism, you can question someone's affirmative I know, and you can also challenge someone's I don't know within a realm of skepticism. Because skepticism is really saying, are you taking this position? Even if you make the claim that you don't know, someone can come back around and say, okay, so you're making this claim I don't know, but here's some evidence why I don't believe your I don't know is based in reality. And so I don't know if that is the right argument to say that this is to skepticism.
Yeah, so on the issue of being religious, I didn't say you are religious. I said you are acting like. So that's simile. So religious people, what they do when you do not accept their position of their faith, they try to coerce you and force you to confess the faith or believe it fundamentally the way they do. I said you are acting like them. I'm not saying you are them. So that's one thing. Second thing.
So if I say you're acting like a fool, would you think I'm calling you a fool? If I said Toku is acting like a fool.
No, your position. I'm saying your position.
My position.
It is like the way the
religious. So your position is like a fool.
It's comparison. It's very fair.
You're not being compared.
You don't have to use fool. That's very extreme.
Being disingenuous.
You can use comparative.
Soku, you can point
out.
It
is very fair in logic to use comparative.
Yes, but the way you're trying to attempt to use it is saying that I was trying to strip away your ability to have a position, which I didn't. I was merely pointing out to you that I agree with you. You can be agnostic. That was what I said. And all I was just saying that within your agnosticism, here are some of the points I think that you're not necessarily taking into consideration. I don't think that is me stripping away your ability to be an agnostic. What I was stripping.
I never even said I'm an agnostic. That's a label they put on me.
Okay. That you believe in a higher power.
You have to accept my position.
Okay, hold on. So you believe in a higher power, correct?
No, I never said it.
You don't believe in a higher power, or God.
I do not have any evidence for any higher power.
You don't believe at all.
I don't know.
You don't. Yeah. So you don't know that God exists or not. Correct.
I don't know.
And I was just pointing out that often we come to these positions based on our understanding of the world, and it's a reasonable position to take. And I was just making that point to you. I wasn't telling you can't have that position.
All right. Yeah. So that's that. If that's what you said, then okay, then we are on the same page. I'm saying that people can hold that position.
Nobody ever questioned that position, Sigmund. That's the whole point. Your equivocation. When you interjected your unknown equated that to science.
Yeah, you gonna sound out here, listen. He sound out. He's sound
out because and saying that we were trying to move his position. Nobody's trying to move his position. I'm gonna address the fallacious nature of his argument.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and listen
to it. All I continue to do his position is fallacious.
I'm gonna go back and listen to it.
In theology to the unknown in science. Every unknown in science, once it becomes known, it will be by mechanism which makes that process natural. So
all right, free state. We heard that. Good point. Go ahead, Tiff. Good point. Good point, Cedric.
But when you make certain comments about people's position, fallacious, or I don't know if people said ignorant or certain things, it makes it leans toward you really should be over here with us. And then when you have most of the panel doing that, it leans toward you should really be over here with us because what you're doing just don't make no sense. So it may not be like
most of the panel. Can you name them?
It may not be an out there way out there.
Can you name them?
What? It may not be a way out there forcing.
You got Anthony didn't do it. I didn't do it.
A light little dusting of like.
Well, now
I'm just saying. I felt that way. That's the only reason why I'm on the panel. I felt that way.
Wait a minute, Anthony. You got one people. Mr. Tiff, look, you got Anthony didn't say it. I know I didn't say it because I don't give a damn what a nigga believe. Kyle didn't say it. It was Cedric arguing with him. Now Wolverine, we know he on it. And Grant just explained, so you can't say most of that's not.
Some of the folks.
So at no point did I tell him that he cannot be agnostic. I'm saying, said it, Anthony said it, everybody said the equivalence to the unknown in science, that
Yeah, that's
equivalence
all I
you're
was
making there is fallacious. That's a false
saying.
equivalency in your argument. Nothing else.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That scientific method is involved in the scientists saying they don't know, but a person saying they don't believe in God, that's just that's based in like I don't know. They said it's two different I don't knows. That was my point, Mister. That was my argument for the.
I get
But science
that's the
hasn't
only
proved or
point I
disproved
get.
God, right?
No,
Science
no, no.
doesn't
It
make
doesn't even.
any claims for or against God. So in the realm of science, God answering a God question is a what are you talking about? From a
Right.
scientific
So why
perspective,
is
it's
y'all
a
talking about it for over an hour now? Exactly.
so again, because Sekou was making a false equivocation. Your I don't know is perfectly fine within your theological realm. It does not equate to a I don't know within science. To equate the two is fallacious. Ankh made the point, I made the point, and his whole argumentation based on what came before the Big Bang illustrates Kalam cosmological argument. That is what it is. Now, if he's not aware of that, slow the conversation down. We explain to you, everybody explain how that position to ask that question fundamentally is fallacious.
Hold on, Seth. You can't go that long. Let me say
Let me
this.
look up the definition of fallacious. That sound a little spicy.
Oh,
I
it's
would,
Go ahead.
look it up.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry, I just want to say this one thing. So
Huh.
even so, Ms. T, I understand. Like even when you came up with agnosticism, so even agreeing with you that you can hold an agnostic position, I then went back to Soku and said, "So you're agnostic," and immediately he said, "I'm not." And the point is, he wasn't arguing from any real position, and you have to figure out that the positions he's holding is meant to just sort of sort of vomit onto us things that just forces us to just keep going around in circles. If I don't know it's a position, and we all agree that that's typically a agnostic position, you don't really know, and so you're going to reserve judgment, correct? You're going to reserve sort of sitting on a position. He couldn't even say that he was agnostic. And so we're here arguing whether or not agnosticism is the right position, and yet the person you're arguing for, or others are arguing for, he also before he left said, "I'm not agnostic." So it's almost like we all understand how definitions work, and the only person who doesn't appears to be Soku.
Well,
he's not agnostic.
I think we can get a little petty in terms of like if a person wants to be referred to as agnostic or not.
Nobody.
I mean, what it sounds like agnosticism to me as he describes himself, but he's his own person, so he doesn't personally have to identify with that.
And then you gotta give him a chance though.
Right.
He don't even know the word. I don't even think he ain't never studied that yet. He ain't on that. So what I would say is, I mean, come on, Tiff, we got people in the group that don't call themselves atheists, yo. You no Christian, not Christian, you know what I'm saying?
Because I'm not.
Yeah,
Right.
so that the group is full of a lot of but the hell. But then y'all beat up God.
I don't beat up God. I don't even have these conversations about God.
You believe in the flying spaghetti monster?
I don't have the conversation. So
do you believe in the flying spaghetti monster?
well, now that's incoherent.
Anyway, listen, I get it.
I don't see the issue with somebody wondering what happened before the Big Bang. I mean, I don't like why is that an issue, and why does that automatically mean that you are the God of the
You
gas?
don't like the verbiage. You don't like the verbiage. You don't like the verbiage.
Like I don't get that. Like,
so you don't get. Hold on.
No, let me finish. I'm sure there's actual scientists, actual bona fide scientists probably are trying to figure out what happened before the Big Bang. Are they incoherent? Are they looking for a God in the gaps, or are they just doing their job as scientists?
They doing their job as scientists, but when when an atheist or a what is it, Gnostic, right? How you say it? Listen,
agnostic. When the person who's not a scientist wonders what happened before the Big Bang.
No. You missing the point here. Let's see if I can get to explain this to you. It might be hard. When the scientist says they don't know, they're not talking about a God. They're basically saying that there's a point where we're at where we just don't know. But when we do figure it out, right, what we do know it's not going to be a supernatural thing, because if it is, we're not going to be able to know anyway because you can't measure it. They're talking about things that we use to understand. We use the scientific method on the natural phenomenon. What they know about natural phenomenon, you're going to be able to measure it, if not directly, indirectly.
Yes.
Now, when an everyday person say, "I don't know if there's a God or not," you're basically saying that there's a possibility, right, that there may be a God, but I don't know. You give it a but it's not going to be based off the scientific method. It's going to always be based off what you believe. You might have an experience where your ass fall off a cliff and bounce a certain way and hit a tree limb and bow and land on a cotton bush. You say, "My goodness gracious, I should have died." That was God. Now I know that's evidence for God. You get the difference? A scientist will never be on that because you can't measure that. There's going to be a scientific estimation on why your ass didn't die. You know what I'm saying? We might not know what it is, but it might just be that. That's my point. What is this? We'll put that on there.
Fallacious.
That's the definition of fallacious.
Yep.
That's it.
Describe something based on mistakes, belief, unsound logic, valid reason.
Unsound logic, and yes, so that's what I was pointing out. So the unknown in a theological sense does not have a mechanism. It is completely different from the scientific I don't know, right? And every unknown within the scientific method is going to be within the natural realm, the mechanism.
Yeah. That's why I was there.
So that's a fallacious, that's an equivocation fallacy. So he's trying to argue his agnostic position, which he doesn't have to argue, with a false equivocation. That's what I was pointing out. And then you're starting to, I'm religious and all of this stuff and going down rabbit holes that are unnecessary. You're fundamentally wrong in your argumentation. But you can be agnostic all you want, bro. Who cares?
Hey, that's like
Y'all do come off a little religious though when y'all do that. I'm just saying. That's why he ain't throwing you.
Maybe it start off with the whole Big Bang. What's before the Big Bang? That's like a religious question, though. You know that, right?
Why is that a religious question?
It's almost like a religious question.
It is
So
a
you
religious
mean to tell me only religious people would wonder what happened before the Big Bang?
Nah, it's like a scientific literate person. That's a whole different thing. Go ahead, Kaya. What was you about to say?
Hold on. A scientifically literate person would not ever wonder or ponder about what happened before the Big Bang, Is that what you're
Not
saying?
in that way. Not in that way. There's no way.
In what way? It was a simple question.
I'll give you a great example. We'll make it easier because it'll be easier for us to see an analogy. So usually if we are in a black space and we're talking about young black men who may not be achieving where we think they can get to, this group will say, "Hey, what do we think about young black men not getting to the same graduation rates of black women?" Correct? And so we wouldn't be thinking black men are stupid. We would be thinking there may be other impediments in which we need to implement in order to improve their grades. Correct? Versus a racist and go, "Well, why do black boys don't read well and they fail in school?" Correct? Sure, we can all say, "Well, he's concerned about black boys learning because he's inquiring." But in essence, we know fundamentally that one question is asking because they really don't care and they're ultimately going in a particular direction, versus someone asking the same, or at least what feels like the same question, yet having a genuine desire to understand the reasons why they're seeking out this information. And I would place someone who just comes on a scientific show, and who knows the answer already. Correct? These are questions we've been asking for a long time, and then posit the question, well, what is before the Big Bang? And we already know that we don't know, and that it is a still expanding. We are still trying to figure out what that is, and yet to come on the show and pretend like you haven't heard that or know it, is ingenuous to me.
Yeah. Whether it's a God or not is not even on the table. This is like you said about the dragon in the closet. If you say I don't know, like dang, you really considering that's a possibility?
Hold on, Gullah. Grant just said that we already say we don't know what happened before the Big Bang. Yep. So for him to ask that question on the panel was something wrong. I don't know. I missed something there, because if you're saying you don't know and people are saying they don't know, what is wrong with him coming on the panel and bring it up and saying he doesn't know, but he wonders?
That was what I was trying to point out to Sekou when I was talking to him. This is why I was talking about the Kalam and the guy that gaps, because he may profess to be atheist, but he is an agnostic atheist, not a gnostic atheist. So that's very key to point out, because in his agnosticism, he was looking for that area before the Big Bang as a place where he could locate. I mean, he could place his God idea. That's the reason why I made a point to point that out, because I went through that same thing, but now I came to the point where I would accept it. I think I would call myself an agnostic atheist, because if I was presented with the idea and data of a God at some point, I would be receptive to that idea. And agnostic atheist is one who would just say there is no God, and I can prove that there is no God. Those are different categories of atheism as far as your mentality or your worldview. And that's the reason why I wanted to point that out to him when we were having that back and forth for a second.
Yeah, and there's also such thing as an agnostic theist on the scale of, like, from, I guess, theist to atheism. There's like all the ingredients. I just wanted to point that out.
I would be what you consider a Gnostic atheist, because I know there is no God, and I'm standing on it because no evidence has ever been presented of a God. So it's just like my teapot floating around Venus analogy. If I can claim that there's a teapot floating around Venus with no evidence, then you can believe it or not. I can believe it. Am I wrong for believing there's a teapot floating around Venus? There's millions of people that they're believing that there's going to be a resurrection where some guy is going to come back and there's going to be a war with zombies and stuff. Some people think he resurrected and there was a zombie apocalypse. So why can't I believe there's a teapot floating around Venus with no evidence? Oh, and the claim is the book. So the book can't be the evidence.
But atheists, as the rainforest Amazon people, that when you contact them and you tell them about God, they keep looking at you, blinking their eye. I have no idea what you're talking about. And when you finish with the story, I keep shaking my head saying bullshit, bullshit. No, I don't believe nothing you're saying. Because in my paradigm, nothing you talk about exists. So everything that I know about this so-called God is based on what you are telling me. Based on what you are telling me, you are dismissed. No, I don't believe you. You're lying. I'm going as far as saying you're lying. What? He don't have a daddy? You're lying. He wasn't a fish? You're lying. The donkey spoke to him? You're lying. You're lying. And I could say that hard. Why? Because there is no ontological evidence to accept anything you're saying. I can say you're lying and not be fallacious, not be wrong, not be disingenuous, anything. Because the moment you say he don't have a daddy, but he came out of a mommy, I can look at you and say, you are lying. That's impossible. That could never happen. If I read again and it says, hey, the first man produced a woman, I can look at you, blink my eyes and say, no, you're lying. I do not believe you. I do not want to hear that anymore. You are lying. Because that is not ontologically possible.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you said. And that's when I said earlier that I reject the notion of any gods that we have today, because all the proof of gods have been simply they've been assertions into narratives that have been disproven and are not necessarily even possible. But like in the future, if we were to get some evidence, then I would consider that evidence if the data backs it. That's what
I have a question.
Get in there. Come on, Cedric. Get in there.
I have a question, Xavier. Why are you not just an atheist? I'm confused.
I see on you now.
Because an atheist is a person. So the actual definition of an atheist is a person who lacks to believe. I say right out, there is no God, and I'm willing to say that.
But an agnostic is someone who sits in the middle.
No, agnostic. I didn't say agnostic.
Oh, you said Gnostic. Okay, got you.
I know.
That's why Sosa made the. Okay, I got you.
Well, I just find it. So let me ask y'all this: since we already there now, right? And you know when I say, so you saying you believe in the flying spaghetti monster, right? Everybody will outright say, hell no. So what I'm saying is, what's the trick in the word God?
Right. It's the word.
You know what I'm saying? I'm saying it's the word, yo. It's got to be that, yo. Like, it's a value we place on the flying spaghetti monster God as opposed to just God. You know what I mean? Y'all get that? Am I tripping? Let's go around the
I think that's an incoherent discussion that I refuse to go down that rabbit hole.
I will hold the same position to that too, though.
It's really pastafarian. It's really pastafarians out there, though. People that's pastafarian.
It's fundamentally cultural.
Wait a minute, hold on, Tim. I like it. Tim say that's incoherent.
Y'all 3 hours.
You got real pastafarians out there, yo.
Yeah, pastafarians. You have the pastafarians. Funny. Go ahead, Kaya. What you think about that statement? I think it's the word itself that messes up. Because if I say it's a fine spaghetti, you'll get up out of it. Go ahead, Kaya.
No, I mean, so that's the thing. Like we always say on this platform, I've heard everybody say that science does not talk in absolutes,
Right. Correct.
And so whenever you make that statement, that Gnostic statement about the rejection of the flying spaghetti monster, that statement also has to be outside of the scientific bounds of that statement. So I would say that it's a high probability that there's not a spaghetti monster because of, you know what I'm saying? But I can't say emphatically 100% that I know that there's not. The same way I can say 100% that I know that there's not a God, but I also know that there's not proven any of those things as well. And so that's how you can balance that thing out because you don't necessarily have to go ahead.
I know for 100%.
Yeah, I know 100%. It ain't no possibility at all.
I'm not there with you.
I'm not there with you on that one, Kyle.
I can't go right there. God, come on, I can't go. Right there. It's funny.
No monster.
Ontology. This is a philosophical study of true justified belief, right? And your belief is proportional to the evidence, right? And that evidence could be a body of ontological evidence. So you don't need necessarily real-time evidence. If I say Ankh has a dog, right? We don't need to see the dog. The likelihood, the possibility, most likely he does have a dog. It could be false, but there is no requirement to have that substantiated because there's a whole body of ontological evidence to substantiate people having dogs. Now, was he to say that he has a gorilla? That would require us doing a deep dive and doing 60 shows because the likelihood of him having a gorilla, right, that requires a whole nother level of ontology.
Yeah, it's another level, yeah.
So the evidence needs to then be supported. So when I say I have a dragon in my closet, and you say, well, all I said was all I have is a claim, and then you cannot make a decision whether that is factual, right? And again, probability, 99.99999% probable that he's lying because there's no ontological evidence to support that. You can say that and be justified, right? Although we know we don't see cause, we only see the events. So that remains a probability, right? We can never have that absolute surety. But
I would say it'd be even crazy to say I don't know. It'd be even crazy to say I don't know to that because got
to be. Maybe I'm missing something.
I mean, it doesn't seem fair to say I don't know, correct? And we would just be doing ourselves a disservice, correct?
Exactly.
Because
you got a thought in your head. It might be a possibility. There might be a dragon in that damn closet.
Yeah.
There's always a possibility. You'll be disingenuous, bro.
Go ahead, Grant.
No, I think it's one of those things that why we end up in this world where we say things like, well, Soku gets to pick whatever he wants. He gets to name himself whatever he wants. He gets to make these choices. In essence, if you never have to land on some range of sort of what things are meant to be, correct? People get to sort of move in and out of whatever meaning they want to that meets their needs within a particular argument. You know, when I say I don't believe in Santa, no one on here should say, well, that's not the Santa I believe in. I believe in a different Santa. I believe in a Santa that only comes on Wednesdays. And on Wednesdays, that is the Santa that I believe in. But the Santa that you're talking about is a Santa that comes during Christmas. But I don't necessarily believe in that Santa. I have this new way of thinking about Santa that I just came upon because Santa is what I believe in. And sure, you guys are religious and you don't want me to believe in the Santa that I believe in, but I believe in the Santa that I want to believe in. Therefore, the Santa that I believe in has to be true, even if the Santa that is written in the text that people read, I no longer agree with, but I've now created a whole new Santa for myself. You guys should all still apply the logic of the Christmas Santa to my new Wednesday Santa, correct? To even make any sort of, to say, well, I mean, I guess Grant could be right. I mean, he's rejecting the one Santa I completely agree doesn't exist, which none of us have evidence Santa doesn't exist, correct? However, I have this new Wednesday Santa. He's amazing. That no one's ever heard of. And to even grant me any space that what I'm saying is valid is just illogical. And I think we have to hold to this point that if you're willing to accept someone's just sort of made up notions of words, made up notions of relationship with deities, and made up relationship to the supernatural, we'll never be able to pin someone down and say, hey, why do you think you believe in God? Well, I just made it up in my head. Okay, then you just made it up. Let's agree. Or I believe in God because I grew up in a Western environment in which a monotheistic God exists, and therefore I like this God, and I would like for this God to exist. And that is a reasonable and rational place to be. I don't think there's wrong to believe that a God exists if you grew up in a Western world that has a focus on God or the Christian God. It seems like a rational position to take given the indoctrination. Where I become a little bit more incensed is when a person pretends that they didn't get their notion of a Christian God from the social construct that they grew up in, which is just not possible. And I think that's where I just I'm out on pretending, when they make those claims.
Yeah. Man, we had the 5-hour part. I'm gonna let you close out, Cedric. Anthony, you wanted to say something? You got food on the side of your mouth, eating cookout. Get the get the flying spaghetti monster off the side of your face. I know you was eating spaghetti.
My bad. I just want to say,
go ahead and just Cedric, I'm gonna let you close out. Go ahead.
I'm none of this. I'm a space age African.
Yeah, I like that.
And what that means when it comes to God, we don't care. We don't care. And we deal with objective evidence. That's the criteria to be a space age African. None of that. I don't care. Period.
Yeah, that'll make the boat float, right? And I want to make sure we always have people joining the panel, right? Getting on the panel, getting in the show, being the server. You don't got to be nothing, but we always working out scientific literacy. That's real talk right there. Cedric, you want to say something? Then I'm gonna let the lovely voice of Miss Tiffany finish the show off. I'm gonna finish the show off with her thoughts and about today's show, and we're gonna let her finish. But go ahead, Cedric.
Yeah, again, scientific literacy is paramount. It teaches you logic, healthy reasoning, and how you balance a conversation. No one was challenging Teku's position of being agnostic, right? You can be agnostic. That's a reasonable position to have, right? However, when you equate your agnosticism, your I don't know, to unscientific I don't know, it creates a false equivalency, as if there was going to come a moment where science can provide an answer for your philosophical I don't know. That's an equivocation fallacy. I was going to say something else, but let me leave it at that.
All right. Ms. Tiff, you want to close out with something? How you think the show, what you think is fair, unfair? Go ahead, get your voice in there.
I think that
But say cool.
if scientists like Neil deGrasse can have conversations about atheism and agnosticism, and and whatever his stance is, even though he's probably objectively an atheist, but he takes more of an agnostic stance because there's no the proof, the evidence is not there for or against. But I guess he feels it's highly unlikely. I don't think that I don't see anything wrong with any of us doing the same thing because we're all humans at the end of the day. And I think that it's not incoherent or fallacious to ponder about what happened before the Big Bang. And one day, hopefully, science will be able to tell us. And I know what Uncle say, but when science does, it'll be natural. Fine, so be it. But we may not even be here when that happens. But as human beings, as we have always done, we will always ponder. We will always be philosophical in some shape, form, or another about the world we live in. That's not going to stop, because we're in 2026 and you got more quote unquote scientifically literate people. We're going to keep doing the things that humans have always done in that respect. That's what I have to say. Thank you for tuning in.
Man, appreciate y'all for everybody tuning in, man. I agree. We all have our opinions. We very opinionated on the community skeptics and the pseudo killers, man. Don't let that chase your way, man. We are respectful what a person believes in, as long as you don't try to use your belief to explain the natural damn phenomenon. And that's when there's a real issue. We have fun, we play hard, we play rough. But at the end of the day, we just want the African American community and the diaspora, right, to reach a level of having scientific literacy and being able to separate your beliefs from your literacy and understanding the natural world. I think that's germane for people of color, right? I think it's important for our community to take a stance on that. I think there's no growth and development without scientific literacy. If you look around you, those that are literate financially and scientifically literate, they advance farther than people who are not. That doesn't guarantee you're going to advance, but you definitely advance farther than most people around you when you're financially literate and scientifically literate, and that's real. So no matter what you call yourself, whatever the hell you are, you better be successful in a world that requires you to have food, clothing, and shelter every moment of the damn day. So this was a great conversation. It was a long one. I wish we would have stopped and let Cedric strike up the daggone band, but we didn't. We was a little selfish because I'm gonna go back and listen to the show. It was a point when I left. When I leave, I expect the pseudo killers, to grab hold of the reins and take over the show. That's what I expect. Not to be arguing and fighting with people who agree and disagree. Hell, we can have the same argument 30 days from now and say cool, whole thing may be different, or somebody else whole thing may be different. You never know. That goddamn flying spaghetti monster might just come out the sky. Yeah, that's whack.
Sekou is accustomed to that debate environment over there. I cut him off at the point that he insisted on making the claim that we're being religious. At that point, you're slurring. You need to stop it.
Yeah, you gotta let him talk though. You gotta let him get it out. Because if you cut him off, then the thing about it is Sekou will cut you off too, D. We can get him back. You can get him back. You get it? But we can't do that. That's the way he felt that. He felt that, right? And so, you feel that. Why do you feel that?
So all I said is you can't keep making that statement because you are scientifically illiterate. Because nobody is telling you that you can't hold your position, and you keep insisting that. That's Anyway, he may or
may not learn. He don't got to learn to keep popping up. We want people to pop up on the shows, man. It's important, yo. This ain't the show where you got to be no one particular thing. What you can't do is you can't kick that damn fool. That's what you can't do, man. Man, y'all already know what this is, what time of the day this is, man. Man, that's that world famous Hit the Damn Button show, man. That's what it is, man. Yeah, we doing our thing. We're hitting the damn button, right? And y'all know how we get down around here, man. Man, it's the Hit the Button show, man.
Hit the button. Hit the button show. Hit the button. button, yo. Chasing pseudo, yo. There they go. We killing pseudo though. Hit the button, show. Where them niggas go? They running, yo. It's the hit the button show. Where the pseudo go? They running, yo. Just hit the button, yo. Where the pseudos go? They thought the killers putting on a show, though. That's how it goes. It about what you know, and that'll show. But where they go? Pseudos running, yo. Pseudo killers in this bitch. Hit the button. Hit the button, show. Hit the button, yo. Chasing pseudo, yo. There they go. We killing pseudo though. Hit the button, show. Where them niggas go? They running, yo. It's the hit the button show. Where the pseudo go? They running, yo. Just hit the button, yo. Where the pseudos go? They thought the killers putting on a show, though. That's how it goes. It about what you know, and that'll show. But where they go? Pseudos running, yo. Pseudo killers in this bitch.
Man, look, I'm your host, Bobby Banger. Like and subscribe, man, to the Pseudo Killers and the Community Skeptics, man. Man, y'all can join the channel, man, for $5.99 a month. No, $4.99 a month. There's two more packages after that. The big one is $24 a month. The one in between, I believe, is what? $15 or something like that? $14.99? Whatever you do, man, continue to support. We're going to continue to have dialogue on both channels, man. Man, y'all know how we do it around here. And with that, I'm your host, Bobby Banger. With that, we are out.